Good morning and welcome to San Juan La Union here in the beautiful Philippines. It is finals day. Men's quarterfinals are in the water right now. Two women's semis, two men's semis, and two finals to come after this. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, Jerry Deegan.
Hey Chris, I'm amped today. The surf looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is the first ever La Union International Pro. That's us. Behind us is Mona Lisa Point. Conditions have settled down a little bit since yesterday's quite over-the-top swell.
It was pretty intense, wasn't it? Windy, big, messy, lots of paddling. It's dropped off at least a couple of feet. And, you know, looking forward to some real quality surfing today.
Yep, so 10 heats to get through before we give out the two trophies in the the size of the little jeepneys.
Yeah,
They're
cool.
Beautiful
Super
little
cool
scale
trophies,
replicas. Yeah. Agus in the water right now in an all-Indonesian quarterfinal. And then a list of Japanese competitors.
Yep.
And the one local Filipino surfer, J.R. Esquivel, who has the hopes of his nation on his back. He already won the longboarding a couple of days ago, so...
Everyone's cheering for him. And
is he daring to dream of the double?
Oh, absolutely. That's what he's doing. And I think we're going to go downstairs and talk to our event director and see what they've got to say about the waves.
Good morning. Good morning. This is the last and final day of the La Union International Pro. And today we're going to run the men's quarterfinals, semifinals and finals, and the women's semifinals and the finals.
Yeah, this is finals day. Right now we have Ketut Agus and Oni Anwar ready to battle it out. Conditions looks pretty good, similar like yesterday. A bit of water moving, but yesterday we see a lot of I have to say high performance, and hopefully today we're going to also see similar condition like yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be an action-packed filled morning, and we will crown the men's and women's champion today.
Yeah, and the good news is last week we crowned JR as a longboard champion, and today he also have the opportunity to do double-double. So JR will surf soon on the quarterfinals, so please don't go anywhere and support all your local heroes and check it out, all the action, Luke, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Let's cheer for the local boy and all the surfers down here. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you very much, Luke Landrigan and Tippy Jabrick. Yep, this is Ketut Agus and Oni Anwar in quarterfinal number 1. Daiki Tanaka from Japan is coming up against the local boy, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, in the second quarterfinal. All Japanese affair in Heat 3. Joe Azuki up against Kejiro Nishi. And then in the last of the quarters, Kian Martin, Swedish surfer from Bali, surfing against Tenshi Awami, who's been one of the surprise packets of this event. This is his first ever quarterfinal on a QS, and he's just really hoping that he can go further.
For the big jeepney.
The small jeepney.
The small jeepney, yeah. Look, that's got to be just incredibly exciting for him to be this far into the draw. You know, still with a big chance of making it all the way through. I mean, most of them are all pretty excited. I know Ketut and Onwa are out there today. They've both had their fair share of finals and quarterfinals. They're pretty well-known Indonesian surfers, and you know, pretty accomplished. I know Oni came second in the Siargao event last October, so he's really used to being at the pointy end of the event.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, in the contest, I think Oni would have surfed more heats than anyone in the field. Definitely the veteran, and you know, not only has he surfed more contests, but he generally surfs more heats than most surfers, as we can see.
During the contest,
he's through to the quarters. So
he also drives a Volkswagen. Apparently, we saw him on that little ad just before we started.
Yeah,
they stole the cars, went for a drive, had a little laugh.
With John Mark de Kong, known as Marimar around these parts. I think he should be called Anwarino, because he's like the mini version of Oni. But, separated at birth, those two.
And they call each other brother, although a lot of people do, but I saw them together last night and they carry on like they're twins.
Yeah.
And they've surfed against each other, I wouldn't know how many times, but they tend to end up in the finals. Unfortunately, Marimar didn't make the final this time, or he hasn't made the quarters, but yeah, no, they are. They're like twins, those two characters. Their hair's the same, they're kind of small, although Marimar's obviously a little smaller, but they surf. Well, they both rip, obviously, and they hang out. So, yeah, they have a lot of fun together, those two.
So how did we get to here? Ketut Agus yesterday in the round of 16 won his heat up against Daiki Tanaka, who we'll be seeing in action shortly, and took care of Keiki Yamanaka and Putra Hermawan, his Indonesian compatriot. And then for
Oni was against
Oni
JR,
came
maybe.
second against JR in the second heat. So
There you go. There's our quarter-final. That's our road to the final there. We've got Ketut versus Oni, then Daiki versus JR, our local guy. Chris just said that.
Yep.
John Azuchi versus Kajiro Nishi in the quarter-final number 3. And Kian Martin, our Indonesian/Swedish lad, against Tenchi Iwami from Japan. So it'll be pretty interesting to watch that unfold during the day. No waves ridden as yet. Do you know much about the 10-minute rule, Chris? If they don't get a wave, I know I've seen it.
I know that we don't talk about it.
Oh, don't we?
No,
I'll
no,
see.
no,
There you
no,
go.
no,
I'll talk about it. I'll be in trouble later. That's fine.
Well, we just don't want it.
We don't want to say something
you
and
don't
not
wanna
know.
jinx it. Golden rule of restarts is you don't talk about restarts.
Yeah, okay. Well, I live and learn.
No, there's plenty of waves on offer this morning. I don't think we'll be seeing too many fallow periods of swell.
Fallow, that's an interesting word. I thought you'd maybe squeeze that in. Some fallow, I don't know. You've been pretty clever with the quips this week.
Oh, it's not a quip.
I know it's not a quip.
It's just a word. The word that sounds similar is marrow. I saw there's a bone marrow restaurant across the road from us. What's that all about?
I didn't see that, but I've had bone marrow with Gay Olivares here in the country. And marrow,
delicacy, I believe.
It is a delicacy. I've had it at home. My wife's cooked it, knowing that I really like it. I mean, it's not necessarily an acquired taste. It's pretty rich. But here they'll eat the marrow. They eat the intestines. They eat everything here. Nothing goes to waste when they, slaughter a beast here. Everything tends to be eaten. I ate sisig last night. So sisig is basically the skin and the ears and everything off the head, and they fry it up and they make it really super tasty. And I was very, very nervous to try it the first time, and now I generally order it as an entree. It's fantastic. Pork sisig. So when you come to the country and you come to La Union or anywhere in the country, you need to try these delicacies. Sometimes they seem a bit scary. Chicken intestines is another one that I didn't want to eat at first, and now when I go to the barbecue, I eat those chicken intestines first and foremost. They come on a stick like like a pork stick or something like that. They're really, really tasty. I miss them at home sometimes. Mind you, I'd prefer a pie.
Well, they're full of intestines and all the rest as well.
I tell you what, if you look hard at them, they certainly are. I try not to look too hard at them. I used to spend 10 months in the country every year, and the first thing I'd do on the way home in the car is I'd get whoever I was with to stop milk.
All right, a little bit of action. Ketut having a look, decides he's not into that. We saw plenty of waves caught in the free surf this morning before the start of play. And we see this quite a bit as soon as the action starts.
Yeah, things really slow down.
Things slow down.
I think also they've moved well onto the inside. They want to get the best value out of the waves. I did see people sitting wide earlier during the free surf, and every wave was ridden, but it's pretty competitive out there. It's more competitive in the free surf than in the actual event.
Yeah, it wasn't last night for whatever reason. I had my best surf of the trip. It was glorious.
Oh, really? That's good. We went up the coast, actually, and I just got caught inside almost every single wave. But it was good for my fitness. I used to surf a lot in the early days, and it's a bit of a sneaky shout-out to Kevin Davidson there in Cloud9, who was one of the first people ever to go there, and founding member of the Maroubra Board Riders. He's been living in Shargau since about 94. I think they first went there in 92. And he was there when Callahan first photographed the place. He was with the first group of people that went down there, and he stayed. Traditionally before that, they were up in Katandwanis, which is where we talked about possibly having another national event this year. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I hope you're watching, Kev. I know you usually do.
All right, well, we are sneaking down to the 20-minute mark. so the double siren means that we are restarting the heat. So if there are no waves caught in the first 10 minutes, and if the head judge determines that there were no waves that could have been caught, we reset the clock. So
Okay.
10 minutes back on the clock. Yeah, if there have been waves and the surfers have just been out of position or have turned their nose up at them, they won't get the restart. And if this wave had come 10 seconds earlier from Oni Anwar, there wouldn't have been a restart. But there it is, first blood to the man from Lakey Peak in Sumbawa. It's only going to be a minor score, but we are underway. So a little bit of a false start to the morning. And now priority flips over to Ketut Agus, and Oni Anwar draws first blood, although it's just a pinprick of blood, a 1.65 the result for this. You can see the morning light. And, just poking the nose right there and going down.
I was, in any other place, say, example, the water was a lot cold, you could say, oh, they were a bit, he had frozen up and, struggled, sat for 10 minutes. But considering the water's about 28 degrees, I don't think that happened while he was sitting there.
No, just dealing with a bit of chop on the face and poke the nose, I think.
I'm
Here goes Ketut. Having a look at this one. As we can see, conditions a little bit wobbly and bumpy. That'll smooth out throughout the morning. 2 turns, so this is the best wave of the heat so far. And signs off as we see Oni swinging into action on the wave behind. No, not interested. So, a minor score to come in for Oni. He did stand up on that wave. A more serious number to come in for Ketut on this one.
Yeah, nice little wrap back into the power there. And then another almost of the same. He's going to try to milk it into the inside and see if he can finish it off nicely, which he did, yeah. That's a nice wave. Got to be a mid-range score, I would imagine. There's Oni. Live action. Another wrap back. A nice little off the top there. Going to try to find something more there. He's going to hang on a little bit. And see if he can finish it off. No, he can't. So that one runs out of steam. It'll be interesting to see how they compare those two waves. A couple of wraps. Ketut actually finished his off really nicely, but we didn't see the start of Oni, so not entirely sure how the judges have scored those. So there is the start.
That was a nice turn. That's the turn of the heat so far. So a very slow start, but things starting to wake up now into our first quarterfinal for the morning. So 10 heats of action here at La Union. And the first ever La Union International Pro. Score comes in. Oni's last wave was a 4.25. Ketut Agus a 4.75 for his opener. So that's the best wave we've seen. But Oni is in the lead by a narrow margin with 27 minutes to run.
Yeah, interesting the way, again, the predictions have been very unusual here. For the first few days, we expected nothing and we got pretty decent waves. Then yesterday probably wasn't as big as they had said. There was predictions of gargantuan waves yesterday, which didn't really come to fruition, although it was big and nasty and messy. And today it's probably a little smaller than the predictions were saying. So hopefully it's just a bit of a lull at the moment. The tide's still drifting in. And we'll see a few sets out there. We've got 10 heats to go for the day. So, and it is our last day, so regardless of what's happening, we are surfing. Got a big closing ceremony tonight with the awarding of the trophies, which will be a lot of fun, particularly for the person that collects the trophy or the people that collect the trophies. And as we keep mentioning, the team are the locals are super keen to see their hero JR back up and take the longboard and the shortboard. And there's Ketut having a bit of a dig there, straight off the top. A nice little wrap back to get to the speed. He's a bit of a pump to get back there, and yeah, nice float finish. Is it the finish? He's trying to get around it. It was the finish, unfortunately. But that'll certainly take out his 0.4.
All right, here's the replay. So deep bottom turn, really lent into that one. Open face calf, had to put the foot down here and got to that end section. Foam climber, he's really hoping that he'd revisit the open face, but wasn't to be. And that is going to be probably a 3 or so.
I think you're probably fairly spot on there. Chris?
25 minutes to run.
Although I must say I've spent 5 days predicting the scores and got one close to being right.
Up next, Daiki Tanaka and J.R. Esquivel. Talk to us about J.R.
JR's a local guy from here. He's been competing throughout the Philippines and overseas in the Asian region. He's a super friendly guy, very quietly spoken. You know, his personality, well, there he goes, a 4.05 for that one for Ketut. He is in the lead. He's, you know, guys like Maramar and although Oni's not Filipino, you know, they're really outgoing and interesting. JR's a quiet guy, you know, he's shy and reserved. He doesn't run across the beach to say hello, but when you catch up with him, he's always thankful for everything he's had and everything that the world offers him. He's really that kind of guy. But he's a fantastic surfer, and he's as good a longboarder as he's a shortboarder, which is a pretty difficult one. You know, when we first started watching the longboarding, there were a bunch of people out there that were in both disciplines, but they really weren't specialised in one or the other. Without question, JR is an absolute champion in both of them, which I imagine is a pretty difficult thing to be. So here he is in the pointy end of this event, and he won the 1,000 longboarding against some pretty stiff competition. So, you know, JR is the all-round water guy. I imagine if they had a bodyboarding comp next week, he'd probably win that as well. So, you know, he's the man, and he's such a fantastic example for the Groms around here, you know.
How is the Filipino bodyboarding scene?
It's very, very limited. It tends to be, I've got a bunch of, oh, here we go with Oni. He's got to get round this section, which he didn't do, unfortunately. Yeah, the bodyboarding scene, there is I've got a bunch of really good mates. Okay, well, I'll hold on to that one again.
Here goes Ketut Agus. He had priority. He's using it on this one. Big layback. That was a nice turn. Will he get another go at it? He does. This one wobbles, but it continues to run. And he's linking turns together now, and unfortunately goes down on that one and is out of there. Surely, yeah, Cloud9's got to be a bodyboard-friendly wave.
Cloud9 is certainly a bodyboard-friendly wave. That was a really nice hack there by Ketut. Unfortunately, not a lot else happened. Nice little turn there, but he dug a rail. Yeah, but look, Cloud9 is fantastic for bodyboarding. Back in 2002, I helped organise a bodyboarding event with the World Tour there. Mark Fordham organised it, and it was full of the best bodyboarders in the world. And back then, you know, there was a chance that Cloud9 or that area could have gone bodyboarding. The boys left a bunch of boards. For whatever reason, it didn't really take on there. But that, you know, you've got a bunch of guys, foreign guys that live down there and that bodyboard. Pierre and Jaco and Ben, and say hello to all those guys, and you know they take it on. They get barreled, and time again. Sometimes it's a little bit easier for them actually because it's a nasty takeoff, and they do very, very well, the bodyboarders down there. But there aren't too many of them, but they're completely accepted by the local crew because they are kind of they're totally part of the local foreign crew. So they're out there every day.
There you go. All right, last score for Ketut Agus was a 5.5. So pair that with his earlier 4.75, and he is comfortably in the lead. Oni Anwar right now has a 4.25. He's chasing a 6 to advance. So a very gettable score for the Sumbawan. 21 minutes remaining. Of course, we had a 10-minute restart. So this will end up as a 40-minute heat.
And we've had 8 waves ridden in the next 10 minutes, which is interesting. And there's Oni's having a little paddle. He's having a look. He's got a little line on this one. Okay, what's he going to do first? A big snap. Little off the white water there. And then, yeah, really nice snap there. And he's going to see if he can find a little more power and get another couple of points on the inside there. No, he's given up. He decided again that one. So I'm not entirely sure whether that will... of course it will take away his 1.65. So that will be his backup score. Maybe something similar to what he originally got. Here it is again. And then a bit of a top turn there. Not too much power in it. That was a far better turn. almost vertical, and then he hung on for a little bit here, hoping something was going to pop up, but unfortunately for him it didn't.
Yeah, you think, look, like there it is, a 5.4 for Oni's last wave, so tightens things up. There's less than, well, there's 0.6 separating Katut and Oni. He's now chasing a 4.86. Both these guys, it's a slow burn so far. They're just, you feel like one of them's going to pounce on a wave that really unlocks this heat at some point.
Yeah, without question, you know, they're certainly capable. Been watching these two, been two of my favourites to watch the whole time, and maybe that's because I know them, I've sort of seen them surf before. I probably know less about the Japanese guys than the Indonesian guys, and certainly our one last Filipino man, JR. So, you know, I lean a bit towards liking watching the Indonesian guys. They've both been to Siargao a few times. Like I said before, I don't know, Oni's been there every event that I almost ever remember, which is probably not true. I've been there for 20 years, and he's probably only in his 20s still, but he always seems to be there, and he's always putting on a fantastic show.
Oni?
He's 29, is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was having a chat the other day. The thought of turning 30 is really
daunting.
He's like, man, I'm old.
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah. No, you're not, young fella. So I'd say he's been coming to the Cloud9 event since the WSL's been coming, and I think probably that would be around 2014, something like that, when WSL first came. We did have some Surfing Queensland events there, and some specialty Billabong events there in the early days. Peter Thew used to bring there, and Andrew Stark used to come along all the time, and Whitey, and Will Hayden-Smith. It was really good hanging out with all those people, and, you know, it's really good hanging out with the WSL and the UPSA people at this stage.
Yeah, so the original Cloud9 events were Billabong Invitationals, weren't they?
Not the original ones. The original ones were put on by Mayor Resilian, the godfather of surfing in the Philippines, and they were, the first one was just whoever was there. They put on an event for the 10 foreign surfers that were around, knowing, you know, he could see into the future, that guy, Mayor Resilian. I really think he could. He knew that it was going to help tourism. No other place in the country was really having government support surfing, and he did, and so he did that for the first couple of years. We did that, and then one day he called me and said, look, we want to get some pro surfers here. So I gave my mate Andy King a call, and he brought Jay Thompson and Matty Griggs and a couple of the other guys, you know, of that level, a couple of the Bra boys, Sonny Abaddon, and we came out and had a proper comp. Then after that, Billabong jumped on. I thought, well, we actually had Quicksilver one year that supported it. And here goes Katut having a big paddle there. And then down the track we had a Surfing Queensland associated one, and then we got into the WSL events. So it's been a progression of starting fairly non-professional and then moving up to, we've had a 3,000 there. Last year was 1,000 because of COVID and a late organisation of the event. And we're in discussions, and we're 99% sure there's going to be a men's and women's 3,000 there in October of this year.
How good. I remember some of those Billabong events, pretty folkloric back in the day. Guys like Wade Goodall won the event on his 21st birthday.
He did. He'd been out all night essentially as well. And here goes Oni, trying to get rid of his 4.25. He's finding some power there. He's going to hang on. Hopefully he can do a finishing manoeuvre, and no, what's he going to do? He's still going. No. Looking for that last manoeuvre and one more point. Yeah, I mean, it was so much fun those days, and everyone would travel together. I'd meet them in Manila, and everyone would travel on the same plane and the same boat, and it was much harder to get there then. We weren't catching direct flights to the island, so all the young fellas would party up there in Manila, and then travel down together, and all the boards would get thrown in a massive dump truck, and yeah, it was just really, really fun. And Peter Thew, who brought the Billabong people there, loved to party himself, and he ran a pretty good show.
Runs a chain of yoga studios these days, believe it or not. 15.5 minutes to go. This is Oni Anwar. And, still waiting on a score to come. He would love for that to have stood up and run for him a little bit more across the inside.
And the head of Australian WSL used to come year after year, Andrew Stark. I saw a picture of him the morning after the Eddie at Waimea Bay on what to me looked like a 30-footer still.
I'm amazed he wasn't in the Eddie. The campaign he's put in this season seems prolific.
He's committed, and he does it every year, and this year in particular. He sends these photos. He always has this sky blue board, and there was a couple of terrific photos of him yesterday, and one of him just going down the mine shaft on a massive wave. I hope you survived that one, Starkey. I know you're a tough old bird, so good on you.
All right, this is Ketut Agus. He's going to take to the sky, throws the fins, and can't ride out of that one.
That gives Oni priority there, and there's a couple little waves there. I don't know if he's going to turn around and take that. He's not, a bit too wide.
And the one behind it's going to break wide as well.
The camera shot almost looks like he could go left. But, yeah, they need to decide, where exactly to sit. Certainly, Ketut is sitting there with the lead at the moment. I can't imagine they're not going to get some higher scores than that. But we will see. Time will tell.
Yeah, you definitely can go left out here. It's been, there's a lot of people going left during the free surfs because there are those corners. And it's quite a wide open playing field. You can see where Oni and Ketut are sitting right now. Some of the bigger sets are breaking far off to the left of screen. It's quite easy to get caught inside no matter where you're sitting. I caught a couple of lefts yesterday and they just put you in a hole. I don't recommend it. They,
maybe on a smaller day like today it wouldn't be so severe, but yeah, I don't know, lots of duck diving.
You end up having to run the gauntlet because you put yourself deep on the inside.
Yeah, I imagine it goes into quite shallow water, the lefts.
Yeah, not too shallow. On the low tide, there's a keyhole as well. It was a bit big last night. I walked quite a way past the peak to paddle out and found this little keyhole that took me straight out. It was great.
You are a local now.
Well, I don't think I could find it twice. I'm looking for it now. I can't see where it might be.
It's a wave-rich area. We drove after the comp up the coast. Now, it was probably better out the front here, but we surfed a little spot up by the cement factory. And there was just our group there. We took the Volkswagens up there and had a little fun. It was a really nice little beach break. What they've done is they've built some kind of big pier out there, I suspect, for the ships to come in and take in and out the concrete or bring in the raw materials. I'm not really sure which one. And what that's done is formed kind of good banks on the inside, on the southern side of the pier. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting, something I hadn't seen before. Again, the waves were not epic, but some of the better surfers with us got some pretty good waves.
Okay, Oni a little bit too deep, and Ketut sitting wider says, I'll have a go at this under priority. Releases the tail, lightning quick reverse to get things going. A little bit of a carve. Now this stands up through the inside, allows him to throw a bit of heat into that turn. This will be one of the better scores we've seen so far as Ketut Agus is out of there with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, again, we say it, we're no judges, but he only needs to replace a 4.75. And that was a pretty impressively ridden wave, particularly this first manoeuvre right here. Yeah, got it, the fins right out of the water, pumped a bit more, and two really nice slashes on the way through.
Yeah, good bit of aggression on that turn. And that one as well, forcing it a little bit. But as we see, Oni quickly in and out. So waiting on scores to come for both surfers. Hopefully we can catch up on Oni's wave with a replay in case we missed something at the start. 11 minutes to go. And, okay, so a grab rail reverse for Oni Anwar.
So 4.05, that won't go into his score. And Ketut, oh, there were two waves ridden there by Oni. Okay.
Yeah.
Ketut's got a 5.65, so he did replace that 4.75. He's got a total now of 11.15.
Yeah, best wave of the heat for Ketut Agus.
And Oni he's got another score coming in, I believe.
No, he doesn't. One of the judges has dropped in a 3.5 that shouldn't be there. He got a 4.05 for his last wave.
Okay.
So that graphic on screen doesn't need to be there either. So yeah, that's it. Katoot has a 5.65 and a 5.5 to be in the lead. Oni Anwar is chasing a 5.75 to get that semi-final berth.
And the boys have been out there a full half an hour at this stage. Just in case you just flicked on the TV, we had a restart. We didn't have any waves ridden in the first 10 minutes. So our head judge, Ty Conahan, chose to start the heat again. So in essence, it's a 40-minute heat, but nothing happened in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a funny one, that 10-minute rule, because you'll often see, the sort of surfers looking at each other like, do we want to restart or do we not? Okay, here goes Oni Anwar. Speed to burn, but can he transfer it into anything? Nope. So that's just a bit of a speed run for Oni, and he is out of there.
Well, I guess that's why you said before, if there are waves that possibly could have been ridden, the judge will then make the decisions, because, you guess after 2 minutes, with 2 minutes remaining of that first 10, they might be chatting to each other saying, don't catch a wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how many times someone catches a wave with like 5 seconds to go.
Maybe
and there's a
after they've
collective
discussed,
sigh of relief around.
maybe after they've
the
discussed
event.
with each other as well, don't catch a wave, and then a good one comes.
Oh yeah, I mean you're not going to catch it.
So yeah, that next heat we'll see Daiki Tanaka versus Rogelio J.R. Esquivel. We discussed JR's abilities earlier. Okay, up with is Katoot. Throws a bit of spray there. Nice little off the white water. You're going to finish it off.
Oh, can he hang on to it? Not quite. That would have been a great score if he could have ridden out of that.
Unfortunately, came unstuck at the end. Had plenty of speed for that last manoeuvre. Here it is again. Here comes the speed. What happened here?
Just had his board get away from him a little bit, I think. It is a bit wobbly and wonky this morning. But Katoot's looking very good. He's looking very strong. I think being a little bit taller is probably helping him this morning. He's looking down the line and seeing sections that he likes. And definitely looks to be in the ascendancy in this heat. Oni Anwar definitely not out of it, but needs to start firing some shots, get rid of that 4.25. Just needs someone to break through and drop us, a 7 or an 8, and
exactly.
really
Open it right up,
yeah.
or almost take it right out. There's a lot of space between. That's the drone shot. So we've got Katoot paddling back out to the peak where Oni is. And the waves can be fairly long, even when it's sort of small here. Yesterday, there was twice as much space in between the surfers at times. I'm loving that drone shot. Okay, there's a solid looking one.
Yeah, this is Oni Anwar from deep. So, bottom turn, nice carve. Okay, he's on his way to a decent number, I think. If he can get a couple of turns together. 3 turns. He's still skating, still looking to find the open face. This one runs for him a little bit. So this is shaping up very nicely for Oni Anwar. He's not done yet either. Great wave from Oni. There it is. All right, that is the wave we were just talking about where someone needs to break this open. I think Oni Anwar has just done it with that wave. 5 or 6 turns in rapid fire succession. Plenty of variety. No real downtime. He had that one section that he had to get around, and we've seen often that's the section where the surfers just kick out, but Oni was like, I've got a line on this one, and was able to make it around and link together another 2 or 3 turns. So looking forward to this replay, Jerry.
Yeah, absolutely. First turn, money turn anyway. Nice little over the lip there. And another one. So already it could have been close to the best wave. Here's where he got round the white water. I didn't know he was going to get round. And as you said, normally they're pulling off right there, but he's seen something down the line and thought, I'm going to hang on here. And then he just goes whack. And he does it again. And he's a happy, happy boy. Yeah, that was a really good wave. Scores have not dropped in for us yet.
He needs a 5.75, which will be the best wave of the heat, and clearly that's the best wave of the heat.
Yes. Okay, so we've got the graphic up there. You'll see it as we see it. Let's see what the boys and girls down on the judging panel think of that.
Yeah, so it's a mixed panel of judges. There's a couple of Aussies, a couple of Japanese, a couple of Indonesians, and I believe there's some Filipino surfers judges as well.
Yeah, Wilmar and Rusta, they're down there. What Rusta's helping with the priority. Wilmar is one of the regular judges. So it's a great panel, a real Indonesian panel. And I said it the other day, we used almost the exact same panel last time at Shargo, and I'd be hoping to use the panel again at Shargo the next time. That'll be up to WSL to decide, but I mean, when you've got a good bunch of people that work together and do the job right, there's no reason not to bring them back.
I know Mark Clift just came up here from West Oz to run a judging seminar.
Yeah, he did. Oh, look at that.
There it is, an 8.75 for Oni Anwar. Easily the best wave of the morning, up into the excellent range. And he has well and truly woken up this heat with 4 minutes 20 to go. Ketut Agus now needing a similar score, an 8.51 his requirement. And here he goes, the man in the red jersey. First turn was strong, so this heat has come alive. Second turn was a big one as well, doing some damage, putting his rails to good work as he flies down the line. And this is going to be a solid number for Ketut as well.
Wow.
So it didn't have quite the length of Oni's wave, but it was dynamic, and it was just 4 big bashes in a row. Bang, 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 bang. And Ketut Agus is out of there. He's going to kiss his 5.5 goodbye. An 8.51 would put him into the lead.
It's come alive, hasn't it? You know, with 3.5 minutes to go.
A little bit of a double-up chip shot there. He had to work for it, but he did get in. And then that turn was great. The photo of that would be incredible. Open face carve, not as fluent as the first turn. Another carve sort of wrap, and then the big finish. He throws a lot of spray, doesn't he?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Got that height. And
okay, so here we go. Another exciting and nail-biting weight for a score. Yeah, 2 amazing waves within a minute or so of each other, probably a little more than a minute of each other, right at the end of the heat after almost 40 minutes of surfing. Pretty exciting way to finish the heat.
And Oni did this on the wave behind, so looking to get rid of his 5.4. Got hung up on the first turn, goes down. That'll be a minor number for the man from Lakey Peak.
He did get back out there for priority, which is probably going to be pretty handy with 2.5 minutes remaining. We haven't seen that score drop in yet for Ketut Agus. So the judges who we were just chatting about are debating down there. It's a big decision to make.
2 minutes 20 to go. And we're going to see these guys sitting right next to each other for the last 2 minutes. Oh.
Okay, still no score. Oh, yes, starting to pop in.
Well, Ketut Agus has answered back with an 8.85 to move into the lead. So the judges have called that the best wave of the heat. And fair enough, it was 4 big turns, a little bit of variety between them all. No downtime, just got the job done. So Oni Anwar is now looking for a 5.76, obviously very attainable. Ketut Agus takes off from deep under priority, has a look at that one, not interested. So the ball is in Oni Anwar's court right now. These two are great mates. They travel together all the time. Obviously, they're in Team Indonesia and they go to the ISA games and that kind of thing together. But right now, they won't be talking, that's for sure.
No
Oni Anwar's
way.
on the hunt for a 5.76. Ketut Agus has a look on the inside. He wants to get rid of his 5.65. Not going to happen on that one as he throws the tail and goes down. 1 minute remaining.
Oh, Oni's going to be desperate soon. I can spin my head and see if there's any sets out the back. I don't see a great deal.
not
There
a
is a
lot
bit of something
going
there, a
on.
little lump out there. He's probably going to have to pull the trigger regardless.
He's
Let's
a
see.
long way deep.
He
on
is
this
very
one.
deep. He's very deep. He's going regardless.
He's going, so... Okay, Oni Anwar is flying down the line. And you could tell that when that wave started to race off, And he just sort of gave a visible sigh. 25 seconds to go. Ketut Agus almost catching that wave, or paddling into that wave just to relocate, get himself a little bit closer to Oni. And these guys are going to sit right next to each other for the last 10 seconds, but I think Ketut Agus might have done it. And there it is. Ketut Agus is our first semi-finalist. The Bali boy is through, beats his compatriot Oni Anwar in what was a very slow start and what turned into a very exciting finish. That is a fantastic quarterfinal, hopefully setting the tone for an incredible day to come. Up next, Daiki Tanaka and JR Esquivel, the hometown hero. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro coming our way right after this.
Okay, welcome back. We're in our quarterfinal heat number 2. We have Daiki Tanaka from Japan and Rogelio JR Esquivel from right here in La Union in the Philippines. There's a drone shot. We're sitting just under the R of that thing that says Resort Restaurant. We want to thank you guys for allowing us this fantastic spot. That's the judging tower, the bottom white covering of the tents on the beach, and further up from that was where all the other officials and spectators hang out. That's JR. JR's out there waiting, and we have missed a wave during the start there, so Daiki got a wave there. John, we're here with John Carby for the first time this morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Finals day, I'm stoked, I'm excited. It's not the best conditions, but it's by all means rippable, like we saw at the end of that last heat. Nothing, 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 and boo bam.
It was crazy. In the last 5 minutes, you know, we had an 8.5, I think an 8.75. It was really, really interesting. We knew they were capable and it was going to happen. So this is Daiki's wave that we missed during the commercial break. So it was a pretty nice start. Plenty of speed. Nice wrap there. Bit of a white watery little wave there, and he's going to finish it off. And he did. He finished it off really nicely, I think.
He might not have finished yet. There it is, right up on the rocks.
Bit of a early call there by me. Yeah, so that was a 5.25. That's a pretty good way to start. I mean, in the last heat, that was you know, a second and a scoring wave. I think we're going to go down now to our interviewer and have a chat with Ketut Agus. So we'll take it down to you, Chris Binns.
Thank you, guys. Ketut Agus, you're through the semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell us about the heat, because it was a really slow start with the restart, and then it was a really big finish.
Yeah, the first start, it's pretty slow. We was trying to catch like the correct waves, the good waves, but there's no waves. I was thinking like, okay, chill, no waves. They're gonna restart the heat. And yeah, I'm really happy to get last result, get a 8 point something. But the first 8 Oni got, I was like, okay, let's play the games. And I was like, go out there and passion and the waves coming, and I just like, okay, this is a wave and I can get 9 point on this wave. And I just surf on it, and Oni was asking like, I think your waves is better, yeah? Yeah, for sure, better than your one. Like,
Did you see his wave?
yeah, I saw his wave. I was paddling out, going to outside, and I saw that 3 maneuver. I was like, okay, only playing the games. Let's try and playing the games too.
Watching you and Oni sit there and kind of was like, you had a 5, he had a 5, you had a 4. And we were sitting there going, something's got to happen. And then Oni got that wave. Did that fire you up? Because your wave was 4 really big turns.
Yeah, I was saw that waves and got 8. And for sure, I was like, okay, Oni has like the same turn. Okay, I need to mix the turn. So I mixed the turn and I got it higher than Oni's waves.
Very clever. Tell us about Oni, because he's just a legend of Indonesian surfing.
Yeah, he's the legend, and I really have a one hit with him again, because last time I have one hit with him was in El Salvador, and I got a second place, so we make it through to the next round. And from there, I was thinking like, okay, hopefully next time I will one hit with Oni again. And yeah, it happened today. And like, okay, this is the day I will showing all I have. Like, okay, let's do it. He's really surf really good. I really inspired from him, surfing really good. Even like he's doing air or reverse, I was like, wow, he's so easy to make that reverse, you know. I was like, okay, let's try, keep trying. I just like have that from him.
Nice. And you obviously love surfing here in the Philippines. Tell us about your experience so far.
Yeah, it's really good experience. Even for my first time, it's really good waves. Like even the third days, I guess, it's really windy, but it's still fun actually to surf like that waves.
And have you been getting much support from home?
Yeah, so many. Terima kasih untuk semuanya yang selalu support Indo Team. Tetaplah support Indo Team karena support itu berharga untuk kita. Jadi terima kasih untuk semuanya untuk supportnya.
Well, 2 heats to go. Ketut Agus, you're a legend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you, guys. That was a fun little interview. He's a super, super happy boy, Ketut.
And it's good insight that these guys are friends and they're actually chatting about their waves out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wave's better than yours, Oni.
That was pretty good. We did miss a couple of waves in the
Here we go.
interview there. So this is Daiki. Oh, we found a nice
saw
little
this.
peak there, a little spot to hit.
I believe this was his second score. I believe that was his 3.85. And JR, definitely his 4.25. We haven't seen the 5.25 yet, I don't think, from our surfer from Daiki at the start. But those were those two minimal scores. This was possibly this was the last wave he got. I saw this one, nice little chip, and then just gets caught up on that second one. So that's his 3.60 that we just saw there.
Didn't go into his highest score. He has a 5.25 and a 3.85.
Yep, and we saw the potential in that last heat, what numbers can actually get thrown out here. And I'm sure these guys are going to start producing.
Yeah, I mean, you think if anyone knows the lineup better than anyone else, maybe in the world, it's JR.
Exactly. Well, it sounds like a big statement, but by all means, he is the guy out there.
He is, yeah.
Big shout out to Marco. Went last night to have Mexican at his place down the road down here.
Marco Villarreal. Yeah,
Marco Villarreal.
I had a missed call from... Sorry, Marco, I did have a missed call from you. We seem to be playing phone chess. I called him, he wasn't there. He called me, I wasn't there. Marco's doing a great job down there. How's the food?
Oh, it was delicious. I was on my way actually to get some Japanese, and I met up with Tim Padden, and we ended up going down to the Mexican there. We got Warung Local this afternoon at lunchtime, going to give us some lunch. So
Epic.
Yeah. Last night was an appetizer. I can't wait to get a bit of Mark's food into me again. Great guy, great chef. Major part of Philippine surfing also, one of the OGs.
Marco's been part of it since almost right at the beginning, because he used to come down to Cloud9 and he'd judge and help with the events, and then he had a little break for a while, and then he was back. So he's a good man, Marco, a good surfer, and very, very helpful. So.
Belair, I believe he's from Belair down there. Big shout out to the guys down in Belair. And yeah, Marco would have been one of the legends of the region, and also up here now in La Union, establishing some businesses. Good Mexican. He's actually trained overseas, I believe, in Canada or something. So
I thought you were going to say trained in Mexico.
No, trained in Mexico, trained in Canada, so he knows how to treat us foreigners. We're in town also.
Nice.
Good guy.
And this is Daiki, keeping busy with no priority. Saw something there. I didn't see it from there, but he obviously did. That thing started very poorly, and this has ended up being quite a nice little wave. Hopefully he can get rid of that 3.85 and make it just a little harder for JR.
Yeah, what do you think about the competition going off yesterday? Good call, I think.
Yeah, look, it was a difficult one. It was, you know, kind of bumpy and messy, and they were stopped getting any decent scores yesterday. So,
oh, here's that replay. Let's go through this. It was opening wrap. That was a nice wave. This is the money turn as he comes up this section. Sets it up, stands up, and then straight up into the roof for another quick tap.
I don't know. There was a quick tap and a money turn then. I would have swapped them around.
Money turn, tap, tap, money turn.
Yeah, yeah.
Somewhere in that order. Let's see what the judges think of it. Number dropping in, that is his second best score of the heat so far, a 4.40, so into his top two, and then JR was getting to work out there. Sanding it nice and vertical, getting the fins a little bit high, a little bit of disconnect. JR losing too much rail on that one. And
I did hear them screaming in the background.
Yeah, so did I, and then I looked back and JR wasn't on the wave, so I figured something had happened. Yeah, I was sort of talking a bit with guys about why it was off, because there were still waves yesterday. We still had plenty of daylight. Basically come down to the competitors being pretty exhausted.
Yeah, look, it was a tough day out there. It was hard work. The paddle was just intense. And, you know, a lot of them, or almost all of them, had two surfs already.
Yeah.
So to throw them out there again, and they were half-an-hour surfs. Now, it doesn't sound a lot when you're surfing only an hour, but, you know, competition surfing has to knacker you twice or three times as much as regular surfing because you're racing back out there every time. The currents were against them. The wind was against them.
And the odd clean-up set was against them.
Yeah, so, you know, you could have run 4 more heats, I suppose, but I think it was a pretty good move. You know,
I think it was good. And I think one of the Japanese competitors said in his heat he was exhausted. And this is a fit young man, so little bit smaller today, so definitely more manageable. I think it was a good call, and it's setting up for a really good final.
I surfed for half an hour with you yesterday afternoon, and I was exhausted.
You almost ran over a sea snake too, which was a bit of a fun story.
Scared the crap out of me.
I thought you were bailing on a 2-foot beach break, but turns out there was a
I had seen it. I had seen the sea snake. It was dead, and it was floating in the water. It was really big, and I thought, I wonder where that's going to end up. I paddled for the next wave. It was right underneath me. And although it was dead, I didn't want to go anywhere near it.
No, and then you chose to dive on top of it without your board, which good fun. I was chuckling to myself before I found out the story, and then I chuckled to myself after I found out the story. Good fun down there, down at the cement factory.
Yeah, yeah.
Plenty of waves along this coastline.
I'm still not entirely sure if... So what happened was we went down there, we took the Volkswagens, had a fun little surf, no one else down there. There was a young kid on the beach, not on the beach, at the car park, and I'm not sure whether we were charged 20 pesos each to park the car or to go on the beach, not really sure. But he couldn't communicate to the boys. I got out of the surf after them, and they were like, why is this little kid chasing us around? And you know, that's the rule there, and that's the kid that does it, and he's supported by the barangay. And just so you know out there, 20 pesos is about 40 cents USD.
Yeah, don't get too caught up in the 20 peso charge.
No.
Just
it goes towards cleaning the beach, apparently. And
yeah, the kids were down there and hanging out for most of the afternoon with us too, which was pretty special, hanging out with some locals. I want to shout out to Ralph Texican, who's over there in Tokyo, of all places, watching his... part of the opposite crew, and he's over in Tokyo and he's watching with the guys over there, so big shout out to Ralph, Mad Dog.
Hello, Ralph. Okay, this is Daiki with a really nice looking wall in front of him. That was an epic first turn, really de-weighted his board, free fell out of that. He's going to try to hang on and see if he can get a finishing there. And it looks like he will get a couple more points,
right.
At least one more.
I can hear some applause on the beach. I can guarantee the local boys aren't cheering on Daiki, so JR also must have got a wave behind that. That was a nice wave. That was a really nice wave.
Yeah, that first manoeuvre, I'll call that first manoeuvre the money wave.
Okay.
The money manoeuvre. Okay, so JR isn't where he wanted to be, I imagine, so something must have happened on that wave. He didn't make it through.
No. It looked like a bigger set wave from what I saw as I sort of snapped my neck around when I heard a clap going on. It looked like a bigger wave. It'd be interesting if we have a replay. I think he might have gone for the one manoeuvre, and the scores will tell us if that's the case, because I know he didn't make it to the inside bay, so I heard claps and he was still on his feet, so...
They seemed like muffled claps. They stopped quickly. So my prediction is he went for something big and possibly didn't make it. Otherwise, there would have been screaming, not just claps.
So that one manoeuvre, a 4.30.
Well, that was Daike's wave.
Daike would have loved a little bit more on that, because that was setting up to be an absolutely sensational wave with that opening.
Yeah.
Here it is. Nice bowly wave, straight up into the lip line. And he carried the speed and everything through it. It's just the wave didn't really agree with him. And then...
Yeah, a lot of downtime, little cutback and some bouncing. And I think one more little turn, and that's it.
Yeah. The major highlight was the start, where he would have got all those points. Oh, there it was.
That was the manoeuvre. Okay, 2 manoeuvres finished. I'm surprised we didn't hear more and more screaming. I'll be that's going to come in as a big score. That was a very, very nice wave ridden by JR.
It is early.
That was 7.50.
7.50. Guess who's back in the game?
Guess who is in charge of the game?
There's the noises that we're hearing.
Yeah. They're screaming more for the score than the actual wave.
So JR's heat yesterday was incredible, the way he got through and came out of a crazy situation. He broke his board halfway through the heat. His body language looked bad. He looked like he was having one of his heats and all his luck had run out, so to speak. And then he actually jumped on, I think it was Ketut's wave. No, it wasn't Ketut, it was Ayman's wave. He got sort of pushed down by a section, pulled off. JR jumped on it, which is almost a risky move in this day and age where these guys can go past sections. And then he dropped his first 5 or 6, I think. And that was just momentum building. And then he dropped a massive score and got himself into the win. Oni was talking yesterday. He said he couldn't believe that no one was thinking about JR in that heat.
No, they'd given up on JR.
They'd given up on JR.
Broken boards, slumped shoulders, the whole deal.
It was Bronson and Oni and Ayman, and they were focused on each other. And meanwhile, JR's sitting on the inside, knocking the requirement down, and then typing it on the head and going through with the win.
Yeah, very impressive kid.
He is, and like you say, there's something about him that you just respect. He's quiet. He's got confidence in himself without being full of himself, and you don't know he's one of the best guys here until you talk to him.
And he rips.
Longboard, shortboard, hydrofoils, bodyboards. I don't know what we could put him on. Which
ironing board.
And he looks like he's building momentum.
Oh, yeah, he certainly is. There's no question he'll lose his 4.25 there, and he's going to make it really difficult for Daiki Tanaka, who's certainly capable. He's made it this far. He's in the quarterfinals. He's this powerful surfer, Daiki. JR is really stamping his name on this heat.
Absolutely. I was impressed in the round of 16, the quality of the field. It's been huge. Here we go, JR, straight up that vertical approach. Fin drift, giving it all the flavours that he can, a little bit of downtime. He's got this really nice fast snap too that throws those buckets over the water. Once again, a little transition, float, nice wrap again. And then a nice little vertical. Gets that board up there. I'd say that one's about 11.35.
Oh, I would say pretty close to 11.35, yes. And
Nice
a 6.25. So, yeah, he has really, really come to play. 7.50 and a 6.25. So, Daiki with 12 minutes remaining needs an 8.50 to move into the first place.
And that's the joy of these 30-minute heats. Because it is a little bit slow out there, it does give time for these heats to warm up, for the guys to sort of get in a position where they know where the waves are, relax into the rhythm and everything like that. And it's exactly what JR's done. Yeah,
I was stressing out a bit after the first 10 minutes. I thought, is this just, are these waves just dying as we speak? What's going to happen here? But it soon turned around.
And we're actually on the way to the low tide, Jerry. I heard you mention that the tide's filling in. It's actually going out for the next probably half hour or so more.
Oh, it hasn't reached the bottom of the tide.
Hasn't reached the bottom, and then it slowly fills back in throughout the day. It's almost a pretty low tide today. We must be heading towards that half moon phase of the month. And it's not a massive tide. It's not growing. It's not going to go too high. So it's just slowly going to fill in throughout the day. So basically the conditions we're watching is going to be the conditions we're watching, other than a little bit, hopefully, of a push as that tide comes back the other way.
Sure, and the other thing that tends to happen here is a little bit of breeze comes up. But with these kind of waves, the breeze may be helpful for those wanting to go to the air.
we like the air. It's always impressive. Oni was throwing some airs.
Yes, yes.
Of course he was. He did speak about it yesterday. I had a brief conversation with Oni there, and he knows because of the quality of the field. He was a little bit worried about it. He didn't know what to do because he was a little bit rattled from his heat, from what JR done to him.
Yep. Well, he
and
got burnt at the end of the heat last heat as well,
got
you know.
burnt.
So he's had 2 in a row. At least he made it through the previous one. That one was just, you know, an amazing wave from Katut at the end. He got exactly what he needed.
He did, and yeah, and I talked a little bit to Oni. He's got one of those high IQs when it comes to strategies and heats and sort of how he can download and upload everything. So I was testimony to Katut, who outplayed him on that one. He said, all right, Oni's here to play the game, so I'm here to play the game too.
Well, the beauty was that, you know, there was only 3 and a bit minutes to go, and Oni scored that 8.25 or something. And, you know, easily Katut could have slumped the shoulders then. I thought, oh, that's the first one. That'll be the only one. We've only been getting 5s. But he didn't. He just said, well, that fires me up more than anything, and I'm going to go and get you. And from Chris Binns' interview, it was almost like that's what he said to him.
It did, and he didn't. And then he went that step further and said, okay, Oni's wave was like this. He got an 8, and he did a few of the similar turns, so I'm going to actually
Mix it up.
For me, I'm just looking at a section and trying not to bust a knee out and try to make a turn. And then I'm not even thinking about the next turn.
Of course not. So Joe Azuchi and Kijiro Nishi will be up next. Both a couple of Japanese lads. So they will be fighting each other to get into the semi-final.
Those nice bright jerseys down there as the boys on the drone shot. They're made by Fluid Surf. Bjorn.
Oh, Bjorn, yeah, okay.
Bjorn made our jerseys for this event. Big shout out to Fluid Surf.
Yeah, and Bjorn and family, lovely wife and young fella. So he does a lot of surfing. He goes to most of the events.
He is. He's a big part of UPSA. He's a big part of
And he's
Surfing Philippines and the professionalising from day one.
And
These
he's got a
guys have been
cool
involved.
beard.
He has got a cool beard. He had to trim it while in Chargao for a little bit, but now it's back to its beautiful self.
Good to see. And there's JR paddling
Oh,
hard.
he wants it.
Sees something down the line, I hope.
He
No,
did.
doesn't,
He did see something down the line, but that little
Was a little too far
bobble,
down the line.
little bobble in the paddle, probably he wouldn't have wanted that. He knows where he can get to. I reckon that little false start on his paddle.
Bit of a shout out to my lovely wife and daughter back there in Cronulla. Hope you're having a great day.
I'm also shouting out to my beautiful daughter, sending me all the pictures from home that I'm missing out.
Nice.
Yep, I'm just showing
Nice.
Jerry a picture from my daughter he sent this morning of our stupid cat with its head stuck in something, which gives me a little bit of pleasure because the cat bugs me all day and all night. And shout out to my wife, Christine, and my 2 kids, Chili and Asher. Hopefully they're in school by this stage and not listening to me anyway.
Hopefully.
They're pretty good kids. And she's a pretty good wife. She's the best. Love you, Christine.
She's the second best. Mine's the best.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a sponsor up in our right-hand corner, little watermark. That was VW, and Red Bull is one of our sponsors too. I think they'll run through the sponsors there. Do you want to tell us who they are, John? You probably
Okay,
know a bit
so
more than me about them.
Big thank you to Next Gen Philippines. We got Smart. I'm going to go rattle through them. We're going to go Alima. We're going to go on the ones on screen. And then I'll get to what we got going on. There's the province of La Union. And there's Next Gen, who I brought up before. And Next Gen's logo may stay up there in the corner, as they are the major supporters of here. And then there's the Department of Tourism. Oh, Daiki sending it on that one. I love La Union. That's one of their logos there. Find the one in La Union. Not necessarily the love of your life, but you might just fall in love with La Union. It's a bit of a play. There's Lamari Chargao, also one of our big supporters here. Lamari Chargao. San Miguel Infrastructure.
Well, that was interesting there. JR really wanted that wave, but of course Daiki had priority and took the wave, and unfortunately didn't pay off for him. He went for a huge manoeuvre.
It would have. This is the surfing that he's going to have to put out with this dying 5 minutes. It's no more safe surfing to get the scores. It's you're going to have to get up there. He's looking for an 8.5, And he was looking at 8.5 surfing there. If he had made that manoeuvre, linked it up and got a couple more, it would have been up into that excellent state.
You would definitely think so. So not only did he not make the manoeuvre, but he lost priority, and as you just mentioned, he needs an 8.5. It's getting a taller order as the seconds tick away.
It is. So JR now 5 minutes, a little bit too long to start playing the strategy game.
I think so, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of waves. They've had 6 waves apiece.
Yep, JR's not going to give him too much breathing room here. He's going to start applying that pressure to Dakey, just trying to get in his head a little bit, saying, hey Dakey, I am here. This is my beach.
And Dakey's going to try to sell him.
He is.
Which he didn't do there.
Aha. Selling it to the silent assassin out there.
Yeah, well, I think Roger's experienced enough now, and he knows the wave well enough that he won't be sold. You know, he can look down the line and see what kind of scoring potential is on each wave. Maybe if it was a different competitor, not from here, possibly.
Looks like some sets rolling in. Yeah, that could have been a good sell. That's the art of the salesman, right?
You would make an epic salesman, John.
Some of the things I've called people on into Shargao and Cloud9 just for fun. Yeah. And then you sort of sit back and go, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
So Dakey's up and riding, and he's out of there.
But I learnt that from the wonderful Kyron Rathbone, who used to sit there and call me onto stupid waves.
Yeah.
And me being sort of relatively new to the area, not knowing Cloud9 so well, I met that reef time after time on the back of Kyron while you just show up and there's a big smile on his face because he got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah. Kyron was pretty good at the Cloud9, knew what he was doing, got plenty of barrels, and was a popular figure there while he lived there for a few years.
Yeah, he was there for a few years. Shipstern local, so it was child's play for him out there at Cloud9.
Absolutely.
I think he was one of the first, I think he may have been the first surfer to sup Cloud9.
I think
so.
No,
sorry, Shipsterns.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first guy to take to it, which is, left. What's he going to do on this? Interesting.
Yeah, 2 nice bangs there. Will he get rid of his 4.40? I struggle to think it's going to be an 8.50.
Yeah, and
he really needs to get more than a 5.25 to really help him along.
Yeah, it's first left of the morning. Here we go. It's 2 solid turns. There's no doubt about that. Buckets of spray going off there.
Yeah, second one more vertical than the first.
Yep, got the fin drift, got it around. It's a nice wave. Like I said, I don't know where the judges will go with it because it's a left and we haven't really seen any.
No.
Is that it there? The 3 point?
I think it is the 3.90.
3.90, so not contributing anything to that one. He's got a bucket full of waves, though. He's got eight waves.
So I remember, he's going to go again, in the early days of Cloud9 when the locals first started. So there were some locals who surfed early days as well. Neil, Bertay, amongst some of them. And I'd be out there early and there'd be a bunch of kids came out and all I would need to do is swing my board about 1 degree and everyone would start paddling. So, I'd see the further one out the back and go and get rid of 3 of them straight off the bat.
That's why this sport's so fun. There's actually so many games you can play and get involved in. We have 2 minutes remaining. Speaking of games, there's one going on right now.
Yeah.
And it is where Dakey is trying to chase down J.R. Esquivel, and J.R. Esquivel is going to try to do everything he can to hold onto his lead and priority.
Exactly. And while I mentioned Neil Berto, I've got to mention Rudy Figueron as well. Rudy and Rudy's brother. They were the 3 surfers that surfed when I got there in 95, the 3 local surfers.
And I can still enjoy a good surf with Rudy out there to
Rudy hasn't given up, that's for sure.
He hasn't given up. He still charges.
Neil's a hardcore bike rider these days. Okay, so JR is not letting him take that with 1.5 minutes to go. Nice float there. Fins free, made it round, made it look really easy.
Little spinner, will he get to the open section? They want him to, he is.
Of course he's getting to the open section. Another great float. And he hasn't finished.
Nice little fin drift on the finish. He is going to town on this thing. I think he might come in after that one. He's got another semi-final he's going to have to surf today.
Yeah, it's looking very much that way. I mean, He may well take it out of Daiki's hands with that wave.
Possible combination situation coming into play.
Possibly. 45 seconds to go. What did he do here, Johnny?
Little lip line float. That's more of a transition move. I didn't actually see that one coming. I thought he was going to go for a similar move with that section sort of breaking away from him. I was expecting transition float, not a transition reverse.
Yeah.
And then he got to the end and done some more work. Great little wave, nice little fin drift on the inside. He just kept going. Didn't get time for a fist pump on that one.
Yeah, 5.75. You know, watching the replay wasn't quite as exciting as I at first thought. But with 10 seconds to go, Daiki still needs an 8.5. He's cheering. We don't even know if there's any waves coming through.
He's not even looking. JR's got his eyes on his friends and family. He's booked himself a place in the semi-final, and the Cinderella story continues for JR Esquivel.
Absolutely. Can it continue all the way? Let's hope so. There's Jeff Delatorre wrapping the Philippine flag right around him, and the boys are so stoked.
You're going to hear these guys get louder and louder as JR progresses through. So let's take a break. Be epic to catch up with JR down there on the beach if he can ever get through this crowd.
Absolutely.
Let's take a break.
La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves. It's that's beautiful, the food, it's so good, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here, and the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally it's like this front and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, no, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction. That's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! He's a dream car, bro.
There's JR on the beach. We're just enjoying and digesting that ad from Volkswagen, one of our sponsors here. Marama, Oni, Annie. Who else was in the
Anissa, Oni Anwar. Thanks, and Roger.
And Roger.
Thanks for that ad, boys and girls.
Obviously, they know their car's pretty good. Annie's just sitting in the back saying you can enjoy the car from the back.
I want to buy a Volkswagen now. Justin Ilagan, thanks for hooking us up.
Absolutely, and big thank you to Volkswagen. And thanks for Gabs and the team that put together that ad. Thanks for the guys. You guys just do you. I love it. Here's a replay of the opening wave of Keji. Straight to work. This is in the first minute, I'm guessing, if we're only 3 minutes in so far. This is our replay. Nice looking bowl all the way through. This is that weird section where a lot of people are hanging on. It's more beneficial to sort of get up, unless you're JR, who just keeps going.
Yeah, local knowledge. So JR is into the semifinals. He's in the semis with Ketut Agos, I think. And
there's the noises down from the beach, which means JR must be getting close to the area where he's going to get talked to by Jerry Deegan, but we'll just keep our eyes on the screen for a while. And Joe also got started nice and early with a 2.15. Keji's got a score to drop in, so let's let the judges lock that, and we will get Jerry Deegan down with local and happiest guy on the beach right now, JR Esquivel. Take it to you guys.
JR Esquivel, masterful performance. That was just amazing. Started kind of slowly, and then you just exploded. Give me your thoughts on the heat.
It was kind of hard there because the wave is like it's hard to read because some of the sets is closed out. So I just decided to like wait for the better one for the medium size, and luckily there's 2 waves that I got. Yeah, it's so hard there because Daiki got the first good score, so I was a little bit pressured that time. Yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit rattled early because obviously you're the favourite here. There's an awful lot of pressure on you. You know, you took out the longboarding event. We're hoping you're going to take out the shortboarding event. Are you feeling the pressure from the crowd or more from yourself?
Actually, I feel pressure from myself because it was like I need to win this one because a lot of people like watching me, my friends, my family is here. I was like, I need to like show them that I can get good scores like that.
Well, you did get good scores, and you got 2 really good scores. And, you know, you just looked comfortable out there. You obviously know the wave better than the others. What kind of advantage is it being a local here?
It's a big advantage for us because like we know the waves, where it breaks, where is the place to stay, and where the breaks, the set breaks, especially the big ones. Like we know where to get it, and yeah, that's a big advantage for us.
Without question. So before we sign off, would you like to say something to your family and friends?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank to my sponsors, Surftown La Union, Kuya Errol, Alima, LU Surf Team, Esquivel Surf Camp, and syempre sa lahat ng Pilipino na nandito sumusuporta sa amin. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Patuloy po kayong sumuporta sa amin, and laban lang.
Well, congratulations, and everyone on the beach is cheering for you. So carry on through, and we'll see you in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
All right. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Jerry. That's Jerry with a local boy. JR Esquivel straight into the semifinals. Actually, the semifinals is finalists already, right? Whoever loses in the semifinals gets equal third.
Yeah, this is definitely,
That's a replay of Surfer in Red's first wave.
Oh, was it, Joe? So if he had landed that thing, that was a huge fin blast. He almost dug it out. Ken Surf, here we go again. This is live action. Sending nice tail high, sort of.
It's going big straight away.
He knows this is going to be a tough heat.
I think funny, he won his heat yesterday and he didn't know he won, and he went home.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have to call him for the interview. He broke his board too yesterday, I believe.
He was the second heat, so JR broke his board. Joel was in the heat after, broke his board and did a similar thing.
Yep, here we go.
Look at that. Got that tail nice and high. That would have been one of the nice cleaner airs that we've seen throughout this event.
If he made that, that would be a massive score.
That's committed. That was actually one of those rare proper lip lines that you get down here at La Union Mona Lisa Point too.
That section on the outside that jacks up to is a heavy section.
That's the bowl?
Yep.
It is a pretty interesting wave. I've been here on previous occasions. If you go just a little bit further up the point, there can be a pretty gnarly, heavy barrel section. Have you seen anyone really get the rewards on that?
Sometimes the boy would surf there. The funny thing with the point is, it changes all the time.
Yeah.
Like on a low tide, it's a different wave. On a high tide, it's a different wave. On a west swell, it's a different wave. Yeah, it has its...
Yeah, my memories obviously go back to the SEA Games, and we were trying to figure out yesterday, was it bigger yesterday or was it bigger in the SEA Games? I think it was a different swell, so it was really hard to sort of figure it out.
Yeah, I think SEA Games was way bigger because the whole bay was closing out.
It was.
But yesterday was some big sets there. Yeah.
There was
we went out yesterday afternoon, and yeah, there's a lot of water moving.
I saw you out there sending it.
I wish I was. Yeah, a lot of water movement, and the beach break was fun too yesterday. I heard you guys went somewhere else.
We did go somewhere else. What's up at the cement factory up there?
Bucknawton.
Bucknawton. Yeah, like I said, it's one of these regions you can come to and find a beach break to yourself.
Yeah.
And there's not too many secrets up here for you guys. You guys are pretty liberal and giving with your waves.
Yep.
It's all good vibes down here at La Union. No real localism or anything like that.
So tonight we're gonna have the awarding right here in front. It's hosted by the Department of Tourism.
Beach party.
Region 1, yep. We're gonna have a awarding and a beach party down here. And the after party is gonna be at Flotsam and Jetsam. Shout out to John C. for hooking us up, fixing that that party for us with the DOT also.
Yep, great when local business and LGUs and tourism works together. It just makes sense, right? That's why we're doing all this, to benefit the local and the local economy.
Yeah, that's for sure. The governor's behind this, the vice governor's behind this, the congressman is behind this, the mayor's behind this, the barangay captain's behind this. So yeah, everyone and our leaders of this province are all behind this competition. So it's so good to see. Here we go.
Surfer in blue has priority. Surfer in red doing well there, because in danger of sort of paddling a little bit too far on that. And if you sort of crush the section, then you can be done for an interference when you affect the other surfer's wave in any way, shape or form. So, of course, Joel, being a smart surfer, he's got off that nice and early and sort of sold that one, I believe, for... He's got the opportunity to sit and have a look at that one. He sort of sold that one to Joel, and now Keji can sort of sit out there with priority and start getting serious, looking for a 6.85 at this stage, but he's got those two throwaways, two incomplete moves, which if he landed both of those, he would be in a very commanding situation in this heat so far.
Yeah. Would like to thank Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, the local municipality of San Juan, San Miguel Infrastructure, PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen, and Red Bull Philippines.
Yep, it's great to see. I guess it's the youth of the leaders here in San Juan. Also, the Governor Rafi.
Yeah, she's young, yeah.
She's young and woman and doing great things. I don't know, there seems to be this movement in the Philippines at the moment. There's a lot of young, youthful leaders now sort of taking office, and...
New blood.
New blood. It seems like a fresh, new Philippines almost.
They have different perspective too of the future, I guess.
Yeah, and one of the good things is that's what Next Gen sort of is their vision, is to sort of connect the private and the government now, and sports on their list of things to do, raising up some of the provincial areas to raise the tide of the Philippines, because they realise sometimes the city crew gets a bit more benefits than the province and the outer skirts of the Philippines, and they've recognised that. They sort of came on board and started establishing old shush while still these guys are sort of tic-tac and not actually getting anything vicious out there at the moment, nothing major on their boards. Next Gen really established and got a boost when Typhoon Odette hit Siargao. This is where they really put their vision into practice and came out, and they were a big driver in the private sector there with the Aid IOTA to help the local community. IOTA to help the local community get back on their feet. They met some really cool people in there. They've connected and these friendships have formed. So big maraming salamat to Next Gen for A, your commitment to the community, and B, taking us along with you.
Thank you, boys,
kicking in
from
and
Next
presenting
Gen.
this event along with UPSA. Pretty cool.
Super, yeah.
They were actually the ones who got my wife a satellite phone a few days after the typhoon, when we couldn't even let our families know that we were actually alive and what the situation was. So they've got a special part in my heart, and I appreciate them in everything that they do and what they're doing for the Filipinos more than anything else.
Nice. Here's some sets rolling in. Surfer in red has priority.
Ooh, let this one go. That could have been a nice little wave. Looked like it was going to close out for a section, but it's holding its form. And blue having a look at this one. Nice little snap on that first one. Followed by Rap looking towards this end section. Trying to get his fins free and get his completion. He's just trying to... He's going to get rid of that three,
Yeah,
I think.
for sure.
And now the pressure is going to be on Joe, who's sitting out there with priority, and a set's bearing down on him.
Here's a replay of Surfer in Blue. First hit, straight into the next. And just hitting that in the closeout section. There you go.
Oh, we're going to have to see a replay of red after this, I hope. While we're watching that replay of blue, Joe did have another swing, and he might need to start getting a score on the board because he went for it again. Inside out, upside down. It would have been impressive. But yet to get a decent score on the board. Who goes? He's got this section. Look at the speed he can get.
Ooh, that
upside
was
down, inside out. I can see what's on his mind, but I'm sure 15 minutes in, as we approach the halfway, he's going to have to settle down and start getting to work now, because that last wave yet to drop in from blue. Kijioro Anishi, it's let the judges take that one as three good hits. Numbers are starting to drop in now, and Joe Azuchi will have a new requirement by the looks of things. There it is, a 4.65. 8.5 now for Joe. Definitely possible with two waves. And if he lands one of these maneuvers, it could be done in one.
Yeah, he needs an 8.5 and one scoring 8.5 to advance. So currently in first we have Surfer in Blue with a 6 and a 4.65. And in second we have Red, who needs an 8.5 to advance. Here we go again, Surfer in Blue up and down. Shout out to our friends from Samar, Rupert Ambil. He was here a few days ago.
He was here a few days ago.
Rupert is one of the key persons for having our local events in Samar organized.
And the East Samar Board Riders Club up there. We've got
the Samar boys, the Giwan boys too.
Yeah, it's a good crew over there in that Samar region.
Yeah.
A lot of guys. What's his name? That's a bit harsh. Tony Bryan, part of the crew over there.
Brian, and Abdel, and Coyote.
Coyote. Everyone loves Coyote. Miss him, one of the happiest little blokes you'll meet. And he rips too.
Yeah, he does. Shout out to all the LUSC, the La Union Surf Club members, making sure the Surf Town Beach is safe, always by their surf schools.
Yep, we got Cesar over there in Siargao.
Teaching and making sure the swimmers are safe.
You guys have got it really on point down here with your Board Riders Club, I must say. I think if the blueprint for Board Riders Clubs and surf schools and everything like that, where safety is important, good times, good vibes, and also the structure where you've got equal playing field throughout the surfing schools down there. So everyone's getting business, not just... And you're sort of all coming up together, which is really, really impressive and actually really benefits everybody.
Oh, did John...
Was that a block? It looks like he has. He's definitely made sure that Blue didn't get an opportunity. So that's a blocking priority change there.
He paddled for that wave, so he lost his priority. So now priority's on Surfer in Blue.
Red did enough, and then he stopped to make it look like maybe he didn't.
He was going to sell it, I think, no?
Yeah, he did try to sell it. I don't know, that was a strange situation. He looked straight at the priority board, so he knew he knew it was coming, and literally 2 seconds later the beach announcer has called it. Priority judge has told him not what you want to do when you're chasing your score. Second priority, so just a little mistake there.
He has caught 4 waves. Surfer in Blue has caught 5. So there's a lot of waves out there.
There's plenty of waves, and Joe Azuchi has just been sending it. 4 waves, he's gone for it on every occasion.
Oh, what happened to that?
Just sort of broken his neck, I think. Usually hard to stand up with what is 100 litres coming down on your neck at the same time.
So yeah, after this we have Surfer in Red, Kian Martin, and Tenchi Iwami in Blue for the quarterfinals Heat 4.
It's going to be another good heat.
For sure.
I said any one of these could be a final. It's an amazing playing field. the quality of surfing has been amazing throughout the entire event. Longboard, shortboard, women, men's. It's just been a really great display of Asian surfing.
I still can't believe JR won the longboard and now he's in the finals of the shortboard.
Semi-finals?
Semi-finals.
It's amazing. It's
Imagine if he wins this.
Cinderella story. and that's the thing. It's well within his striking range. The way he's surfing, the way he's putting his heats together out there. It's going to be pretty intimidating for the guy who's in his semi-final. Might be Ketut. We'll be seeing him in the semi-final.
Yes, Ketut and him in the semi-finals.
Yeah, which is, it's going to be one of the heats I'm either going to be calling. If not, I'll be sitting front and center on the beach to see how it goes down, because that's going to be another great bash out.
JR is such a quiet kid.
He is.
Seems like like a silent killer.
He is.
So quiet.
The assassin.
Yeah. Here we go. Surfer in blue. Red needs an 8.5.
Ooh, here he goes. This is
good first turn. Oh, I just missed that again.
It's not when you want to have this surf where you just can't quite put it together, and it feels as of this moment that's where Joe Azuchi is sort of sitting. He's got all the tools to get this thing done. Just can't quite finish it. This second turn again was going to be the money turn. That's sort of how we saw Bronson Maedi doing it yesterday, with those little bit of extra pizzazz in his turns, getting those fins
Extra
free.
flair, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just that flavour that the judges love.
Here we go again.
So a 3.5, so he's finally got a score, and that was just on that one turn alone. So that's what the judges will, they obviously like what he does. 7.15 he needs now. And I'm sure that Kurajura is just not comfortable at this stage. Every time he looks back and sees Joe floating around in the water, he's got to be smiling to himself. But once again, countrymen. We saw the Indonesians, Oni and Ketut, out there before. They openly talk and discuss things. I have a feeling that the Japanese have a bit more of a business-like approach when it comes to this. I don't think they'd be talking, do you?
Yeah, I think they're gnarly competitors.
Gnarly, right? They are setting the standard also here in surfing.
It's so good to see these Japanese kids come here and showcase their talents. These local boys learn a lot from these pros that come here.
Yeah.
Just the approach on the wave, how they prepare themselves. They're down there stretching 10, 15 minutes before their heat. They have their extra board in place, fins, leash. They're really setting the standard.
And it's waxed up, ready to go.
The what?
And it's waxed up, ready to go. It was good to see JR's caddy on the beach there yesterday.
That's his brother, actually, June Esquivel.
June Esquivel. He was ready to strike. So, like you said, JR is one of those guys that you wouldn't be surprised if he was an accountant or something. He doesn't put off much of a surfer vibe until you're sitting next to him in the water and he's sending an air reverse over your head.
The kid's so competitive. I took him to Oki's Grom Comp in Malaysia when he was 12 years old. When we got there, so he joined the Grom Comp, and there was a local surf comp happening the same time. There was an open division, so he joined it too, the open division.
The open?
And this 12-year-old got second runner-up.
Really?
The open, yeah.
At a Oki comp?
Yeah, but he won the Oki comp.
He won the Oki comp?
He won the Oki comp, and he joined the open division, and he got second place.
So that might help explain why JR is such a competitor. It is initiatives like that where we need to support that next generation and give them an opportunity to... Here we go.
Surfer
this is an
inlet.
important wave.
Needs a 7.15. Good first turn.
Oh. You can see he's almost dropped it back a gear to try to get a score on, and he's still sort of not quite linking those things together. It's not the time when you want to have this bad surf, but he's with that opening wrap, shoulders open, textbook style, no pumping between, and then loses.
I think it has to do with the low tide, and the tide is still going out. Maybe it's pushing much water That's why we've seen him get hung up there on that lip a few times already.
Yeah, well, here he goes. He's gone a little one on the shoulder as well. At the moment, I'm sure he's just trying to shake off these. Just get a little bit of flow here. This one's moving. Once again, this is where the head game's come into play. He hasn't got that score that he's wanted so far. He's looking for confidence, I feel, at this stage. When you start to get in that bad rhythm, it can have that effect on you mentally.
You have to reset, yeah?
Yep. So once again, his style is faultless. Just bogging a few rails here and there seems to be what's letting him down at the moment. And the judges notice those little errors.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing our team learned from Adam Duffner.
The Duff.
Yeah.
Shout out to Adam Duffner.
Shout out to Adam Duffner. He has taught a lot of techniques to our Filipino surfers through the last 3 ISA games. And yeah, he always letting these kids remember how to reset.
Yeah.
You have to have plan A and you have a plan B, even to a plan C if nothing works for you.
Absolutely, and trying to stay out of that negative mind space and turning to that something that sort of brings you back up into the light, so to speak, where you do, like you said, reset and go out there and pretend now. So there he is now. He's bettered his score, so he's got a 4.50 for that last one, a 6.15.
Better than chasing an 8.5 earlier.
And yeah, when you hear that number drop in, like finally a 4.5, he's like, okay, I now need to give it a little bit more. With 4 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time to do it. And as we've seen in his surfing, both of these guys, I'm still waiting for a surfer in blue to get one of his biggest scores, you know what I mean? So he's definitely not feeling safe. He's on a 6 and a 4, 6.5. He'll be desperate to get rid of that 4.65.
Yeah, for sure. He has priority. There's 4 minutes left. So he's sitting at the back now, just waiting for that wave to come.
It's Kai Gerald, but I believe his name is Kiji, right? Nickname is Kiji?
K.
KG?
Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying earlier, those early Grom Comp years for those surfers are very, very important for most of the surfers. It becomes who they are right now. Like at a young stage, you get them exposed.
Yeah, it's just the opportunity to, is this for me or is this not for me? It's a pretty easy decision for some kids. Other kids try it out and then they want to free surf.
So yeah, JR always been a very nasty competitor. He plays basketball really well. Really, really well.
I feel that he's one of those guys, you give him whatever and he'll do whatever really well.
He'll play beach volleyball and he plays really well. You play chess or Monopoly, he's so competitive and he gets frustrated if he doesn't win. Yeah, I grew up with his older brother. His name's Pox.
Pox, he
was in heaven now. Here we go, surfer in blue. Straight big first turn. And just a tap on that.
GG, there we go. He's happy because he feels he's got rid of that 4. We'll see where the judges go with that one. Like you said, he's been quite patient out there. Nice vertical snap. Look at that opening move. Fins out. Smooth finish. Little twofer.
And a claim.
Was that for the judges or was that for emotion, you think?
I think he's just happy he got 1-2 combo straight up.
He
in
sat
a
there
span
for a
of
long
2
time.
meters.
He sat there for a long time.
Here we go. Surfer in red needs a 6.15, and he wants to make sure he gets an opportunity in the wave that will produce a 6.15.
1 minute 30. Waiting for that score
of blue
of Nishi to drop in. Here we go. Patience, a big wide set. Just come through and clean them up. Where'd that come from?
One of the bigger sets of today. There we go. There you go. Surfer in blue drops a 6.15. Betters his 4.65. So now Surfer in Red needs a 7.65.
And
Surfer in Red has priority.
here he goes.
Here he goes.
This is a nice size wave. This seems to be the story of Joe today. Unfortunately, he's going to be really disappointed in not landing some of these.
Here we go again. I see him.
I don't know how the judges are going to reward a smaller inside section wave.
He has to go crazy on the inside.
He has to go crazy. I know he wants to. He's been going crazy this whole heat. He's looking for that section on the inside.
He knows too, I think.
He knows.
There you go. John Azuchi is actually halfway to the beach break.
He is with 20 seconds on the clock, so it looks like
another backside into the semifinals.
Ooh.
So we have, in Heat 1, we have JR, a backside, and Katut, a frontside.
Yeah.
And now, in Heat 2, we have KG, a backside, and possibly in Heat 4 of quarterfinals, we have Kian and Tenchi. I think both of them are frontside. So we have 2 backside and 2 frontside. There you go, KG into the semifinals. He's happy.
Look at that smile.
Big smile.
I'll head down there and catch up with him on the beach shortly. Let's take till break.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of NextGen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, NextGen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
There you go. That was an ad from our major sponsor, NextGen. NextGen has really support Philippine surfing, making sure we get all these comps, we get all the proper programs for our grassroots. So our grassroots are young surfers around the Philippines. So we're gonna go down and interview last heat's winner, KG, in a bit.
Wow. Morning, Luke. This is, I have to say, one of a opening ride that Kian would love to have, you know, a strong open phase right there. I think Kian feeling good on that one. He's having his Asian representation of the World Pro Junior. So this is like 1 and 2 in the Asian Pro Junior rank for last year. Tenshi Iwami and also Kian Martin. They both represent Asia on the World Pro Junior last month.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So this is the heat to determine who is #1 in Asia for the junior. Wow. In the first heat we saw
Okay, we'll go down to interview KG with John Carby. Back to you, John.
Hey, thanks guys. Here I am down on the beach with our second semi-final as Keiji Nishi. You must be stoked.
Yeah, pretty slow heat, but so excited.
That was a little bit of a different heat. It was a little bit slow out there. You held on to a 4.0, 4.5 for a very long time out there. You had a 6. Did you feel safe out there with Joe?
Yeah, Joe maybe kind of big score. He can get big score, so I can get I must get a big square wave.
Yeah, it came in that sort of last few minutes there. We ended up getting that backup 6. I actually saw the relief that you got that second score, which made it really hard, right?
Yeah, so hard. So long time waiting, maybe 15 minutes. Maybe so lucky to get 6.3. Yeah.
Yeah, well, your surfing was super smooth. You did exactly what you needed to. I noticed you've got O'Neill sticker on your board. They're one of your major sponsors?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so do you want to speak Nihongo, talk to your family and friends, and thank your sponsors?
いつもサポートしてくれている日本の皆さん、応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, there we have it, guys. Keiji Nishi going through into the semi-finals. Stay tuned. Can't wait to see you in action in the semis. All the best, and we wish you luck. Up to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Kei into the semifinals. Thanks, John. So during that, we have Surfer in Blue drop a 6.5, and Surfer in Red drop a 4.75 and a 5.65. There's a lot of time, 25 minutes.
Yeah. So on the last heat, we have Keijiro Nishi. He's currently sitting in the 17th on the rank of Asia. So this is Kian Martin. He's sitting on the 2nd position right now. This is his replay. This is his second ride, Luke. A little bit of just, tap on the top of the wave there. Nothing really major right now. Wrap around. Looks like he's going to able to get one more finishing here on the end of this wave, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing major, but that wave was pretty hard to surf, and he maximized what he can do on that wave.
And this is Tenshi Iwami's, I have to say that was his first opening ride, a 6.5. So Tenshi here, you can see he's using more of his rail. Maybe that's the reason why judges giving him a better score. I have to say Kian have a longer ride, but Tenshi, I think he's maximizing the the power surfing, making sure like maximizing the condition today. Condition is a bit. I would have to say it's a bit cleaner than this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna get cleaner all throughout the day once that tide comes in. Also, just hope the wind doesn't pick up.
So yeah, on this.
Is that for the Asia region?
Yeah. So right now, Oni Anwar is still sitting in the first place. We will have some reshuffle going on after this event finish.
The 5,000 of Oni is from last year's.
No, from this year.
Oh.
So Oni already collecting a 5,000 plus point. One of the reason why, because he did really good in Nias. He finished 5th. So here we go, live action from Tenshi Iwami. Tenshi is currently sitting on 25th right now, so he need a major result here.
Here we go, trying to milk into the inside, and a big strong turn on the inside too.
He's surfing really solid, I have to say. One of the young Japanese that we have to keep eye on. Young Tenshi Iwami.
Here we go, first hit, first snap.
That's a strong one. Yeah, that will put him in the first place, I'm pretty sure, because he only needed 3.9, and just right there, that's a 3.9 already, Luke, yeah?
Yeah, 5 strong maneuvers by Tenshi Iwami. You know what's a history of La Union that not much people know is during the 80s, the Nippon Surfing Association did a competition here.
In La Union?
In La Union.
Wow.
I wasn't even born yet. I think it was around 1980 or 81. I was talking to one of our Japanese resident, now Filipino, local, Aki, whose real name is Kazuo Akinaga. He's been living here for 40 years with a Filipina wife and 2 kids. And he showed me pictures of, they even published in a magazine. So yeah, there's a
history there,
history there, and every now and then would see Japanese surfers come here and surf and migrate here for a few months.
Yeah, I think for sure, you know, the Japanese is being a really strong. Our older brothers, you know, they used to come to Indonesia also in the 80s. We have you know, guys like Takao Kuga, Suji Kasuya. You know, those guys are the big name from Japan that bringing Japanese flags all over the world. And I'm pretty sure they, you know, they have a you know a travel session back in the days in Indonesia also, and also in Philippines. So big shout out to all the Japanese surfers who's been traveling all over Asia.
So there you go. Surfer in blue drops a 7.0. Now surfer in red with priority needs a 7.85.
Yeah, the reason why Tenshi Iwami is doing really good here because he's surfing really smart, using all the rails and power surfing, and also all the maneuvers are super vertical. And I have to say, blue Tenshi is putting a little bit more pressure on every turns that he does compared to Kian. Maybe Kian now have to do a bit of a a different strategy here because he's looking for a 7.85. Another top turn there from Kian. Kian is just you know, he's surfing right now. Maybe he need to choose a better wave because where Tenshi wave that he got that 7 is more open and offering him like way better maneuvers on that wave. So just like there, Tenshi just fly over.
Sending it.
Nothing major. Here we go. A replay from Kian. Nice top turn there. I have to say there's a bit of a hang up on both of these maneuvers. That's the reason why he didn't get around on that section there.
Yeah, I know. I know Kian had problems with his board coming from the juniors.
Yeah.
His bag got lost or something, and he
got it on the 5th days.
Yeah, he was surfing his first heat with Ketut's board. I think.
Ketut's board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have an interview down there with Kian. He feels so happy to have his board, you know, all his board shorts. He even surfed on a board shorts that day. So he said he feel more comfortable, more confident. At the end of the day, you need to have all your equipment along your side.
Yeah, true. Very important. Shout out to Bjorn and Edsel from Fluid Surf. Fluid Surf, one of the first surfing brands in the Philippines, always supportive of all our local surfing events. They also do our jerseys for all of our competitions and for this event too. So yeah, shout out to Bjorn and Edsel, and to our good friend Ruel also, who's here with his family and kids. Shout out Pake and Rev. So there, server in red needs a big score, a 7.85. There's a lot of time, 17 minutes left. So after this, we're going straight into the women's semifinals.
Yeah.
We have in red Minami Nonaka, and in blue Shino Matsuda. Thanks to our local sponsors, Hiraya, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort, Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surf Town, Tagpuan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, and Lineup Bistro. Thank you guys for our delicious food, snacks, coffee, smoothies, keeping us going all day long.
Yeah, yesterday we have an amazing pizza actually from La Cantina. Look, amazing. Thank you, and shout out to to Gianni also, yourself, Wendell. So thank you very much for all the support. Food is a
It's a big thing, you know, if you're doing a marathon, like a 7 days event like this one. This is day 6, actually.
Yes.
So day 6, and we're still here trying to crown the shortboards division here. All those yummy food is essential. And if you do travel to La Union, make sure you visit all those names for your amazing journey here. So Tenshi Iwami is still sitting in first with priority. Kian Martin, a 7.85. I'm pretty sure Kian is able to get that numbers. I'm pretty sure his father David is watching right now in Bali. Big shout out to David Martin, a big supporter of a young generation. With we have Kian, we have all the younger crew in Bali, in Prerenan. Big shout out to the Prerenan's surf club. We have, I'm pretty sure all the boys are watching right now. We have the crew at the Surfers Bar watching probably. Kian's daily hangout place at Gamuks. I'm pretty sure the waves are pumping right now. Having a coffee, watching the surf. Big shout out to Kian's sponsors also. We have Charlie Stambo. I'm pretty sure you're watching right now, buddy. Charlie maybe having his note, trying to making some note for Chris Kachi for Kian's next board, because if he's doing good on this QS series, he need to travel for the Challenger Series. And Challenger Series, there's 8 stops next year.
All over the world.
All over the world. 8 stops with 8 totally different characters of wave. And sometimes those need 8 different characters of surfboards. The first stop gonna be Snapper Rocks, and then they're gonna move to Narrabeen actually.
So there's 2 in Australia for the Challenger.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Back to back. Easier and cheaper for travelers not to go, you know, too far. Here we go, Tenshi Iwami. What he gonna do on this one? Lightning fast, getting around that corner. Strong there, rail surfing from Tenshi. I don't know where he get that strong surfing from.
Nice.
Because in Japan everything is so fast sometimes, but he's maximizing that condition. As we can see, he's sponsored by Hurley there. Also, we saw his surfboard. Here we go, another replay.
Nice first turn by Tenshi.
That was strong right there.
Strong surfing.
Yeah, Tenshi with you know that wave able to put 2 major maneuver. And is that gonna better his 6.5? We will see, because those 2 major maneuver was so strong, and maybe that was the judge looking for. It could get a little bit under of his 6.5, I think, but we'll see. But it was a good score. There we go. Couple judges giving it, couple judges didn't. So yeah, a 6.45, a little bit under. Looks like the judges are being really on point, making sure that the numbers are correct. We have 2 judges from Japan.
2 Indo judges. 2 Filipino
2
judges.
The Filipino judges is a big shout out to Wilmar and also Ian.
Ian, yes. And an Australian head judge. So it's a mix of
fairness. Yeah.
Yes.
Tenshi Iwami, a 6.45 is a throwaway. That would be a keeper for Kian. Kian is looking for a 7.85. Or what Kian needs to do is building his score, because his highest score is only a 5.65. If he can get in the range of a 6, he will have his task a little bit easier. But right now, with 1 single point, he need a 7.85. I was traveling with Tenchi in, I think he came also to Krui, and he also came to Cloud9. He was not the guy that everybody's looking at. It was more like Yuji Nishi or Keijiro or, you know, even Joe Azuchi. But suddenly, when Kian told me that the Asian representation of the World Junior was Tenchi, I put my eyes on him. And I think he's one of the best junior in Asia, I have to say.
How many junior comps do we have in Asia?
They have 3 last year. They have Krui, Nias, and then also one in Japan.
For the junior?
For the junior.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here we go. Surfer in red needs a 7.85. Oh.
Wow, Kian Martin.
Sending it.
Looks like he have a different strategy now because you know, I think Kian have this in his mind. If he need to catch that numbers, he wanna go big. Talking about going big, Kian is no stranger on the air. He does that on a daily basis. Here we go, setting up, putting his footing way back to his tail pad. Just unlucky for him.
So yeah, next after this, we're going straight into the semifinals. We have surfer in red, Minami Nonoka, and surfer in blue,
Shino
Matsuda, both from Japan.
Yeah, we have 3 Japanese and 1 Indonesian left on the semifinals of the women's division. This is gonna be it could be, you know, 1 Japanese and 1 Indonesian in the final, or all Japanese final. Tenchi Iwami up and riding. This is gonna be a good one.
Oh,
I think I call it too early there. That was Tenchi's first wipeout, I have to say. I think condition gonna look good today for the final look.
yeah.
If the wind just stays like this.
There's a lot of sand on the shore from that big swell.
Seven and a 6.5. That's a good numbers to have, you know.
With a backup of a 6.45.
Yeah.
With these conditions, yeah, it's pretty challenging to find those high score waves, and he has 3 of those. So surfer in blue is in a really good spot.
Definitely. Kian Martin was opening with pretty good wave, but I think it just lack of those, you know, like a little punch on it. A bit of a, I have to say, in the safer surfing there. If Kian can hear me, you know, all you need to do, buddy, just go big. This is a quarterfinal. There's no holding back. Also for Tenchi Iwami, he knows going big is the answer. So Keijiro Nishi will serve against the winner of this heat. And on the first semi-final, we have Ketut Agus. He will serve
JR.
Wow. That's gonna be the heat to watch.
Yeah, in Heat 1 we have a Goofy and a regular, and in
Yeah.
Heat 2 we have a Goofy and a regular.
Guarantee
for the
also,
men's,
yeah.
yeah.
So if JR can win this shortboard, that would be a history look.
That's crazy. We were
Yeah.
just talking about it, like a back-to-back longboard and shortboard in one event.
It's never happened before. You know, in the WSL history. I know Steven Sawyer. He's a really good longboarder and also a good shortboarder. He won the world champion of longboard, and then he also won the trials of JB.
Really?
Yeah, but the event in JB, it was a trial, so it wasn't like a I have to say, like an official event like this one. And we know also Harley Ingleby is one of the best longboarders and also shortboarders. And I have to say JR is up there now.
Yeah, he's almost out there every day. If it's small, he's on a longboard. If it's big, he's on a shortboard. Yeah, he's so addicted to surfing.
Wow. And I think JR also need to understand that if he qualified for this region, he also qualified for, to follow the tour of the longboard also.
Yeah, I think there's an event in Korea, I
Yeah.
heard, and maybe one in Bali.
Yeah, that's still in the process.
In the process.
Nothing is confirmed yet. But if there is an event in Korea or Bali, JR is pretty safe. He won this event.
But only top one goes to the
Yeah.
World Tour, yeah?
Yeah, if the other two event, the winner is not Taka Inoue,
Yeah, true.
then JR is pretty safe. All he needs is just to come and have a good result. But I'm pretty sure Taka Inoue also wanna
He'll be
represent
there.
Japan.
Yeah.
He's a hungry kid.
Yeah, I was looking at his Instagram last night, and he said he didn't expect that the Filipino boys would carry him too. He
Mm.
was so, he felt so good
Yeah.
that even if he lost, he felt like he won.
Yeah.
He didn't expect, the local boys to cheer him up and carry him on their shoulders and put him beside JR. So
Yeah. I think one of the reason why, because of the Filipino are so welcoming, but it's also because I think Taka give a good fight for JR.
Yeah, true.
And that's the reason why they really giving a respect to him,
Yeah.
He's not like giving it too easy for JR.
Yeah, yeah.
And that shows that their local hero win, by a great performance, and then everybody respect, the other opponent, by cheering him also. So I have to say a big thank you to all the locals by showing this sportsmanship, to the world, because at the end of the day, that's what we need. You win this day, but next time when you lose, like Taka, he still appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just feels good, like you're in a different country and you feel welcome, and you
For
know you
sure.
have you have good friends, you have family friends, you feel at home. Especially to most of these surfers trying to chase the dream, they're on the road like 8 or 10 months of the year.
Yeah.
Just traveling non-stop, going from place after place after place.
Yeah.
So it's very important that you go to those places having a
Feel welcome.
feel
yeah.
welcome
Yeah.
and feel like there's sense of family in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure when I was young, Luke, I sleep numbers of times on people's couches. At the end of the day, sometimes you have $100 in your pocket and that's only food.
Yeah.
Sometimes you sleep on your board bags. I have that experience, and you embrace that, because you feel like wherever you are right now, you put your hard long yard. You're chasing your dream. Maybe that dream is not for you, but you open up dreams for other guys like Rio. We don't want Rio to always have a hard way to chase his dream. That's why we have to open up opportunity pathway. So it's an easier dream for a lot of people after your generation.
Yeah, for sure. Those experiences make you who you are right now.
Yeah.
And putting that experience to the next generation, like you said, Rio, how it would be a little bit easier for them because you guys have experienced it a little bit harder than
Yeah.
them. And shout out to Rio. He's in the Billabong Pipe Masters in a few days.
Few days.
Yeah.
Would love to. I talked to all the Siargao boys last night, like Philmar, Maramar, and Roger, and they said, I cannot wait to see Rio. That's how strong is the bond between all of us. Maybe not only the Siargao boys. I think the whole nation. Yeah.
Here we go. Server in blue.
Tenchi Iwami.
Currently in first place.
Wow. Look at that rebound. Just pushing his rail. Unable to finish that one, but
Now Kian has a chance here. He needs a big number, a 7.85 with priority and 1 minute 30 seconds.
looks like there might be an opportunity coming here for Kian. There's a lineup pushing a little bit, but I don't know if that's gonna be coming to him, or this is just a lump?
I think there's a few sets coming.
Yeah, a few sets is coming.
1 minute left.
Wow, this is...
Kian at the back with priority.
Kian is paddling out. He's looking for this one. This is looking good, but he looks deep there, Luke.
Maybe next one.
Yeah.
I think the next one.
Wow, there's one set. Maybe this is the one for Kian because, wow, that set is actually the one. Look, Tenchi Iwami on the inside, continuing that set. Wow, just a little bit under 40 seconds. Kian is having a hard time out there finding the wave that he's looking for. 30 seconds. That was actually the wave that Kian is looking for, just rolling in front of his nose. 20 seconds. Looks like Tenchi Iwami, the young Japanese, could move into the second semi-final, surfing against Keijiro Nishi. 5 seconds.
Congratulations to Tenchi, straight to the semifinals against Joe Azuchi. So now we're into the women's semifinal one. Surfer in red, Minami Nonaka, and surfer in blue, Shino Matsuda. So we will be back after a short break.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Valere, Borongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of NextGen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, NextGen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Hello and welcome back to the La Union International Pro. We are into the women's semi-finals. 2 Japanese surfers in the water right now. Shino Matsuda is in the blue jersey. Minami Nonaka is in the red. And we've seen some great battles already so far this morning. It was a Japanese surfer prevailing in the last of our men's quarterfinals, Tenchi Iwami, who's been on a tear. That was his first ever QS quarterfinal, and now he's through to his first ever QS semi-final, accounting for Swedish surfer who lives in Bali, Kian Martin. Speaking of Bali, alongside me, Tippy Jabrick. Good morning, mate.
Morning, Binzi. I have to say that was a little bit of a Kian's, you know, he need a result on this campaign. But I have to say, you know, on this QS 3000 quarterfinal finish for Kian, it's not a bad result actually. So Kian's can focus on the next event. There's a 3 event coming up. We have the next one is in Japan, the White Buffalo in Miyazaki, and then straight to Avoca for 3000 both. And then last event will be a double sanction Newcastle. Newey might, yeah, should be a good one.
Absolutely. Have you been to Miyazaki for that event before?
No, but I did an event in the early 2000 in Miyazaki. I was surfing for a QS way back there.
Whereabouts do they hold the events in Miyazaki? Because there's waves everywhere on that coast.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, there's a rumors that they're gonna do it where the ISA is. So that's the stretch of a beach that they are hoping to have. Locals saying that that spots is the most consistent around in Miyazaki. Yeah. So we are going down anytime soon to have the interview with our last winner, Tenchi Iwami. But before we do that, we have Shino Matsuda opening right a 4.5. Shino is a goofy footer, Minami a natural footer. So this is the battle of two young Japanese.
Yeah, they're both fantastic surfers. Feels like there's a really strong generational push with this sort of era of the Japanese crew. We're looking at Minami right now, opening her account on her forehand. Well, it was shaping up like it looked pretty good, but not to be the case. Priority will now flip over to Shino Matsuda. And if she doesn't take off on a wave, it's not looking like there's much coming. We might cross down to the sidelines for an interview with Tenchi Iwami, who just took out the last heat.
Okay, thank you guys. Here I am with our semi-finalist, Kenchi. Konnichiwa, Kenchi.
Konnichiwa.
Congratulations. A really hard-fought heat. A little bit slow out there, not so many waves.
Yeah. That heat was so slow. Yeah.
It was, and of course you're out there with Kian Martin. He's a great competitor. You did really good to sort of basically outplay him and get the better of the exchanges out there.
Yeah, I know he's so good surfer. I was thinking relax, just relax. Yeah.
Yeah, hard to find good waves out there, or it was just a little bit about your strategy and making sure those turns were complete and finishing your waves well, yeah?
Yeah, I like finish move. Yeah, I know that finish, making good score. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed throughout this entire event, the judges have been rewarding it, and this is how you've been generally going through, is that big start, and you've also been getting to that completion. Extremely smart surfing. Same strategy going into the semi-final?
Yeah.
Yeah, your sponsors and your friends and family back home, I see you're wearing a Hurley hat. They're one of your sponsors?
Yeah. Japanese? Okay. 応援してくれてありがとうございます。無事クォーターを通過することができました。あとはもう1回勝って、あともう2個勝って優勝します。応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, so arigatou gozaimasu for what you're showing us out there in the water, and I can't wait to see you into the semi-finals, and good luck on your path to the finals.
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to say?
That's all.
That's all, man. A few words, maybe a few English words. Thank you for what you're doing out there, and like I said, can't wait to see you in the semi-finals. Back to you guys up there in the booth.
Thanks a lot, John Kirby. Here goes Shino Matsuda on her backhand. She's already got a 4.5 to her name. This is going to be her second score and extend her lead. Minami Nanaka, just a couple of minor scores to her name so far. This wave just keeps running and running. It's not done yet either, into treacherously shallow water. And she kicks out well and truly on the beach. And that's going to be a very strong number for our surfer in blue. So 2 decent waves to her name already with just 7 minutes elapsed in this heat.
Yeah, so this is Shino's second wave. You know, since day one, I have to say Shino is always on the best wave. You know why? Because on the backside, on her backside, she have to make sure that all the waves have, you know, offering that face. Because she knows surfing really strong there. And she know. You know that she knows that?
She knows the waves she's looking for.
Yeah.
So still waiting on the score to drop in. The international judging panel will be figuring that out right now. Ty Conahan, Aussie from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, is a head judge. And then we've got a couple of Filipino surfers, a couple of Aussies, judges, a couple of Aussies, a couple of Japanese, a couple of Indonesians. So it's a very multinational judging panel.
Yeah, you have to have the mix of all those national, you know, all different countries' judges, because you want to make sure that, you know, fairness is one of the key elements of every contest.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that maybe gets underplayed when you talk about WSL events coming to town, and not only does it bring up the standard of surfing in the water, but everything else that goes along with it, the administrators, the judges, the contest organisers, that everything gets levelled up there as well. You know, it's the back end as well as what you see in the water that gets levelled up as a result of these kind of bigger events coming to town. And a real excitement around La Union this week. Everyone's so excited to have the La Union International in town, not just on the QS side of things, but of course we had the longboarding event as well, won by JR Esquivel, who's made it through to the semis. We're going to be seeing him in action in about an hour's time.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing. We talked to Luke before. You know, if JR, you know, do good on this shortboard division, he will make some history here at Binzi. Because he won the longboard division.
Yeah, amazing. And he looks good. His backhand's deadly.
Oh, super deadly. And, you know, if you finish today, you know, quarterfinals on this event, you pointed 1,423 points. That's a lot of points, actually, you know. Of course, you're aiming for that 3,000 points, but a quarterfinal finish, a semi-final finish is the points that you want to bring back home. Here we go. Minami Nonaka. She's the #1 rank on the Asian region right now, Binzi. She's the one to watch right now. She will represent Asia on the Challenger Series for next year. If she's keep putting that kind of a performance.
Wow, big reaction from the beach there. Large Japanese contingent. None of the surfers have been knocked out, appear to have gone home. Everyone's still here supporting their mates. And the Japanese crew loved this one from Minami. Obviously, their allegiances are split in this heat, but you can't deny quality, and this was definitely that from start to finish. Strong turns, a little bit of variety, and got the big closeout belt at the end as well. That's going to be a decent number for Minami Nonaka to get her semi-final campaign underway with 19 minutes to run.
Yeah, after this heat, we're going to have our second semi-final. Kailani Johnson's against Anon Matsuoka. Another two goofy footers. Anon and Kailani, similar surfing, attacking their backside here at La Union. I saw Kailani just before having a coffee, looking confident. This could be her best result this year. Because in Krui and Nia's, I think she finished not better than a quarterfinal. So there we go, Minami Nonaka.
6.75, yeah, the best wave of this semi-final so far by about a point from Shino Matsuda's best wave. She's still chasing a score to move up into the lead, but it's only a 3.45, so we know she's obviously more than capable of that. And slowly but surely, this semi-final is coming alive.
Yeah, with 18 minutes to go, still a lot of times for these two girls to find you know, another scores, maybe two more. A 5.70 and a 4.5 for Shino, and just a modest 0.5 for second best of Minami. I know she will get that 3.45 easily to change the situation. But looks like we have Shino Matsuda way back there outside with priority right now. It's a long paddle for Minami to get back into the main peak of the lineup.
So Kailani Johnson, the Indonesian surfer from Bali, up against Anon Matsuoka in the next heat. And we were all just at the coffee shop with Kailani about an hour ago. El Union down the beach, making the best caffeine in town. So what will Kailani's tactics be? Obviously, she would have tried to surf early this morning, coffee, get up and about, and then try and calm the nerves and get out there for this big battle with Anon Matsuoka.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the condition is way cleaner than this morning. This morning have a lot of chops, a bit more challenging this morning. But I think Anon and Kailani will do exactly the same thing, which is going on the best wave of the of their heats. As we can see here, Minami catching this one on the inside of Shino. Just a small wraparound there. could be the exclamation point there. Is she gonna have another one there? Yep. Oh, that could result on the score that she's looking for.
Yeah, I think so. Again, one of those smaller inside waves that we've seen plenty of this week that have a little bit of shape. So it's quality over quantity wave size-wise.
Yeah.
And this one just continued to bend back and gave Minami plenty of opportunity. She could have possibly got around that section. It's not super deep.
Yeah.
There, but it's not
but still
right on the beach either. So, there was a little bit of surfing left in that wave, but it's going to be enough to put her into the lead. A 4.25 the result. She'll want to get rid of that over the remaining 15.5 minutes of this heat, but she's got the lead next to her name, and that comes with a bit of a psychological boost, obviously. Shino Matsuda's not going to worry. She's got priority. At the moment, she's only looking for a 5.31.
Yeah.
And at a semi-final level on a QS 3000, no one's going to get through with 5s next to their name. They want to be looking for 7s, pushing up into the excellent range.
Yeah.
And bringing out their best surfing at the business end of the event.
Yeah, talking about performance, today's highest score, it's still probably Ketut Agus with a 8.85. He just turned the situation this morning with looking for a high number of 8 under pressure from Oni, but boom, 1 set, and that's all he need. So opportunity for Shino Matsuda will change that situation with still 15 minutes to go. 5.31. Way under her reach, that number. Not a problem. Her highest score so far this morning is a 5.70, so I think that's pretty much manageable for her. So Binzi, when are you heading home from La Union?
I start the trek this afternoon.
Ooh.
So, yeah, once we wrap things up around lunchtime.
So you're going to catch a flight back home to Oz?
Yep. Got the drive to Manila to get out of the way tonight, and then airport hotel and on a plane not too early tomorrow morning. And flying via Singapore, so it's a bit of a trek to get home, and I've got a bit of a layover, but yeah, we'll wake up in my bed in West Oz Saturday morning.
Oh, nice. You don't have to worry because Singapore airport have one of the best Wi-Fi, so you can just go into the doomsday of social media. Just scroll down and sideways as long as you want.
Well, I've got the Qantas Lounge. I don't know if they have a Qantas Lounge at Changi, but I'm sure they have a reciprocal lounge that's even better than Qantas's poultry offering. So forget about social media. I'm going to be getting massages and eating like royalty. Bring it on.
Bring it on. Bring some chicken rice.
I think I've had my fill of chicken and rice for the time being.
So yeah, I think that's gonna be a long day for you tomorrow, long of traveling. But talking about traveling, when you're in La Union, it's a totally a worth it trip. The wave been good, the hospitality been great, the action been really good also. Back into action right now, 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Minami no Naka currently sitting Ichiban. Minami-chan is holding with 11 point, and Shino Matsuda with 10.20. Super tight battle here.
Very tight battle, and yeah, both of these ladies will just be looking to really ramp things up. This is a bit like the first quarterfinal we saw this morning with Ketut Agus and Oni Anwar. We were just seeing 4s and 5s, and you're waiting for something to happen. Just really need someone to take this one by the scruff of the neck, throw down the gauntlet to their opponent, and then see if their opponent can fight back or if they roll over. All right, bit of movement right now. Looks like there's just this one wave. It's not a set, so Shino Matsuda on her backhand swings into action, utilises the priority to her advantage. She's looking for a 5-3-1. She's linking the turns through to the inside. This wave's got great shape, continues to run. You can see the rhythm she's in on her backhand, and a big reaction from the crowd as she kicks out of that one.
Wow.
So she needs a 5-3-1. What are your thoughts, Tippy?
I have to see the replay again, because with the replay, that's the same exact thing what happened with the judges. They go through all the maneuvers right here. We have Shino with her first ride there. First maneuver, I mean. Just a wrap around. That's a good maneuver right there.
Not a huge amount of spray coming out of those turns,
but still
very crisp.
Yeah, I have to say that's a really not super critical, but punch all the numbers that she needs to get that 5-3-1. Actually, it's all about getting the numbers that she needs and giving a bit of a situation change and putting Minami on the hunt, because right now, Shino only needing a 5-3-1. We'll see if the judges gonna give it to her. Yep, a 5-6-5. There's a situation change, a 5-6-5 now, putting Minami Nonaka looking for a 4-6-0. Not a big number, Binzi.
Yeah, it just seems like every time someone catches a wave, they incrementally upgrade their score and move into the lead. The lead just keeps swapping hands with every wave ridden.
It's like a small ladder,
And,
not a big one.
With 10 minutes to go in a semi-final, it's time for these incremental changes to get kicked to the curb, and someone just needs to smash one. Let's go to the excellent range and really shake up this battle.
Yeah, right now we still have 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. After this heat, we have Kailani Johnson and Anon Matsuoka. Don't go anywhere.
Nine minutes remaining. So we definitely have a Japanese surfer through to the final in the men's, with an all-Japanese second semi between Kajiro Nishi and Tenshi Owami. And after this, we will obviously have a Japanese lady through to the final as well. Will it be Shino Matsuda or Minami Nonaka? Here goes Minami to try and put herself back into that advancing position. Gets out on the face, big carve to get things going. Very patiently waited on that second section. I like the way that she's building her rhythm down the line here. This is great. Bit of a crescendo, and gets the finish as well. And that's going to be a good number for the top seed in the red jersey. Tippy, what did you think of this wave?
I think that was a good ride there. She's surfing really smart. Doesn't have to go on the biggest wave. It's all about the open face. Quite a bit of a check turn right there. Another check turn there. I think the score starting right there. And here we go. It's just another check turn there. Just wrap around.
Whoa.
Too strong maneuver at the end. I think she will get that 4.6. Minami Nonaka.
I think
smart surfing.
We could be looking at one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see a replay again. There are a few things about her surfing that really impressed me on that wave. As we wait for scores to come in, naturally priority now flips over to Shino Matsuda, and she's in action right now on her backhand. So she's answering right back, and this has got a long wall out in front. Big turn. This wave's going to keep offering her opportunity down the line, and Shino Matsuda bangs it yet again. This is great surfing and a great exchange between our two competitors.
Wow.
Loving it with 7 minutes to go.
And now they might do a paddle battle. So This is what we're looking for. This is what we want to look. You know, these two women just battling it out with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
There's a beautiful empty right rolling down the point now.
Minami
as
Nonaka,
well.
that last ride scored a 6.25, but wait a minute. Don't lose your eyes from Shino Matsuda because...
yeah, well, Shino's now chasing a 7.3, and here is the replay.
I have to say, straight away from the get-go right there. I have to say, this is another big turn right there. That was the turns of the heat, I have to say. And 3 turns right there. Last turn from Shino right there. And yep, I think that's going to be the best score of the heat. 2 big maneuver in 1 wave. So she needed a 7.3. Still waiting for a couple judges to give the score. A 7.3, the highest score of the heat that she's looking for. Here we go. 1 judge giving it to her.
That score's been in for a long time.
Yeah.
It's dropped in very early in play. I really like Minami's wave. I love the way that there's no pumps or unnecessary sort of movements. She really waits patiently on the bottom of the wave, lets her board run, and then she throws it up into the lip.
Wow.
Shino Matsuda, the wave was a little bit bigger, and so were the turns. A 7.75, the result. Moves her back into the lead, so the lead changes hands for about the 10th time in the last 10 waves. Minami Nonaka is now looking for a 6.71 with 5 minutes to run. She has priority. And we know that she's capable of a 6.71. She's already got a 6.75 to her name. Shino Matsuda, she can really improve her situation by getting rid of that 5.7. If she could get herself another high 6 or a 7, then she would really have a stranglehold on this one. The 7.75, the high note of this heat so far. I'd like to think that we're not done yet. Looks like there's plenty of lines brewing out towards the horizon, so 4 minutes to run. This one is wide open. Shino Matsuda on the move, but it's Minami Nonaka who has priority, and that was a dud wave. She jumps off, and she will hand priority over to Shino. So Minami, did Shino sell her on that one? Let's see if we can look at a replay of what just happened then and see if that was some gamesmanship from Shino Matsuda to convince Minami to have a look at it. Well, Minami's not going to dwell on it for too long. Under priority, nothing to be lost by having a look at that one. It kicks out straight away. 3 minutes 20 to run. And here is the replay of Shino Matsuda's 7.75. Big turn. She threw plenty of water. Flying down the line. She's surfing so fast, she's out of focus. This is crazy. And upside down 3 or 4 times on her backhand.
Wow.
And kicks out in the channel. A 7.75, the result.
Shino Matsuda is looking good to move into the, the first final. The first women's in the final. Unless with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Minami Nonaka finding a gem of a 6.71.
Obviously, she's more than capable. We've already seen her drop a 6.75.
So, yeah. On the range that what she's capable of on this heat.
And with these sort of... What do we think the period is on this swell? Tip, you sort of between 8 and 10?
Oh, there's a lot of... I talked to Luke a little bit. This is a bit of also like a combination of a wind swell also. That's the reason why you see, there's a chop this morning.
Yeah, lots and lots of waves.
Yeah. There's wave in between wave also. So Could be like a double swell.
90 seconds to go. Shino Matsuda has priority, and she might have to use it here just to keep Minami off this wave. So Minami gets priority back. I don't think this is going to go into Shino's top two.
But that's opening the door for Minami.
Sure does. So, well, we saw Shino force Minami into a wave earlier that cost her priority. And now Minami has returned serve. And Shino would have paddled into that going, maybe not. But, yeah, it's easier to upgrade a 5.7 for Shino than I guess it is for Minami to track down that 6.1. But she's looking at an opportunity right now. This has a long wall out in front. And Minami Nanaka, the Japanese #1, is flying down the line. It's turned a little bit milky on her. Plenty of froth on the face of this one. And you can see she got hung up in the lip. And with 40 seconds to go, that might be it for Shino Matsuda.
Yeah, Minami is paddling a little bit out right now, hoping there's another wave for her on offer. I have to say, this is a good, so far looking good for this first section right there for Minami. That was a good turn right there. If she just able to get that thing, she just have to do a little bit more than that. And
yeah, just it must have hit a bit of a shallow shelf there or something and got turbulent, and it just ran out of steam. When she paddled in, she would have been thinking, oh, I'm on here.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the wave turned to soup halfway through. And that's all she wrote for Minami Nanaka. Shino Matsuda is our first semi-finalist on the women's side of the draw. She'll be absolutely thrilled. Tippy, you're going to go down and have a chat with her. We're going to have a quick ad break. When we come back, the second semi on the women's side of the draw at the La Union International Pro. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the La Union International Pro. That is the beautiful Mona Lisa point that you are looking at from the drone shot. And Kailani Johnson, you're struggling to see her, but she is in action in the red jersey in the middle of the screen. And here goes the Indonesian highly rated surfer who's had plenty of great results in the WSL Asian leagues over the years, opening her account. That flips priority over to her Japanese competitor, Anon Matsuoka. A 3.25, the result for Kailani's toil. Chris Binns here alongside John Carvey. And mate, what have you made of the action so far this morning?
I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. The conditions are definitely tricky. Everyone I've talked to down there, they're not really sure of where to sit or which ones to go, but the ones making the good decisions are the ones going through, basically. A lot of it is down to wave selection, holding that priority and actually spending it in the right place at the right time. So, beautiful day. That wind hasn't done what it usually does and start to pick up. We've still got pristine conditions down there. Good little swell. Sit on the low tide today for most of the day. I don't think we're going to see too much water fill in over the rocks down there. But yeah, surfing's been super high quality. There's Kalani up on her replay of that 3.25. Nice little opening manoeuvre. You can see why it's 3.25. This is just Kalani probably settling the nerves and getting started nice and early, which is probably her strategy down there to get things underway. Kalani is the only remaining non-Japanese competitor out there in the women's division.
Sure is.
Technically really good, those Japanese surfers. I like to sit back and sort of watch and download their styles and techniques. Almost flawless across the board from the men to the women, which is great because this is who we're following for in the driver's seat of Asian surfing at the moment.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Minami Nanaka's technique. She didn't get the win, but the way she goes about it, there's just not an ounce of wasted energy. She just has this beautiful technique where she just lets her board run. There's no ungainly arms, or she doesn't pump or struggle. She just gets from point to point, makes it look effortless and smooth. All right, here goes Anon Matsuoka to open the Japanese campaign in this second semi-final. On her backhand and goes down. And now we're looking at Kailani Johnson paddling into the wave behind. There's great shape on this one. She's going to skate past Anon. First turn's looking good. And, well, then the wave goes a little bit white watery. And she's just having to force the issue a little bit. Judges won't be fooled by much of this. So, well, we've got a big set brewing out the back. I'm not sure that either of our surfers will be in position. So we might cross down to Jerry Deegan, who's with the winner of the last heat. Beg your pardon, Tibby Jabrick. Take it away, Tibby.
Morning, everybody. We have the first finalist this morning. We have Shino Matsuda. I have to say that was a great battle between you and Minami. Tell me a little bit about your 7.75.
My first two wave was 5 point, and I needed 6 point and set coming, and then I was lucky to get the wave.
So wave selection is really important today. Did you feel that you've been choosing the right wave the whole time?
No, the last semi-final was I couldn't catch good wave, so today I wanted to get good one, and Minami is my best friend, and she's really good surfer, so I knew it's gonna tough hit, but I'm so happy to make through the final.
She's not your best friend in the water. Did you talk in the water with her?
I didn't talk in the water, just beach.
Okay, so next heat we have Anon and Kailani. Who do you want to surf against in the final?
Both surfers are really good backhand, so I just want to focus by myself, and I'm so excited final.
So one thing for sure, we will have the women's division on. There will be 2 goofy footers in the final, so either Anon or Kailani, and you already in the final. So we're gonna have all goofy footers. So are you want to say that goofy footers are better than natural footers?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, so you want to say anything to friends and family in Japan?
日本から応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。次のファイナルも思いっきり楽しんで、久しぶりのファイナルなので優勝を目指して頑張ります。
Goofies are stronger in the finals for the women's division. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Thank you very much, Tibby Jabrick. Speaking of strong, we just saw the strongest set of the morning bulldoze the lineup while we're having that interview. Neither of our surfers could get a hold of it, but scores have dropped in. Last wave for Kailani Johnson was a 4.25. That's for this one.
Let's see why up and off the lip. Most of the points is going to come from that opening combination there, that lip smack into wrap, and then she sort of just goes on repeat mode, tapping her way into the beach, not really busting any more highlights, just getting to work and hacking away at those little point requirements. And this is our replay from Anon. Nice deep carving bottom term, little snap up into the lip and strong finish. So you can see why she got the best of that score. 2 maneuvers, but they were far more critical in nature. Great combination.
Yep, stronger turns on bigger sections. That's going to get you the number. So a 5.75, the most important wave of this heat so far. Kailani Johnson is in the lead, but with a 4 and a 3, she won't be happy with either of those scores. This is a semi-final of a QS 3000, so a lot of points on offer. And yeah, 4s and 3s aren't going to cut it at this level. And on Matsuoka, she's got a 5.75 under her belt, and she'll be happy with that, but she'd be happy to get rid of that wave before the heat is done and dusted as well. 22 minutes to run.
I want to have a shout out to my little mate, Kanoa Palmiano over in Korea at the moment. He's a half Korean, half Philippine kid. He would have loved to have been over here. Still young. He's done a bit of training over in Pipe in Hawaii, in the North Shore there. He's joined our Asian leg a little bit. Him and his dad, Melvin, starting of a really good little story. He's really improving in the surf game. He's sort of leading the way over there in Korea. He's took out the wave pool event they had there recently. I think he's about 13 years old now, and he's taken on the men's over there, the open men's, and he's starting to make a dent. He's got a new flavour of surfing that he sort of picked up at Cloud9, so shout out to Konoa, a good little kid, and no pressure, Konoa, but you could be the biggest thing to come out of Korea surfing.
Have you surfed that wave pool?
I haven't surfed that wave pool. I haven't surfed a wave pool yet. I'm bucket listing.
All right, here goes Keilani Johnson. She had priority. She sort of had to play that card as well. And it looked like from the takeoff she wasn't quite in charge on that one. Little bit of a wobble getting to her feet, and that translated into her going down on her first turn. Back to the drawing board for Keilani. Still plenty of time to run. We are about a third of the way through this heat, and On Matsuoka picks up priority.
I feel that Anon might have pushed Kalani's hand on that one. I don't think Kalani was taking it too serious until Anon sort of made a movement towards it, and you never saw Kalani actually get comfortable on that wave.
Meanwhile, here goes Anon. She's got the lineup to herself. Can paddle into this one without a worry in the world. A strong turn. Gets out on the open face. Carves that one right in Keilani's grill. And there's no points for that, but there's a bit of psychological warfare that comes into town. Everyone loves spraying their mates, and it's even more satisfying when you're spraying an opponent in a semi-final of a QS event. And Anon Matsuoka, that's going to go into her top two. It will give her the lead. We are a third of the way through this heat with 20 minutes to run.
Here it is. This load up on the bottom turn, she has got it on point. Eyes on the section, buckets going over there, and there's a little bit of welcome to my wave, Keilani, from Anon there. A little bit fat through this section. She's just sticking with it to see if it's going to stand up on the inside. She does give those little ones a little bit of spray. A lot of spray comes off. She's a powerful, pretty small surfer, I'd say. She can throw buckets, so...
Yep, small in stature, but pretty strong. A 5-point ride, the result for that one. So a 5 and a 5.75. She's in the lead, first of our two surfers to crack double figures. Keilani Johnson now chasing a 6.5. But obviously with a 4 as her high score, she'll be looking to get rid of both of those scores before this heat is done and dusted. She does have priority. Conditions look to be cleaning up a little bit. There's a bit of morning sickness, wonk and wobble early on, but now it's 10 o'clock local time. The wind's calming down, and we're about a mid-tide, I'd say, right now.
I believe this is it for the day. It's just going to hold in. It's not a massive. I think we must be in that half moon phase of the tide, so no major movements, nothing too up and down. Pretty much this will be the flavour for the day, I think.
I surfed late last night, and it was glorious. Got champagne hour. No, quite medium sort of lowish tide, but just the wind had backed off, the wonk and wobble had gone. It was really fun. 3-4 foot.
And that sunset.
That sunset, and then a lot of the competitors were either knocked out and commiserating, or I think a lot of people went up and down the coast as well for the first time, without the pressure of feeling like you had to surf the comp bank. People went off to explore and left the comp bank for a few of us. It was, far and away the least crowded surf I've had out there, and the best waves.
You're out there with Luke Landrigan, who joined you in the lineup?
Yeah, he sort of swanned through for about, I reckon it was 20 minutes max.
Busy man, contest director, he had to make sure everything's prepared and ready for today, whereas...
But also he sort of has eternal priority out there, so he probably got more work done in 20 minutes in the lineup than I did in 2 hours.
And he knows the wave. He knows the wave better than most, I think. Also, I noticed walking down on the beach is the Honourable Congressman Ronald Singsong. He's the congressman of this region. Big advocate for surfing. He got hooked on the sport just not so long ago. Beautiful wave up there in Cabulgao, Aluka Saw, near the town of Vigan. If you're heading up that way, go check out Vigan. It's actually this little Spanish-inspired town. You can ride around on the horses, sort of traditional Philippine town.
Vigan, is it? Vigan?
Vigan. Yeah, it's in the vegan. Real traditional styled clay buildings. I was there recently and fell in love with the place. It's just a nice little town, and then you cruise about 40 minutes to almost a world-class Point Break on its day. From start to finish, I got claim of a nice double barrel, which is a rare feat in the Philippines sometimes, and then the Wave still had plenty to give. Leg burners, good fun up there in Cabulgao. So if you're in this area, go and check it out. And shout out to Ron Sing Song, who's a great host, and we had a really good time up there.
There's a right point next to a jetty that pops up in a few of these adverts we're seeing. Where
That
is
is
that?
that is Cabulgao. That was a part of our national leg. It's the swell. It's one of those strike mission sort of waves that you want to sort of see that swell coming in. This is the time of year you look at it. So this swell that hit us yesterday would have hit up there too.
Okay, 16 minutes to go. Kailani Johnson has priority, decided she wasn't interested in that one. So Anon Matsuoka says, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'll have a look. She's flying down the line and, well, Kailani, was this a mistake letting her go? This one's going to keep running. There's lots of surfing still to come in this wave. And, well, Anon Matsuoka gives herself a little fist pump, rev up. I don't think that was a claim. That was more of a bit of self-motivational stuff. And here she goes on her backhand. First turn was strong. And I think one of this low five of hers might be kissed goodbye once this score drops in. This wave just kept on going. It's nice and clean. And, yeah, I don't think that's a claim. That's a bit of a self-pat on the back.
And to get it under priority, she's definitely stoked and definitely priority.
Oh, and there it is, a 7.25 for Anon Matsuoka at a wave that Kailani Johnson turned her nose up at. And, wow, was that a mistake for Kailani?
Anon definitely made her pay. This is her reply. Will this wave stand up as good? Opening snap. Buckets of water off the back there. She's setting up here. Another section on the foam here. That might be the end of that wave. So she gave everything she could. She's going to have a look down the line. Not going to get there as she goes unstumbled. So the replay here, you'll see that bottom turn is the top turn. Buckets of spray in that powering Kailani. And then she smashes that second section. Definitely not the quality of wave that she just handed to Anon previous to that. But she's definitely going to, I think she'll improve on a three. Will it go? I reckon maybe around her second score there.
Yeah, it'll go into her top two for sure. It's a 5.85. It's her best wave, and it does bring her back into the picture. She'll still be kicking herself that she let that one go for Anon. You can see why she let it go. It didn't look big, but then you can also see why that's not necessarily a bad thing, because the wave Kailani paddled into after that was bigger, but bigger's not necessarily better out here. Anon's wave ran and gave her some wall, and it had good shape, and she could keep going, throwing to her turns. Kailani's wave had just the two sections. And all right, here is the replay of how Anon put together the best wave of this heat so far, the 7.25. Beautiful first turn, really crisp. There's no false movement. Everything's really economical. Gets the rebound. That was nice. Not much through here, but then on the inside it stood up and she gave it the treatment it deserved and gave herself a little pat on the back.
It was sheer joy that she was experienced. That first opening turn, like you said, was crisp. She just carried all the speed and the speed she got from that first turn and just threw it straight up into that second turn. So smooth combination. Here she goes. She's going to go sit on Kailani's shoulder and just say, here I am. Thanks for that wave. Interesting insight from Tippy down there, asking if the Japanese were out there having a discussion during their heat. No. Business out there for those girls. You'll find the Indonesians and the Filipinos will generally have a little bit of a chit-chat. Talk about the heat, talk about how things are going, and talk about their day. Japanese quite business-like in their approach. True professionals. And like I said, these guys, young boys and girls down here at La Union and throughout the Philippines can actually learn a lot from their approach and the way they do business down here in this sport.
Absolutely very professional, the way they go about it. Super organised.
Yeah, everything from their warm-ups through to their execution, the way they go about handling their equipment and preparing their equipment.
Here goes Kailani Johnson under priority. So will we have the revenge of the under priority waves? We just saw Anon Matsuoka drop a 7.725. But no, this is just going to be a takeoff and nothing more for Kailani. 12 minutes to go.
Good little battle out here in our semi-final heat. Number 2.
Here goes Anon Matsuoka. Skates past Kailani. And this wave's growing on her a little bit. That was a great turn. And there's some good shape through to the inside. She's not done yet either. This one gets over a little bit of a ridge, and now it's going to run again for her. And keep going. All right, she's out of there. Kailani caught the wave behind, and not much came of it, so she'll end up getting priority. Anon Matsuoka, she's got about a 150-metre paddle to get back to the takeoff area. So that was a super long wave. Talk us through it, John
And
Garvey.
here she goes, and she's going to be smiling the whole way in this opening wrap. Just a little, again, message to Kalani on the way past there. Straight up into a nice vertical rebound up there. Following through with this thing just keep running, didn't it? And she just stays busy the whole time. There's no wasted effort and pumping and weaving. She's just going literally bottom to top, all the way down into the channel. So
an 8-point ride up into the excellent range, and now Anon Matsuoka with a 15.25 total has well and truly got this one under her command. Kailani Johnson has priority, but she's looking for a massive 9.4. There's 10 minutes 20 to go. Kailani needs to think about getting there in across 2 waves. She won't be looking for a 9. She'll want to get an 8 and put herself back in the picture.
This is some... Anon's just getting momentum at the right stage. Often you'll find these surfers get the rhythm and they just find that groove, and Anon is clearly sitting in that groove right now, and she can't put a foot wrong. Here's another replay of that high score. Straight to work. Looking at Kalani there, just opens up with a wrap as this thing stands up on the inside. Smashing that section, getting her fins nice and loose through the top of the turn. Straight back into another rebounding wrap, followed by another one. And the wave just keeps giving all the way into the bay, and she continues to stay busy. Clearly the best wave of the heat, and definitely going to be a hard one for Kalani to take that off.
Well, the beach is coming alive because I think JR Esquivel must be making his way out for his semi-final. He'll be up against Ketut Agus, the highly fancied Indonesian, but there'll be no one fancying Ketut on the beach in 10 minutes' time. It's going to be one-way traffic from the crowd because JR Esquivel, we saw him claim victory in the longboarding QS a couple of days ago to a massive, massive response from his home beach. And now he's about to do the business in the first of the men's semi-finals here at Mona Lisa Point.
He's chasing the dream, isn't he? He is chasing the dream, getting the first ever WSL event down here at La Union. If he could take out both longboard and shortboard, he will be a household name here in the Philippines. Super exciting heat coming up, and what a competitor to go against. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And Ketut is certainly in every conversation throughout Asia. Up there as one of the best surfers. He put to sleep Oni Anwar in the quarterfinal matchup that they had. And that's no mean feat. Any one of these heats throughout the quarterfinals and the semis for both men and women could easily be a final and any other day. So huge quality of surfing going on here, and looks like JR is just doing his thing down on the beach, a nice bit of warming up. He often attends the national event doing longboard and shortboard division, and we're putting him in back-to-back heat sometimes. He's in the finals almost every time on every category, so spends hours in the water in these competitions.
He's putting himself in a conversation about who are some of the best surfers across the WSL who compete in multiple categories. And, you know, Julian Wilson grew up on the Sunshine Coast competing as a longboarder.
My hometown. I think our head judge Ty is also at his hometown Coolum there in the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah. Justine Dupont, who's Well, she surfed in the Eddy the other day. She's won the Big Wave Toe Challenge at Nazare in the past. She competes at Jaws. She also competed at the World Juniors on a shortboard. She's won European Longboard Championships. So she's right up there. Kai Lenny competes on the Big Wave World Tour. We've seen him at plenty of QSs as well. He competed at the Corona Open in China in 2020.
I think he would jump on an ironing board. That bloke, Kai Lenny, is probably the one we'll aspire to be.
And he would rip on it too.
He would rip on it. He would not just hop on it, he would maybe do something that no one's ever seen on an ironing board before also.
He'd probably attach a foil to it.
He would.
I was at the Maldives a few years ago for the Four Seasons Champions Trophy, and Kai competed against Josh Kerr, Matt Wilkinson and Joel Parkinson. And he actually took a win in the thruster division, beating those guys.
Like I said, he's one of those guys that if you're interested in any sport, you look at him and go, this is a guy that's pushing the limits and the skill and the quality of these sports to the next level. So he's one of those inspirations. No matter what sport you're doing, look at him and see what's possible in the world of sport.
He's the James Bond of seven. Well, that's not quite right. He doesn't drink. So James Bond wouldn't be that big of a fan of him, but he's pretty good.
He'll not shaken, not stirred. He'll go the virgin option instead.
Yeah. Can't imagine Sean Connery ordering a virgin martini.
No, I don't think it matters if that's shaken or stirred.
Anon Matsuoka, quickly in, quickly out. Kailani Johnson still chasing a 9.4. I think she wants to get 2 new waves though. I don't think she'll be happy with the 5.85. So she needs to get busy with 5.5 minutes to go.
The more that clock runs down, the more that pressure starts to weight onto Kalani's shoulders. She is our sole remaining Indonesian in this women's division. She's brought us some high-quality surfing and some great heats throughout her campaign towards the finals. Let's see if she can dig deep and represent Indonesia out there with, like you say, I think 5 minutes, plenty of time to get 2 good quality waves in. Let's see if she can get there. There's some noise coming from the Indonesian beside us, sitting on the bird's nest down here at the beautiful Surfmaid Beach Resort, where we will host the closing ceremony tonight.
Little Surfmaid. It took me a few days to get that, but it's Little Mermaid, it's Little Surfmaid. All right, here goes Kailani Johnson, strong first turn. She needs about 3 more of them to put herself back in the picture, and she's going about it the right way. She needs to get in front of this one and gets there just a little bit late to the party. And I think she'll know that this wave isn't going to go a huge way towards helping her. She just seemed to be battling it, was never really in the flow the same way we've seen Anon Matsuoka go about it in this heat so far. 4 minutes to go. Priority is with our heat leader, Anon Matsuoka. Talk us through the replay, John.
Here we is. So once again, she opens strong. She gets a nice sort of 3/4 of her nose dug in on that first turn, really driving through it. And things are going good until she gets sort of caught up on the lip here. She never quite gets her rhythm back for the rest of this wave in that foamy, sort of sloppy end section, and nothing real crisp happening to the end. It's when you're up against someone who looks technically as good as Anon out there, the judges sort of like to reward that, and it makes it really hard sometimes.
So last score comes in, it's a 5.5. It does go into Kailani's top 2. Doesn't change a thing though. She still needs a 9.4. 3 minutes 20 to go.
And once again, that opening turn where she's got that power and drive, that's where she was getting all those points. She had that clean finish. Maybe she would have gone a little bit higher and made things a little bit easier for herself, but that little hang up definitely costing her some valuable points when it comes to that flow sort of content on that wave. But all-out superstar, she still has a chance. Never write any of these surfers off because excellent scores have dropped. This would be the highest score of the event if she can pull it off.
So Anon Matsuoka, we can see her paddling down the point. She's obviously wanting to get a little bit closer to Kailani. Kailani will be happily keeping her distance at the moment because we've seen plenty of waves, offer opportunity to break wide. And with priority coming into play, Anon Matsuoka obviously has priority. 2 minutes 20 to go. She had a look at that one, decided against it. Kailani had a good look a little bit further down the line. She wasn't interested either.
Yep, she maintained priority. Kailani probably hadn't got into the zone yet of the priority judge. So Anon Matsuoka making some pretty smart decisions. Now she's going to sit next to her best friend, Kailani Johnson, to make sure she doesn't do anything that she can't keep up with.
Yeah, so 2 minutes to go. Anon Matsuoka, I think she's only 17, so very young. She's the Japanese junior champion last year.
She is not letting one eye off Kailani out there. She is literally turning her head and looking at her every third paddle, so also has the mature competition experience to know what to do out there, which is really good to see in a 17-year-old.
So are we looking at an all-Japanese final on the women's side of proceedings? Not if Kailani Johnson has anything to do with it, but she's only got a minute and change to drop in a 9.4, and at this stage you think she's going to have to do it all on the strength of one wave. Problem is, Anon Matsuoka has priority. Right now, we can see some jostling. The girls are shoulder to shoulder. Kailani's going to force this. In fact, she's having a crack at it. So Anon decides that there's not almost 10 points available. Kailani, that was a really strong turn. The second turn was huge as well, but she goes down. 45 seconds to go. Anon Matsuoka will be catching this wave as much to get over to Kailani as anything else. And
I think she's going to victory lap this one to the beach. Like I said, her IQ out there is massive. She's going to know there's not going to be much opportunity. This is practice for the final.
It sure is, and she stands tall, and she should stand proud as she makes her way. Well, I'd be making my way into the beach. There's 30 seconds to go. She has a final to get ready for because it's not looking good for Kailani. 15 seconds to go. There are waves on the horizon, but I think it would be Ketut Agus and JR Esquivel who are looking at them more likely than Kailani Johnson.
Anon's not giving up. She's still pointing towards the lineup. She's one of those never say never until the final whistle.
All right, well, the hooter goes, and it is an all-Japanese final on the ladies' side of proceedings. Shino Matsuda will be coming up against the lady on screen, Anon Matsuoka. That was a very entertaining heat. I'm going to go down and have a chat with Anon right now. We're going to have a quick break. When we come back, Ketut Agus will be up against the hometown hero, JR Esquivel, in our first of our semi-finals at the men's side of the division on La Union International Pro here in the Philippines.
Here we are in one of the most anticipated semi-finals
in the history of the world.
In the history of the world. There's conversations of John Florence and Kelly Slater. There's conversations of Steph Gilmore and Clarissa Moore. Here we are with JR Esquivel and Ketut. Oh, JR's early, busy. Both of them up and riding out there. So yeah, JR and Ketut out there, our local dual discipline superstar. This will be his second ride that we're looking at now. Second time we got caught up to. Nothing too major opening these things. So we got Ketut Agus from Indonesia. I think he's a Bali boy. And JR Esquivel from right here in the beautiful La Union.
How you going, John?
I'm good, Jerry Deegan. Welcome back.
Yeah, I saw the wave during the ad of JR, and you know, he did a full 12 o'clock wrap, and it was amazing. Unfortunately, he lost it on his next turn, so we'll see if they'll have a replay of that. We've got Ketut now just pulling in and out. Yeah, it could have been something huge, but he just ran out of steam at the end there. Couldn't pull the second manoeuvre back round and get down into the power source.
No, and we can we don't even have to watch. We could keep our eyes closed and just base it off the screams and yells from the fans down there on the beach for JR.
So when you hear nothing, you assume Katut's on the wave, and when you hear a lot, you assume JR's on the wave.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of noise down there for JR. I was down there this morning. The media's getting a hold of this too, and they're starting to ramp up with what's going down here at La Union. They're starting to understand what surfing is. And
I know. I had an interview with JR on his previous win, and I waited ages for him to get out of the water because they would just mobbed him on the beach, and 6 other people were interviewing him.
Yep. And
as a matter of fact, our cameraman was down there aiming at him down, and we were up the top waiting for him to come up.
But that's the momentum that's going on down here at La Union Beach.
So, yeah, absolutely. I believe we are now going downstairs to the winner of the previous heat. Chris Binns will have a chat.
Guys, Anon Matsuoki, you're through to the final. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Talk to us about the semi-final. I think the turning point was when Kailani didn't go on that wave. She had priority, and then it was a really good score for you. When she didn't go, did you sort of think, oh, hang on a sec, I'm a chance here?
Yeah, I thought that. But waves first, little bit fat wave, and then but coming up, build up, and then 8-point waves were good. Yeah.
It's an interesting wave because sometimes the waves look good and they don't turn into much, and other times they work your way. Do you feel like the ocean's throwing you some favors at the moment?
Yeah, here I love this wave, but little bit difficult condition. But yeah, yesterday was very tricky, but today so good, grassy wave, and then I'm happy to go to next round, final.
So you're into the final, an all-Japanese affair. Really strong Japanese team here this week. Are you all friends and all supporting each other?
Yeah. いつも応援ありがとうございます。ファイナル行けたので、もう最後思いっきり楽しみながらいい波乗って優勝できるように頑張るので、また応援よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Okay, you've got one more to go. Good luck.
Thank you so much. ありがとうございます。
Okay, back to you guys.
Thanks, Binzi, and congratulations to Anon. Commiserations to Kailani. You'll be back and you'll be able to possibly win the next one.
Here's Katut on his 475, I believe, which one we might not have seen earlier. Medium-sized wave, just getting enough work done. Going into the good score, 4.75. Business as usual, and this was JR's. I'm going to say this is his 5.5. That's a nice, critical, sort of under the lip hook. Sort of went up, got under the lip. Does some things with that board that I just can't believe he does.
Defies gravity. That's what he does.
Defy gravity. And like you were saying before, that board just naturally wants to be at 12 o'clock or beyond.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's someone really inspirational for the goofy footers to look up to.
There's that first wave, that 4.0 that you were saying where he sort of lost it on.
Yeah, there was a bit more
second
potential
turn.
down there. A couple of nice peaks rolling in right up the beach there now as well.
You want to go down?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Put your headphone down.
Binzi, Tibby, can you get up here? We want to get down on the surf and have a quick, I don't know, go with falls 3 or 4 times before we come back up with commiserations.
I keep getting messages from David Fratu.
Yeah?
Bagging me up, but what he really wants me to do is mention his name. So
Yeah.
I just did there, buddy. Angry French man. I hope you're enjoying the coverage down there in Shargo. Not sure if you're getting any waves, and I hope you're there with Alan Dasser and the Fox and the whole crew down there watching the surfing up here. It's pretty damn good today. I'm glad now that they had called it off when they did yesterday because we've got nice, long, super clean waves.
Here we go. Local boy. Talk us through it, Jerry.
Okay, he's going to start. He's going to finish. That was an easy one to call.
Ooh.
Look, he just chose not to be there. He didn't have priority anyway. It wasn't really worth wasting the effort, I guess.
And if I'm out there and I'm Katut Agus, I am worried if JR's running around under priority, picking and choosing whichever he wants.
Without question, yeah. I mean, JR can see down the line. He knows what the wave's going to do. You know, he's had, who could count, you know. So he's been catching 10 waves a day, you know, and he's been surfing out here for 15 years. Well, add them up, Johnny.
7. You all know my math skills up here. I come to 7. Is that the correct answer?
It's about 40, I don't know, 45,000 waves.
Okay, I'm a little bit off, but here's JR's going to try to sell this. There's a set right behind this thing, so he might have sold that one to Ketut, knowing full well it did this, or he might have just been stoked. But there JR goes, which is the other advantage of being the local boy. Ketut's going to think it's a good wave if you're going to look at it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether he got caught inside by that set out the back,
yep, looks like it,
or he took off, I'm not sure. But yeah, it did look like he got caught inside. So there's still some solid ones marching through.
There is. There was a few wide ones on that semi-final heat of the last one of the girls. They got a few sets rolling in on their head. Plenty of big waves out there. It's fading slowly. It did drop off quite substantially since yesterday, but we don't have those annoying wide bomb sets rolling through anymore that didn't really do much for the scoring. It was more detrimental to the surfing out there. So
yeah,
good
definitely.
call, I think, to run this today. Look at this. If you're going to run a WSL QS finals on a day, I think today's the pick.
Today's the pick. I mean, today's the cleanest, the longest lines we've seen. And, you know, we're getting good scores, and that's the real acid test as whether you're getting good scores, and we are.
Yeah.
So it's okay. And it's actually a little bit bigger when you're here. I mean, on the TV, it tends to make it look a fraction smaller, but when you're here, there's still some good solid 3-footers coming through.
That happens to me all the time. I'll go out at 6 foot and everyone else will be saying it's 3 foot.
I used to always with Surf Cloud 9 in the early days with Kev Davo, and we'd come in and it was pretty heavy, pretty gnarly, and I'd say, oh, I think there was some, and I was playing it down, I think there was some 4-footers. He'd go, oh, it's a pretty solid 2 foot, mate.
Yeah. Who was that with?
Kev Davidson.
Yeah, that's the problem when you get in these Australian circles. Apparently, usually the machoism's so high that no one's brave enough to call it over 2 foot. It could be 20 foot out there and we're still saying, oh, 6 foot, you think? Yeah.
Solid 6.
Yeah, well, I'm crying on the beach.
Yeah. I'm hiding in the...
I'm going home to get my wax with no intention of coming back.
Yeah. 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes down at this stage.
Looks like some sets rolling through now. So JR's got himself into that position by selling that last one to Ketut. Sorry. And he is probably going to swing on this one. It looks like a really good shape, and I'm sure he knows that from where he's sitting.
Okay, he's up and riding, getting some speed down the line. He's going to slap this one, as he did. I don't know that he'll be overly happy with the way that one went. He was sort of a bit off balance as he went up. He's going to keep going. Hopefully he'll get some more on the inside. A little turn there. Okay, he must see something on the inside because not a great deal on the outside. Nice little close out and then a foam bounce. Okay. So there's definitely some points there. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be an excellent wave, but
I think that opening turn might have hurt him a lot. Ketut did get another wave out the back behind that one. Nice high speed sort of lip line manoeuvre that Ketut did that I saw on the not the live action, but my shoulder view.
Okay, so here's JR again.
So this move, he definitely hit it, but it looked a little bit disconnected.
Yeah, and he lost all his speed as well. So,
yeah, so
the judges won't really love that.
He would have wanted to flow through that, and he would have been doing a hell of a lot of work on the inside if he had got what he wanted. This is beautiful surfing, just transitioning from one move to the other, but the exclamation mark that he wanted out the back wasn't as big as he wanted, I'm sure. But
no, we could be proven wrong by the judges, but my thinking is, maybe after that first manoeuvre, losing all the speed, having to get back out onto the green water, may have been better off just paddling back out at that stage, but we'll see.
He was committed. His move was committed. It was just a little bit
clunky. Could we say clunky? Are we allowed to say clunky?
Clunky sounds good.
And he does some almost no clunky moves. I mean,
exactly.
He's super smooth. So when he does one, it's kind of noticeable.
It is, and I was sort of saying that before with Anon and Kalani. Anon was doing some super crisp technical surfing, and Kalani sort of got stuck up, and it becomes more apparent when that happens because the standard has been set, and these guys do set those smooth, almost seamless transitions. And so when you see it, you really see it, right?
You do. Some scores are coming through now for JR. I think it looks like he will get rid of his 4.0. Yeah, it's a 5.35, his second best wave. Again, given what we've seen so far, I would be thinking it won't be in his score at the end of the semi-final. But It just depends on whether the ocean cooperates.
There's Katut. I think that might have been his possibly second turn. He did quite a high-speed lip line jam on the opening of that without losing an ounce of speed, and then he came through with that final little jam on the end, which gave him 4.0. Nothing major. I actually thought there was a possibility of Katut taking to the air at one point there, which he's very capable of, but stuck to the rail game, got himself a 4, and here goes JR again.
Under priority as well. Okay. Okay, so that's okay. He's still close to out the back. Didn't have priority anyway. Obviously, it's not what he was looking for, but...
No, but JR under priority, that's where he did his damage yesterday, taking out Bronson Maidi and who else was in his heat where he sort of snuck in? I think it was the Bronson and Oni were in there. And it was under priority where JR actually did the damage. He actually jumped on.
Oh, the one where he broke his surfboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it wasn't necessarily the standard heat sitting out on priority and getting the best waves. It was actually local knowledge and commitment that he got him through that one.
Yeah, look, and under priority, staying busy. You know, there's no reason not to take off, especially when you can see a smaller one, you can see something down the line. You know the wave well enough that there will be something. It might be something that the others that aren't locals don't see. So he has an advantage there. And again, we keep saying he has an advantage as being a local, but to watch him surf, I mean, that's not why he's winning, really.
No, he's up there now, and dual discipline too, so just feathers in every cap that he's got, I think. And there he goes. He's going to possibly... Some of this might be trying to drag Katut down the reef. You can see Katut sort of keeping one eye on him going, what is this guy doing? And this will be 100% head games by JR, possibly. And
I like that, 100% possibly.
Yeah, it works 60% of the time, every time.
Yeah.
So now Katut is starting to sort of move towards where JR is sitting. Like I said, JR's got a pretty good surf IQ, but he's also put Katut in the position now where he's going to buy this wave.
Again, he got up and down there. He lost a little speed there.
He's not going to complete that second layback. Good. I don't know. What do you think of that opening move, Jerry?
Again, it was a little bit like JR's. It wasn't super smooth. He just got caught up a little bit. Yeah, it came down a bit with his board facing the wrong direction. So he lost his speed. He still got round it.
That little layback jam would have been... Yeah, it didn't take quite as much time as JR. Didn't have quite as big as wobble. He got quite low. That sort of helped give him that speed to get through. So I'll see what the judges go for that move. It definitely looked good from their perspective down there on the beach because he sent it. And then if he had got that second layback jam up in the pocket, it would have been going somewhere pretty good, I think.
Yeah, so there you go. There's the scores. You can see them online there.
Someone loving it.
So a 4.0, which is exactly what he got for his previous wave.
Yeah. Across the board there, 3 7s. There was a 4.5 and a 4.3.
And the judges, they do have replays down there, so they are allowed to wait, watch the replay, and reassess what they may or may not have seen.
JR pulling the trigger.
12 o'clock straight away. And again, that's 3 times this heat, so maybe he's not getting his weight forward enough on the way back down.
Strange little errors from JR. Might be a case of the nerve, maybe a little bit of fatigue even. He surfed a lot this, more than anyone, you'd have to say. Definitely more than anyone.
Yeah, he has.
See, my maths is on point in that 12 o'clock snap, and all he had to do was back it up with his second manoeuvre, maybe slow that one down a little bit, change a little bit of his turn. There's, Katut's going to make him pay.
Yeah, dearly.
So Katut's entering the group chat as we speak.
Okay, he's going to try to get a little more on the inside. Pumping, and boom. Oh, yeah.
There we go. I believe that's going to definitely go to the high score of this heat so far.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. That was a very well-surfed wave. Radical, and, a lot of variation in that wave too.
And we have seen a lot of the guys sort of make that play to go into that fatter section inside. Here's JR again. I don't know why we're going to flog this dead horse. Getting caught up again on that second turn, like I said. Maybe a little bit of a foam climb, and he knows he's frustrated. You can see the body language up there. We're about to see Katut up and riding. straight into that lip line attack. Much smoother than that first one, and then follows it up with a nice combination of that down carve wrap back into the power source and the foam ball there. And this is where you stay on or get off. He's chosen to stick with it, and right there.
Yep.
And this little layback jam is exactly why he stayed on. Not complete on that last jam, but...
No, but I think he garnered another point on the inside there.
The damage was done, I believe, and we'll see these numbers drop live on your screen there. So keep your eye on the bottom with Ketut Agus as he makes his way back out. I'm thinking we're going to go into the very good.
I agree. Look, I think there were at least 3 really strong moves there. You know, give them 2 points each. There was another couple of moves. Surely I was going to say 7. So someone's come in.
Ooh.
They like it even more than that. So it's come in as 7.75.
A few judges sitting in the excellent range there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so he's going to be very happy when he hears that. And JR is going to have to get a wiggle on at this stage with 11 minutes 52 seconds. And here is JR and a pretty solid set out the back there.
All right, he's going to have to shake off those earlier wobbles and put this one together.
Okay, up over the foam. Again, a nice little check turn at the top there, back into the power source. Let's see if we can get some vertical stuff going here. Boom. Up and over. That was a great move. And there's another point or 2, and he's going to finish it off strongly. He certainly did.
All right, I don't know if you've noticed, one of JR's tells is that little fist can't help but come up at the end of every good wave.
Yeah.
That's going to get him feeling good. The beach is erupting. Look at this, straight from the start. He's attacked this thing. Just a transition foam climb, but the way he set up that second turn was really on point with that foam climb. Didn't miss a beat this time. Hasn't been caught up anywhere yet. Blasting the fins out the back there. Bit more vertical. And gets the finish, so...
Yeah, I'm thinking it might not quite be where Ketut's went.
I don't think so, but is it up around the 7? Could be.
I think, maybe so. I don't know. I don't know anything.
I don't think it's the best. I don't know anything. I don't claim to know anything. And anyone that says any different's a liar.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a point or so less than Ketut's.
Which means he could get the requirement. He may not get the requirement. You're going to see these scores sort of drop onto the screen. And if you can do your maths, you'll figure out pretty quick if he's got the score or not. I can't, obviously. We've proven that time and time again. But Jerry, you seem to be a bit of a mathlete. I can imagine you down there in the school days, front of the class.
No, I could just write really small on my eraser and ruler. So
had skills. You had skills.
I had some skills. Yeah.
Bang! There it is.
6.70. So not enough to put him into the lead, but it does reduce what he needs to get into the lead. So he'll only need a 5.81, which is easy to get. I mean, he's nearly had one there, and he's had a better one than that. So I can't imagine he won't get that.
No.
At some stage in the next 10 minutes, but also I can't imagine that Ketut won't get rid of his 4.75 either.
2/3 of the heat. It's a hot one. It is a hot one. This is good.
Yeah, this is really good.
Exciting.
There's 6 waves for Ketut and 7 waves for JR. The crowd are on bated breath downstairs. They're willing him on.
Yep, shout out to Luke and Ian Sugwan, who are his coaches on the national team. They spend a lot of time with JR. And I tell you what, I'd be putting him on my resume pretty quick.
Yeah, he's having a little look at that inside one. He was not interested.
All right, sets coming. These boys, I don't know if they've seen them yet. We don't have the standard, because we've got the best vantage point in the whole
Oh, we do, without
gallery
question.
here.
Which is the same that the cameraman has, by the way.
Yep, but we can sort of whistle out and call sets if we wanted to. On the beach, they can't quite see them, and JR getting to work, and Ketut up and riding behind.
Okay, JR's a bit of a whitewatery wave, but he's had 2 great manoeuvres already, and there's a little finishing manoeuvre. Again, I've called that a finishing manoeuvre again.
It's all right.
He wasn't finished. I got it right that time.
You got away with it again, I think. And Ketut's up and riding. He's going to have a section here to hit. Variation on the guys on their forehand opposed to their backhand. You sort of get a little bit of opportunity to put in a few more variations of turns.
On your forehand?
On your forehand,
yeah.
I feel you get to like even that little layback jam with a fin drift. You generally find, and Oki's the man who set the standard in this sort of surfing. Here's JR's wave. Nice. Now look at the water still coming down while he's preparing for his next turn, which judges see that sort of stuff. They enjoy it. And it shows a commitment to turn. Little stuck on the top there, but
Yeah, that's... Look, I'm hoping that gets rid of his 5.5. I think it's going to come in somewhere around there, but let's see what Katut's wave...
Not quite massively committed to that first turn. Fair bit of downtime.
Yeah, a lot of downtime. So I wonder if only thing after this was his little drop wallet. Is that what you call it? A drop wallet layback sort of thing. It's pretty nice.
It is nice, but is it 5.5 nice?
You know, I'm not sure.
I think you're getting more and more, less and less. What do you say?
I'm
not just going to leave there too.
Confident, less and less confident.
Soon you're just going to sit quietly up here and watch the surfing, which will be...
Yeah, let you talk. I know you love to talk.
Yeah, let me slowly insert my foot into my mouth again and again and again.
All right, so neither of those scores are in as yet. The judge is comparing the two waves. And again, I sort of think both of them will be kind of mid-range.
Definitely worth a replay watch, though, because JR's looking to get a 5.81 only, and Katut's trying to increase on a 5.50. So I can guarantee the judges right now, under the direction of Ty, are watching the replays to make sure they make that right decision.
And I see a couple of scores dribbling in, and I think JR is going to get the score. But I also think that Katut is going to get a score, and they're going to both get rid of their lower scores. So we'll see what happens when this, what are we waiting for? Judge 2 to drop it in. So it's a 5.90 for Katut. So he's improved on his 4.75 and a 6.10. So there you go. They both improved on their lower scores, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yep, so situation remains the same with Katut Agus out in first place and JL Esquivel chasing his heels. Now the only thing that's changed is the requirement of JR has climbed up a little bit again.
Yep, that's not what he wanted.
It's not what he wanted.
6 minutes to go. Katut holds priority as well, so he's going to stick to JR.
Yep, it's game time. This is where it changes from who can get that way.
Well, how many heats have changed in the last 5 minutes, you know, in today and yesterday? It's been amazing. With 5 minutes to go, you certainly can't call a winner. And a 6.96 is not too much to overcome, not with JR.
No, and this has been a really good back and forth. So a 6.7 and a 6.10 as compared to a 7.75 and a 5.90. So you know that they can both definitely improve on those low scores. There's plenty of room for improvement. Katut has literally glued himself to the shoulder of JR there. And that's probably as far away as you'll see him get from him at this stage.
Yeah, there's a couple of lumps out the back. Okay, they're heading wide.
Yep, JR's going to race back down the line. He's trying to possibly drag Katut up the point a little bit far. He's going to make Katut go on that one. So, JR.
Okay, the crowd are cheering that thing. Okay, JR now has priority. So he can spend a little bit of time waiting for a good wave.
So Katut's strategy there, stick to JR, make him sure he knows he's there, and JR's just casually drawn him down the point and put him into that situation. Katut obviously felt he was in a place where he thought he had to go because JR was a little bit over.
It looked like a decent wave.
He did really well to get his feet, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, he did. The wave had already crumbled over the top of him.
So gameplay goes to JR on this little round of head games.
Yeah, unfortunately that doesn't get you through. So he still needs a 6.96. So, and he's running out of time, to be honest. He's got 4 minutes to go.
And Katut sitting on the inside now, and this thing looks like, oh, he was just having a look at a little wave there. Looked like it had potential, but it did run a little wide. So JR is going to now rely on what he knows and whatever he's been calling upon to get him through this thing so far, because it keeps showing up for him.
Yeah, it has done.
And Katut's going to sit there and just hope time is the winner in this one. But we have had plenty of waves throughout this heat. They're both on 8 waves apiece. So 16 waves ridden. Plenty of throwaways in that amount.
Craning my old neck around to see if I can see any sets out the back. I don't see a great deal yet. I can see Kajiro Nishi and Tenchi Iwami out the back there, way over to the inside, patiently waiting for semi-final heat number 2, or semi-final 2. So just to remind you, whoever wins this goes directly into the final.
That's how semi-finals work.
It is how semi-finals work.
Semi being 2.
Semi, that's right. I was just thinking if my daughter's watching, she might not be sure.
She might.
Lily, you would know.
I think she'd know. But you're right. This is the first of our semi-final, and our second semi-final eagerly awaiting on the shoulder. JR and Ketut sitting side by side.
So, John, there's no third semi-final? I'm confused.
If you go to the quarters, generally that's 4 finals, Jerry, which pushes us into the semi, which is sort of the universal language for 2 parts or 2.
Learn something every day.
Yeah.
Did you say 2 parts? I don't think I've had a 2-part recently. I prefer 3 parts.
Yeah, you'll be thirds then. We don't have a tertiary style final set up, so we'll stick with what we know. And let's see if JR
Speaking of putts and golf, my friend is going to write a book, Mick McDonald. It's called Lining Up That Fourth Putt.
It's not a bad sounding book, and that's probably where I am. Here we go. It looks like the horizon is coming to life. I can hear some noise coming from the beach. JR's got to get himself in a position.
Okay.
Don't know if this first one's going to be it. Looks like JR's already... Oh, he's had a little glance at the left. JR has got an air game in his belt also. That's not the one. The left was actually pretty... Yeah. Hard to go left on a right-hander. It's only a goofy footer that's ever going to do it, but that's we did see a regular footer. I think Tenchi might have gone left on a right before.
Certainly running out of time. There's a couple more sets out the back. And he's heading a little wide. He wants to have a look at it. And it's going to be pretty much his last chance. It's not a big one.
It's not
big. Doesn't look like it has a great wall either.
He's going to go. No, he's not.
No, it was probably fairly wise, but I mean, at some stage in the next 50 seconds, if he doesn't pull the trigger, he's not going to win.
There's another one lining up just after this one. He's either going to go and see what happens or not have an opportunity. I think JR's going to not leave it up for the chance. I think he's going to run on this one, and he's going to go for something pretty major.
Okay, he's getting his speed up.
A shove it might not have been the best option in a position like that.
Yeah, looking at the wave, it didn't have much more down the line, so maybe he was just prepared to take
20
a
seconds.
chance.
That could be the end of the dream run for JR Esquivel. Shove it, I don't know, maybe a standard air reverse to get that little bit of safety and then finish the wave and then see if the judges liked it enough.
Yeah, he didn't need a 10. I mean, he only needed a 6.9. But look, they're shaking hands. They're mates at the end of the day.
They are mates at the end of the day, and JR doing one heck of a job going through to the final of the longboard and taking out the prize in first place and then getting to the semi-final. So JR, hold your head high, and Ketut Agus, our man on screen, will be going in to the final of the La Union Pro. Shall we take a break and be right back with semi-final number 2 to see who meets Ketut in that final?
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves, it's such beautiful. The food, it's so good. And yeah, I'm so happy to be here. And the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally it's like this front and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, no, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction. That's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Here's a dream car, bro.
Okay, we're back here with semi-final number 2. We have Tenchi Iwami and Kijiro Nishi. We have Tenchi has already got a 4.0. The boys are paddling back out there. And we have the luxury of having Brian Landrigan with us. And hey, Brian, how you doing? Brian is a legend of this town. He's been here since the early 80s. And without guys like Brian and a couple of other guys, this wouldn't be the surf town that it is. And what we might do is we're going to have to go down shortly to an interview. So when we come back, we'll have a big chat with Brian and he can do some commentary. He's surfed this wave a bazillion times. So I think if they're ready downstairs, and sorry if I kept looking around, if they're going to show us a replay. They'll tell us when they're ready, Brian, for the interview downstairs. So this is Tenchi's first wave. This got a 4.0, so not a big one, maybe not a keeper, but we'll find out. So I'm just seeing if they're ready down the bottom there. Maybe or maybe not. I want to talk to you. I'm desperate to talk to you, but I think we're going to have to go to the interview first.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, so there is no interview. So what do you think of the waves today, Brian?
The waves are really, really fantastic for the up and down. Like, it can be very good here and it can be very ordinary. So for the whole week of competition, including the day of the finals, I think you've been lucky.
I think we've been super lucky. And when did you first come here, Brian?
40 years ago this month we arrived here at this beach.
40 years ago.
Yeah.
So to 1983?
Yeah, January 83.
Okay, and you found a paradise.
I arrived, I had a surfboard under me at one arm and I had Luke Landrigan, my son, at my side. And I saw that wave and
the rest is history.
A quiet little fishing village that had a secret wave. Fantastic. So.
And how did you get here? Did you jeepney here? Did you have a car? Did you just came to discover?
I rode a Philippine Rabbit bus. I'd already done the survey in 1979 and I knew where to come. This was the place.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's amazing. That's who is that? That's Tenchi. That's one of our Japanese surfers, and that looks like a pretty solid wave. That's a replay there. I think we must have missed it at some stage. What did you think of Tenchi's wave there?
Quite good, quite good.
And Kijiro, this
yes.
is the other replay. Okay, really nice swoop there, a nice off the top and nice swoop. So there'll be a couple of good scores that we'll talk about a bit later.
The standard of these kids is really something.
Yeah. Oh, the standard is absolutely amazing. You know, it's it blows my mind every time, and the standard of the longboarding blew my mind every time. Again, I think we'll get a little call in our ear. I think we're ready for our interview downstairs. So we'll go down to John and we'll come back with Brian shortly.
Thank you.
All right, here I am down with Ketut Agus, our first finalist moving to the La Union Pro QS 3000. How was it?
Oh, feeling great. Early event for this year, and I make it to the final. And it's really good result. Even this is my first time here, but it's really great to be on the final and on the semi-final with JR, the local boy and the star. He's winning the longboard and he made it into the semi-final. That's really great for him. He surfed really good. He's really smart and just need another way for him and make it through. But I'm so lucky to get that 7.8.
I was more impressed with the gameplay out there. I think it got to about the 5.5 minute mark. You had that good score and you had a good backup, and you basically went and you hunted down JR and you didn't give him a moment's rest out there. You made sure he knew that you were there, you were in the lead, and he had to do the work.
Yeah, I was really hard out there, and he needed a small score like 6.9. That's for me easy for him, because last time, yesterday, he beat all the Indos boys, so that's pretty gnarly. He got last minute, he got a 7.5. It's pretty impressive. From there, I was thinking okay, now I'm one hit with JR. I need to be careful. So I need just trying to control all the heat, control everything there.
So one back for the Indo boys by the looks of things. You are the sole remaining Indo surfer out there. You'll be up against Japanese of the winner of this heat out there. Same strategy, you're just going to go out and do your thing, choose wisely. What's your plans?
Well, let's see how it's worked. Let's see what happened in this hit. So I'm gonna rate all of this.
Of course, just looking at that Rip Curl sticker, the Almeric board, the Dragon stickers down there, you want to shout out a big thanks to some of the guys that get behind Team Ketut, and obviously pretty proud and stoked sitting here watching what's going on down here at La Union.
Yeah, really thank you for all the sponsors, Rip Curl, Almeric, and Dragon always support me, and all the Indonesian team and all the team from Indonesian. Terima kasih banyak untuk semua supportnya untuk semua Indonesia yang nonton live ini. Terima kasih banyak untuk supportnya. Terima kasih.
Awesome. So super stoked for you, Ketut. Looking forward to see what's going to go down in the final. I know you're going to bring what you've got to the game. And like I said, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the show at this stage.
Yeah, thank you. I will enjoy this final.
All right, back to you guys up in the booth.
Okay, thanks, John. I'm still here with Brian Landrigan, and we're going to have a little chat about the early days here. There was a 7.0 from Tenchi while the interview was on. It might have been just before the interview, and Tenchi's about to paddle again. So we'll just see this wave. And there's a wave out the back before we get some really good info from Brian. So really nice off the top straight away, plenty of speed. Up and over the white water, but he just came a cropper on that one. And out the back we have Kajiro on his back end. Oh, that was an amazing manoeuvre there. He's going to do it again up over the white water. Bit of a turn back into the power, and he's not going to hang on. He's got to be pretty happy with those waves there, Brian.
Yes, he's doing good.
So when you first came here in '83, how were you treated by the locals? You know, were you a bit of a I don't know, a bit of a alien, you know, something they hadn't seen before?
Yes, they hadn't seen very much surfing before. When I paddled out on me 9-foot Mal, they just sat there and watched and watched.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, look, I think we've just been told we're also going to have an interview with JR. Now, JR's a local hero, and you're a good friend of JR, and you've known him for many years.
Yes.
So we're going to go down to John and JR and hear what he has to say about getting knocked out but making it so far into the final.
I couldn't let this opportunity go by without talking to JR Esquivel, winner of the longboard division, and you've just placed third in this QS 3000. How are you? You look happy.
Yeah, I'm super stoked, coach, because this first win on USL, and this is the best result for me on the shortboard. So it's really, really nice.
Well, Esquivel, your name is going to go around now. There's a whole bunch of media down here. I think you're going to be doing interviews for the rest of the day. And then we've got the closing ceremony tonight, and your name's going to be coming up a lot.
That feels like I'm going to get busy. But it's still stoked, so let's do it.
It is, and it's just been refreshing to see a local guy like you, true gentleman, true legend of our sport, and we've known you in Philippine surfing circles for a long time. Good to see you start getting through the ranks of an international field, and not just an international field, a very high quality international field.
I can't really don't know what to say, but I'm really, really stoked right now. So.
I know your coaches Luke and Ian are going to be really proud of you. Let's go for a quick shout out to all the sponsors and everyone who's helped get you to where you are. Apart from you, who else have you got in your team to help you?
Yeah, thank you to my sponsors, especially to Kuya Errol. He's really the guy. He pushed me a lot. He supports me everything where I compete outside the country or nationals. Thank you so much, Kuya Errol, and to Surftown La Union. And also to Alima, to LU Surf Team, to Esquivel Surf Camp, and especially the guys here, every Filipino here. Thank you so much for the support. You really push us to the next level. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to go let you do your victory lap. I'm sure plenty of people are going to gather up and see you. Better get back to the booth because we are currently into semi-final number 2. So back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John, and good on you, JR. That's a wonderful result for you, and everybody's super proud, particularly Brian Landrigan, who I'm sitting next to. And we started talking about you coming here in '83 and how the people reacted to having a couple of foreigners here.
Yes, they looked at us with amazement, especially when we went out and surfed our 9-foot Mal. And the fathers of JR and the other local kids that are here today just said, hey, where can we get a surfboard?
So straight into it they were. And did you lend your surfboard out to them when you weren't surfing?
I certainly did. One kid paddled out with the flooring out of his dad's fishing boat. He said, I got my own board. Never mind.
Oh, that's classic. And how long do you think were you here before, they became regular surfers? Or was it instant? Obviously, they didn't have the boards.
I got boards in from Australia for them. And the local kids in this fishing village, the sons of fishermen, they took to it immediately.
Well, they do, because they're real watermen anyway, aren't they? So it was the same when I was in Shargau. That they really took to the ocean quickly. They could all swim already. They were all used to being underwater and on top of water because they were all fishermen. And what did you build when you first came here, or where did you stay, and how long did it take you? I heard you built 3 little cottages or something.
I built 4 little Philippine-style bungalows. I lived in one, and I had the rest for visitors, tourists, whoever wanted to pay small money, 100 peso a day.
Oh, that's perfect. And may I ask, how many rooms do you have now?
50.
50, okay.
We had to go with the times.
You do. You absolutely have to go with the times. And your son is now running the resort. Does he run it, or you still hands-on all the time?
No, Luke's the boss all around, but I look over his shoulder occasionally.
As you need to, Dad. There's Tanishi with a really nice start. And he made that. So 2 manoeuvres. I think they're going to like that. I think they're going to really like that. They were really, really powerful manoeuvres. I don't suppose you were doing that quite on your longboard in '83?
A 9-foot Mal, mate. There was nothing fancy.
And where are you originally from, Brian?
I'm from a little beach, Taree Old Bar in New South Wales.
Oh, I know Old Bar. I've been there a couple of times over the years.
Yes.
On the way up the coast. Always stop there and try to get a wave.
I grew up there as a kid, and I don't remember learning to swim.
Yeah, okay. So you just surfed, and through the surf, that's how it all happened?
We lived on the beach, and we surfed from before I could remember it.
So good. And do you get out into the ocean at all these days?
I have to be honest, very, very seldom. It has to be a very small and very friendly wave for me to get out there. I've had too many birthdays.
And have you got that same board from '83?
I wished I did, but it was a Michael Cundas from Byron Bay.
It's funny. I mean, I look back and some people I know kept all their boards. I just, as soon as I got a new one, I sold the other one, or I just had to sell it to get a new one.
To get the cash.
Yeah, so I'm really envious of those guys that have kept a lot of their old boards. Yeah. I don't know if Richard James up on the Gold Coast is watching, but I know he has a bunch of his old sticks still, and Stuart Darcy and those guys, a lot of them have kept their boards. So I'm pretty envious of that. And so what do you think of the place now? It's pretty built up. I mean, have you got a bit jaded by it, or do you still love the place?
I still love the place. It was nice when it was a small fishing village, but there was no employment much. There was no money around. There was no tourists. And look at it today with a bit of progress.
Yeah, look, I mean, someone talking there's over 20 surf schools. So, I don't know how many instructors in each school, but there's a whole bunch of people being employed now. There's buildings, there's restaurants and resorts. So, yeah, I mean, and I had this discussion with someone. Is it good for the place? Would they prefer to be a sleepy village, or has it been good that, us foreigners, particularly, you guys in the early days brought stuff in? I mean, what's your thought on that?
I believe it's very good for the place. Like, the kids are going to colleges, the kids are getting jobs, and
kids like JR are surfing and making money and living the dream, really, I guess.
That's right. The early group of surfers that came through at Lukey's era, and they went to another new level, and these kids today are going to take it to the next level.
Yeah, and the next generation will take it even further. And, one day, obviously, thanks to guys like you, we may have a Filipina or a Filipino in the CT, making millions of bucks. The next Kelly Slater could be a Filipino.
It'd be lovely to see, and some of them have got ability, natural ability.
Yeah, do you go back to Australia often?
Yeah, I go back 2 or 3 times a year just to say hello to old friends. And I enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you do. I go back, well, I'm living back there now. Just a recap there, Brian, on where we're at. So we've got Kajiro Nishi in the lead with a total of 13. You guys can see that on the screen. 7.25 is the best score of the day. Now, Tenchi only needs a 6.01 to move through. The two Japanese boys don't really seem to be chatting with each other. I don't think out of the water they're friendly, into the water it's hardcore competition, we reckon?
Very true.
And speaking of Japanese, you had a friend also here, Aki, what's his name?
Aki Akanaga.
Aki Akanaga was here in the early days with you, is that correct?
Yes, he was one of the first surfers to surf out here with myself and a couple of other drifting Americans that came through.
And Aki is still in town?
Aki bought some land from me and built his house, and he's here forever.
Good to hear. Someone else told me he was the ding fixer of the day.
Yeah, he does board. He was an old shaper, but he does board, and a photographer. But he does board repairs and takes care. Really looks after the kids with their boards.
Cool. And I noticed I had a surf actually yesterday with Mara Yokohama. So her dad also had a presence down here?
Her dad was right here in Mona Lisa in the early days.
Okay.
He had some beautiful old surfboards, and he destroyed them on the reef.
Oh, did he?
While he was learning, he wrecked them on the reef. But
I hear he's back in Japan now. So it'd be good to see him here again one day. He came to Siargao quite a few times. Have you travelled the Philippines apart from here and done much surfing?
I've been to about 60 different destinations in the Philippines. Before I settled here, I was in Siargao in the 80s and had a look. And I was in Samar. I travelled to the north of here. I travelled over to
Bel Air and places like that.
Bel Air, and come back and had a look. And the infrastructure was here in San Fernando, the schools, everything for a family. So we chose here.
Yeah, okay.
It's not the best wave. Surigao's got the best wave, but this one is the longest. 9 months of the year we can get.
Yeah, look. That's the issue here, and it's in the wet season in Siargao. There's lots of waves, but it's just onshore and mostly miserable.
Yeah.
Here people get a bit surprised that there's such good waves in the South China Sea.
Yeah, and if something goes wrong, you got the hospitals, you got the airport, you got transport, you got everything here.
Yeah, absolutely everything you need.
And when you got a family, that's important.
It is important, and that's starting to happen in Siargao now. The infrastructure is getting there, but certainly in '83 or earlier, you must have been there earlier. That the infrastructure was not there.
There was nothing there. We went across in a bunker boat.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
And did you get waves there?
Yeah, we did. But what's the beach down to the left of Cloud 9, out in the middle of the Bombora?
Well, they call it Stimpy's or Rock Island.
Yeah, Rock Island. We surfed out there a lot, and I loved it with a Mal.
Rock Island's a great wave. I mean, I've surfed it many, many times over the years. So when you went to Rock Island, you had no idea that there was a wave Cloud 9 there? Was that not something that people... Well, I know it wasn't really known then, so you think you went past it in a boat and didn't notice it? Or?
Yeah, there was a magazine came out. I think it was John Callahan had a small write-up in the very early days.
I think John Callahan's was like not till into the 90s.
Into the 90s,
Yeah, because John was the first one really to photograph. He took a bunch of guys there, did some wonderful stuff there. But I think that was in the 90s. So my thinking is, and that was a really nice turn there from Kajiro, and he's trying to get out to the face here to get some more speed. He's going to milk it onto the inside and see if he can make a finishing move here and grab himself one more point there, I hope, Brian. And there's nothing more for him on the inside. The other thing I did want to ask you, and we'll just wait for that score, is they tell me that the sand was different here at some stage and you could actually ride from the point all the way to the beach.
Yeah, that's true. The sand moves here pretty much every season, but it's been a big transformation. It goes from the north to the south, up and down.
Okay. And so sometimes the waves are far, far longer than they are now, because they're fairly long anyway.
Yeah, this is good, but there was very little surfing done down in front of the San Juan Surf Resort. It was all done here at Mona Lisa because the sand wasn't there.
Okay, because I see probably it's almost as busy out there as it is at Mona Lisa Point.
Now it is, yeah, but before it was Mona Lisa Point all the way.
Okay, wow, that's cool. And down at your place, you've got the restaurant downstairs and you've got Seabuds, which I think are helping us out here with sponsorship. When you started your place, there was just nothing on the beach. It was just sand.
It was a jungle on the few fishermen's huts, yes. And Mona Lisa had a cottage here.
Okay.
And that would have been probably the first building on the beach.
And what do you think about this town? I mean, I come and see some grandiose old houses here. Was it a place that people from Manila came on holidays, you know, to get out of the city, like a bit like Baguio? Was it like that?
At the beginning, it wasn't. Very few domestic tourists came here. It was just the locals and a few drifting surfing foreigners came through. But as soon as we set up the surf camp, the Filipinos from the colleges and schools got the message in Manila, and they started coming, and that was the beginning of the influx.
Yeah, right. Okay. It's amazing how it happens and how busy it is here now. And here we have Tanishi up and out of that one. So where are we now? So Tanishi is winning. Tanishi has a 7 and a 6.25, and Kajiro needs a 6-point wave. There's been a lot of 6-point waves today. Brian, have you been watching it previous to coming up here and having a chat?
Yeah, I've been watching it, and it's been fantastic for me.
Yeah, like, you know, the level of the surfing is just off the Richter.
Blown me away.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you know, you've been here many, many years, but you haven't seen an international event like this here. Have you seen other international events at other places? Or would this be the first one
I've seen the big ones on the Gold Coast when I go home.
Oh, okay, yep. Yep, Quickie Pro and those.
Yeah, I've seen them all, but to see it here on Urbis Tondo Beach, it's
amazing. I can see the smile on your face.
It's a credit to the Luke for one, and it's a credit to WSL for coming here and helping us out.
Yeah, look, I think it's a combination of definitely Luke, first and foremost. Then we've got WSL and UPSA, which is the United Philippine Surfing Association, which I believe are holding the license for this one. And they, you know, they've put their money where their mouth is. They've dragged WSL in, and they've got Luke in to advise on all things La Union. And so here we are with the first La Union International Pro. I want to say the first annual La Union International Pro. I expect we're going to be back here around the same time next year. And we'll drag you back up to the commentary box again next year. So
I'll be here waiting for you, Jerry.
I hope so.
The old master from Surigao, Jerry Deegan.
Well, hardly. You know, I got no 83 in me. I was a bit later than that. Granted, it was early days, but no, I don't get the OG. You got the OG, buddy. 5 minutes 26 to go. Now, the winner of this will move into the final. And this is Heat 2. So after this, we will go to the women's final. And it will be Shino Matsuda and Anon Matsuka. Shino and Anon, they will be in the women's final. Oh, it's come up there. The guys are listening to me inside. And that will be for all the points. That'll be for everything. The trophy, the points, the money. And it's amazing how, you know, 7 short days ago we started this, and here we are finishing it off right now. You can't. The other thing I noticed is from your place, you can't tell how good the point is all the time. If it's a bit messy, it's very difficult to see.
You've got to paddle out to really appreciate it.
Yeah, every day I get up and I look from there, and it's not far down the beach, to be honest, and it's sort of hard to tell how good is it. Okay, there's our Tenchi. He's looks a bit casual there. Yeah, no, he decided he didn't want to keep going there. He didn't have priority, so he was just sort of testing the waters. You know, priority is a changed thing in surfing now. Do you know much about how that works?
No, I'm not really big on that, Jerry.
Okay, so what happens is they give surfing priority to one surfer, because in the old days it used to be a huge hassle who got waves, you know. And what it's done is it's evened out the playing field. If you've got a wave and someone's still out there, you can't just paddle back out and take their wave. So they're given priority. We actually have 2 assigned priority judges down there that just constantly watch and offer priority to those that get it. So sometimes there'll be 2 guys on the inside and they'll be paddling their guts out to get outside, and the first one that gets out there, he gets priority, so he gets to choose any wave he wants without any interference from the other guy. And what I think it's a really good thing.
It shows their fitness. If they've been doing the training, they'll be ready for it.
Yeah, and the paddle battles are just super, super fun. Have you got a wife or someone you want to say hello to? You want to shout out to your mates?
Hello to my lovely wife, Emmy, who's sitting out on the beach here somewhere watching the competition. And our lovely little girl, Kyra.
Oh, that's nice, mate. And what about a mate in Oz who's
And
watching it now?
Larry Francis. Is Larry Francis watching this? How are you, mate?
And funnily enough, I know Larry Francis as well. Well, Larry's a real good guy. So good to hear you talk about your mates and your lovely wife, who's down there on the beach. She'll be down there joining us soon. And we got 3 minutes remaining in this heat. This semi-final heat. So, pretty exciting stuff. And at this stage, I know we've been rambling away with each other. The surfers out there are pretty stressed out at this moment. We've got Kajiro needs only a 6 to move on through. Now, there's a 7, a 6.2 and a 7.25 that have been made in this heat already. So it's certainly going to be not too much of an ask, Brian, for him to get that, but he just needs to get that wave. And he does have priority, and he is going to roll the dice right here. Okay, on his backhand. Nice turn to start with. He's running down the line. He's hoping it opens up for him. Yeah, that's a really nice slash off the top. He's going to try to get a few more points. Yeah, I don't know, Brian, 2 turns. What are you thinking on that?
Doubt it. Don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit the same way. They weren't really vertical enough. There wasn't really enough power in it. He's still got a couple of minutes. He didn't come in all that fast, so there's still a chance. I don't know, he almost seemed to have his shoulders slumped then. He took off and knew maybe he wasn't going to get the number. Tenchi's out there guarding priority, asking for the time. And here's a wave coming to Tenchi. I wonder if he'll choose to take that. Here's the wave from Kajiro. So not a great deal in that one, and this one was just kind of, actually far more than I could ever do. I think the majority of the points were for that second manoeuvre there. And, okay.
Whoa.
So this is Tenchi. Oh, up and down, up and down. So priority, he still owns priority. So he was back out there before Kajiro managed to get out there. It was only 1 minute and 10 seconds. Brian, what would your strategy be, buddy?
I'll leave it with the judges, mate.
Always leave it. Well, it's funny. A boxing thing is don't leave it with the judges, but I don't think anyone's going to knock anyone out on this lot. Okay, 54 seconds to go, and Kajiro Nishi desperate to get a 6-pointer. He is in second priority. I think it's going to be pretty difficult now for him, Brian. I can reef my head around, and I do see a set out the back there. It's nice to be able to turn around and see exactly the whole playing field. But at this stage, that set is not hitting in the right spot. And they're desperately trying to paddle over towards it. Only 25 seconds remaining now, and I'm not seeing much out there. So I'm thinking that Tenchi is going to be moving on into the final. They've yet to go over and shake hands with each other with 10 seconds remaining. I think Kajiro is still holding out hope. The time is ticking away, and there's a nice set out the back that they're not going to get. So that's Tenchi Iwami. He will be moving through to the finals. Congratulations to him. He'll be surfing against Ketut Agus in the finals after this next after the final of the women's, as a matter of fact, Brian. So look, I want to thank you very much for coming and sitting with us. I want to thank you for doing what you did for this area and raising a lovely son like Luke to help us out. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me here, Jerry. It's a pleasure.
More than welcome. We'll go off for a quick break. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Thanks for making it easy for me, mate.
back to La Union International Pro. This is the final of the women's WQS event. It is Shino Matsuda in the red jersey up against Anon Matsuoka in the blue, an all-Japanese affair. Shino did really well to get through in the semis, and Anon Matsuoka only 17, and she is in action on her backhand already. Really, it's just short, chunky kind of style. She's so powerful, throws a lot of water. And, yeah, at such a young age, she's just got this really powerful, explosive style. And did really well to get past Kailani Johnson in the semi-finals. Now we're seeing her up in action against Shino Matsuda, who's paddling into this wave.
Yeah, Shino and Anon, they're both on their backside here. I have to say, they have a really strong top turns on their backside. And I would like to say this is, the battle of the goofy footers. Anon, a bit of the younger generation. Shino, she's only 20 years old, from Japan, and also I have to say this is Shino was she told me that she's just having a comeback from an injury there, Binzi. She was off the tour last year, and she said this is her best result so far. So
Yeah, right.
that's
Well,
Shino.
She did really well to get past Minami Nanaka in the semis. Minami, very highly touted Japanese prospect, and was the top seed in that heat and probably had some opportunities, but Shino Matsuda really pounced on every chance that she had, grabbed him by both hands and moved through to the final.
So yeah, still early in the stage. Here we go. This is a replay of opening right from Anon. That was a strong maneuver right there. Just a little bit of a setting up right there. We already see a 2 strong backhand there. Another one. So 3 strong one there, and then a finishing maneuver right there. A bit of a repetition there, Binzi, but it could be. Okay, so here's another replay of Shino. This a bit of an identical between those two surfer, but looks like.
Well, it's going to be very tight.
Yeah.
They're going to be very similar scores. They got their slightly different way. Anon's wave was a lot longer. She had to try and get a lot more work into it. Shino's wave stood up and she cracked it twice. So
yeah,
quality versus quantity. I think they're going to come in around about the same mark. While the judges are sorting out these scores, we're going to cross down to Jerry Deegan, who is with our second men's finalist from Japan, Tenchi Iwani.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Tenchi Iwami, winner of the second semi-final, moving into the finals. Tenchi, that's unbelievable. How do you feel right now?
My feel is so good, and I'm so stoked to make the final first QS my life.
This is your first final in the QS. You were on the Japanese Olympic team, is that correct?
Yeah, junior team.
Oh, the junior team.
Yeah.
And it was a bit of a ding-dong battle back and forward, kind of stressful at the end there. You know, you were following your surfer around, making sure they didn't get a last wave. Was the surfer a friend of yours, or were you buddies? Did you talk to each other?
No talking. Yeah, just focus. Heat.
Yeah, okay, you focused really well. And what did you have a particular strategy out there, or it was just get the best waves and keep priority?
I wait. Best wave, I get the priority. Yeah. So.
Where in Japan are you from, and are there beach break waves there, or are there point break waves?
I'm from Chiba, Japan. Olympic side, my home break. Yeah. Look.
And so it's a beach break there.
Yeah.
And this is your first trip to the Philippines?
No, I went to Siargao. Yeah.
I should know that because I was in Siargao. I apologise for not remembering. So you're up against Ketut Agus next heat. Have you surfed against him before?
No, my first time. Yeah.
All right. Well, either way, congratulations. It's so good that you're moving through to the final. We wish you all the best of luck. What do you have to say to your fellow countrymen, sponsors, and all the rest?
Okay.
Give them some love.
Okay. 応援ありがとうございます。なんとかファイナルにつなぐことができました。あとはもう全力で、優勝を狙います。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, terrific, mate. Much appreciated. Happy to talk to you. I hope we get to talk to you again after the final. But either way, congratulations. It's a really good effort, and thank you. We'll go back up to the guys upstairs.
Thank you very much, Jerry Deegan. Great interview with Tenchi Iwami. I spoke to him last night after he got through the round of 16. He was excited to make his first ever quarterfinal, and he's surfed twice already today, the semi and then the final. His first ever final. It's going to be his third surf for the day. And I quite like the battle between him and Ketut Agus. They're two taller natural footers. They've been going about it in quite a similar fashion this week, getting those medium to larger size runners and just unleashing turns on their forehand.
Yeah, those guys are, you know, they have the bags of tricks. If they wanna show it, it will be in the final. So talking about final, we cannot put our eyes from these two girls right now. Shino Matsuda and Anon Matsuoka, they proved to be the best on the women's division. And Shino Matsuda opening with those two quality backside of a 7.5. And her backup is a 4.25, putting Anon also with a good ride there, Benzia, a 6.5.
Absolutely, yep. So they're the two waves that matter at the moment, the 7.5 and the 6.5. Anon Matsuoka has priority. Well, we saw Anon earlier break her semi-final open against Kailani Johnson. Kailani had priority, turned her nose up at a wave, and Anon pounced on it and locked in an 8. So priority hasn't always worked out in the favour of the holder so far this morning.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, if you hold a priority. So yeah, sometimes if you hold a priority, sometimes it can be a really pressure because you know, you have this you know, a pressure in your mind saying, is this the one? Is it the next one? And if you don't have priority, you'll be like a seagulls, you know, you're just taking any opportunity, and sometimes it pays.
Well, we just saw a jet ski rip across the top of the lineup. Hopefully their wake doesn't come through any sets in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the Coast Guard making sure these two finalists are in good shape.
Not sure the Coast Guard's too familiar with how surfing contests run.
Yeah, and then they cannot go diagonally. They have to go way out first, no, Benzio. So 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go. It's between Shino and Anon. Either way, it will go to Japan. Before in the semi-final, we have Minami Nonaka. She's actually the current rank leader, but looks like Anon will also jump on top of the ladder, and we see here Shino Matsuda. She will go up to the ladder because she's on the top 20 right now on the rank, and if she wins this one, she will go to the top 10 and possibly, you know, giving a chance to qualify for the Challenger next year. Here we go. This is a replay. Shino been lethal on her backside. Young surfer from Shonan. She live in the town of somewhere around Shonan. I think she's from Kugenuma. Her sponsor there is YU Surfboards, the legendary Yoshinori Ueda. I remember I ride that 6'9" Jerry Lopez model by YU, and guess what? I win the Ulu Challenge with that board. I got a 10-point ride, and putting Buddha and everybody, even Ozzy Wright was there on the event. We have Madi Suitra, Rizal, putting them all on the rope, looking for perfect numbers, and I took down the Ulu Challenge one time. It was a good day.
I remember that. It was pumping Uluwatu.
Yeah.
And it was the Yoshi Ueda that was the magic carpet.
Oh, for sure. That board is sitting in my garage, having a really good cover, making sure like it doesn't get you know, too much under the sun. I would like to say a big shout out to my sponsor also. Why not? Everybody been shouting out for their sponsor. So a big shout out to Chili Surfboards. providing a lot of supports also for the Filipinos. We have Daisy, we have Jeff also on the boards, and you cannot take away from Oni Anwar having a great performance here. He lost in the quarterfinal. So a big shout out to Chile Surfboards, all the boys in Bali. We have Shalo, Berto, and James Chill himself. You've been on a Chili's, Binzi. Don't.
Yeah, I've had plenty of chilies over the years living in Bali.
Yeah.
Okay, 18 minutes to go. It's Shino Matsuda. She got a 4.5 for her last wave to just slightly upgrade her 2-wave total, but she'll be looking to get rid of that 4.5 over the remaining 17 and 3/4 minutes. And on Matsuoka, just the one score so far. It's a 6.5. It's a decent number.
Yeah.
It's she won't be happy with it though. She'd be happy to see the back of it by the time this heat's done, because it will mean she's got 2 better scores.
Yeah. You know, in the final, you know, it's all about getting the right numbers. It's not worth it to even have a paddle on the wrong wave. So Anon with priority, she just want to wait and then try to get the number that she needs. She's not even looking for a 551, Binzi. She's looking for those number of what Shino is getting, a 7 on those range.
Yeah, it's a final. You need excellent scores to, you know, you don't just want to win it. You want to really dominate it and grab that trophy with both hands.
Yeah, why not? This is finals. Put everything on the line. There's no more heats after this. This is the end of the road. This is where the big check is waiting for you. This is where the big point is waiting for you. So looks like Shino is first. Anon is looking for 551. Talking about sponsors, I would like to have a big shout out to Next Gen Philippines, putting all the effort. You know, we would like to see the consistency of all events happening here in the Philippines. You know, not only 1 or 2 years, but the consistency. You know, the annual keep going and going. You know, we'd love to see more of this event, La Union, coming back in the numbers of years. Department of Tourism, Provincial Government of La Union, and also the San Miguel Infrastructure. Thank you very much. Back into action right now. Looks like Shino without priority, trying to get that one. Just a little paddle, doesn't matter. So out of these 2 surfers, Binzi, do you have any particular you're favoring the way they surf? I have to say Anon for me is the most impressive, because she's young, she's hungry, she's super focused.
Yeah, she's very young. This is only her 2nd QS final, she was telling me before.
She made final in Krui, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she won the one in Nias for the junior. So here we go.
This is her on her backhand. She's got some work to do.
Yeah.
She's going to stick with it. She obviously likes the looks of how this one might shape up through the inside. Now, where have we gone?
Looks like we lost track from the camera there from Anon Matsuoka. Would love to see if she did.
All right, here's the replay of Anon. Let's hopefully see this one all the way through to its conclusion. So real bit of downtime right now. She's eyeing off the end section.
So this is the one that we miss. If there's any opportunity on the inside.
Yeah, a couple more turns.
Yeah, could be the numbers that she's looking for. That could be the, you know, in the range of a 4 and a 5, but maybe she needs to work extra harder if she want to change the situation, because judges are really critical, you know, up into this stage. You know, they don't want to give like an easy numbers for, you know, like a mediocre wave. They want to see a good selection of wave, good quality maneuver. As we can see here on the screen, we have the Coast Guard making sure they all safe. I'm not sure safe from what, because the condition now is quite manageable. Still waiting for score. Anon Matsuoka, a 4-5, Binzi, just like we predict before. Not enough.
Yeah, not going to be enough to give her the lead back. and that's not going to be a score that she'll want anything to do with in 13.5 minutes' time.
Yeah.
So Shino Matsuda has priority, but we've seen Anon Matsuoka get her best, one of her 2 keeper scores in that last semi-final, completely under priority. So she knows how to operate out in this lineup. All of the surfers have been putting in their reps, plenty of time in the water before and after play every day.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, Anon and Shino, they travel both with their mom. Is that a strategy for us to travel with our mom? Because looks like they have a better strategy than the than the male coaches so far on this women's division final. So interesting stats there. Anon is traveling with her mom, and also Shino travel with her moms. I know Anon used to travel a lot with her dad. It's just she is a great surfer. It doesn't matter who she travel with. She knows what to do, and great result here for Anon and also Shino.
Well, another Japanese surfer who's on the championship tour who travels with his mum a lot is Connor O'Leary.
Oh.
His mum's Japanese.
Yeah.
And,
Big shout out to Connor. He was, I have to say, he's having a good time in G-Land, he was surfing good, having a good time in G-Land because he made the cut, and I would love to see him on the big pipes couple days
starts in 3 days. So
Yeah.
Connor O'Leary will be in action at the Billabong Pipeline Pro when that kicks off to start the new WSL Championship Tour season. Can't wait for that. On the men's side of things, it's going to be an all-out blockbuster affair because everyone is back in the field. Gabby and John are back. Right now in the water here at La Union, it's Anon Matsuoka hunting down a 5.51 to put her into the lead. 2 strong turns out the back. She's eyeing it off down the line, decides against it, kicks out. Not sure that's really going to be a definitive wave in the final makeup of this heat. On the ladies' side of the draw, you just feel like Carissa Moore will be looking for some payback after Steph Gilmore stole her world title last year. Here's the replay of Anon's wave. So all of the points will be for those 2 opening turns. Fair bit of downtime after this. Anon was just sticking with it in the hope that it would stand up across the inside shelf. Wasn't to be. Well, there you go, a 5.65. Goes into her top 2, and that is enough for the lead. Shino Matsuda now only needs a 4.65 to get up back into first, but with 10.5 minutes to go, a little change in momentum perhaps. Shino has priority. Anon has a 6.5. Now she has a 5.65 in her 2-wave tally, and she is in the lead. Lots of time to go. 10 minutes 20 remaining. We can see the swell lines on screen. And looking over our shoulder, there's quite a few of them stretching out to sea as well. Here goes Shino Matsuda.
Wow, what a back and forth battle there between Shino and Anon. Just a really short wave from Shino, but with those 2 quality maneuver, a 4.65, it's something on her reach right there. Because here we go. This is the replay from Shino's last wave. Actually, there was only 1 turn there. The first one was only like a little setup for that big maneuver at the end. So judges are taking their time, making sure everything is correct. 4.65 is not a big number, actually. The difference between these 2 surfers is a 0.15, super slim. 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, if Shino can drop something solid, she will move comfortably into the lead. There it is, a 6.3. So a bit of a split from the judges there, a 5.8 to a 7, but we are going to see Shino Matsuda back in the lead, and now it's Anon Matsuoka chasing a 7.31. Wouldn't mind looking, well, here goes Shino Matsuda on her backhand. She's deep. She's surfing free. That was a really strong first turn. Will she get a bit of inside bonus work done? Yep, she sure can. This one continues to stand up and bend back at her and allow her to open the shoulders and throw plenty of water. God, the beach is feeling it. They're loving that surfing from Shino Matsuda. With 8 minutes 30 to go, you might feel like her 6.3 that she's just dropped in is in danger, because that score was made up of pretty much 1.5 turns. We've just seen Shino there unleash 3 or 4 really big turns on her backhand.
Look at the first turn there, Binzi. Shino, that was the first strong turns, and all she needed to do is just milking it just to get the extra points. And with this 2 strong maneuver right there, that's gonna go to the excellent score, guarantee. And I bet she knows that that's gonna replace her 6.3 or even her 7.5. That was the best wave of this heat. I'm not the judge, but you know, looking at the replays and all the criteria that she puts there, she's not giving any slack there for Anon Matsuoka. So let's wait for the score. I would love to see the scores. If this is gonna be the number that's gonna put Anon a little bit on the there it is, Binzi, just like we thought.
An 8-point ride to a 15.52 wave total, up into the excellent range as we predicted. It was going to take those high-end scores to win the trophy. The trophy is awesome, by the way. It's a jeepney, one of the local buses that get around town. They were originally fashioned out of the World War II Jeeps that were left behind, and then extended and turned from little, you know, regular passenger cars into full-blown buses. These days there are modern versions made, but they still look vintage and cool, and you see them ploughing up and down the streets here, covered in street art and graffiti and slogans and religious quotes and all that sort of stuff, and they're great. Here's the replay of Shino Matsuda. She's got one hand on the miniature jeepney as we speak. An 8-point ride, the result for this wave. A string of fluent backhand turns, no downtime, just effortlessly transitioning from one turn to another. Her first wave is a 7.5, her last wave was an 8, and she's put some great waves in the middle just to keep the rhythm going. And right now, Anon Matsuoka is chasing a huge 9-point ride for the lead. Anything over a 6.5 will bring that requirement down. So she could do it in one wave. I'd suggest she'd feel more comfortable doing it in 2. But time is definitely creeping into play. 6 minutes remaining. After these finals, we're not going to have the presentation immediately. The presentation will take place later on tonight with all of the dignitaries in town. On stage, we'll also be crowning the 2 champions in the longboarding event. So we'll be going down to the beach straight after these finals for interviews with the surfers, but there won't be a presentation until much later on tonight.
I think that's a great way to celebrate, you know, the La Union International Pro, you know, putting everything on a one big presentation, food, winners presentation, all the people that are putting up this event. Here we go. This is Shino Matsuda, just keeping busy. She don't wanna put the pressure out. She just wanna make sure that with 4 minutes and 40 seconds, trophy is on her hand. That's the attitude. If you wanna take the trophy home, just keep putting pressure, Binzi.
Yep. So this is the replay. Smaller wave, but that low slung style, serving Shino Matsuda nicely and just lacing some turns together from start to finish. She's out of there. Not sure it's going to go into her top 2, but we'll keep her rhythm going.
Yeah.
Anon Matsuoka, there it is, a 5.95, the result. So, yeah, as predicted. It's a decent score, but it doesn't factor in. Anon Matsuoka's got some thinking to do. There's 4 minutes to go. She has priority. Does she sit with all of her eggs in one basket and try and lock in that 9-point ride? That's going to take a minor miracle at this stage. I'm not sure we've seen waves of the quality that can allow you to, you know, pull off that kind of surfing. If she's not going to try and get there on the strength of one wave, well, she's got to catch 2, and she's got 3.5 minutes to do it, so she needs to get moving right now. She's got an opportunity as she looks at this wave. There's a decent canvas stretching out in front of her. She's
Here we
going to
go.
really have to go hard on this wave to put herself back in the frame. She sprays Shino on the first turn. And now this wave fattens out a little bit. She sticks with it. It stands up now and runs. Bit of a head snap, vertical turn. Big re-entry there. This wave's starting to look good. It's still running for her. It's going to bite the bottom, and she's come unglued at the worst possible time. All of the points will have been banked out the back, but every little fraction counts when you're chasing down a big total like Anon Matsuoka is right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where this wave's going to come in.
Wow, this could be Anon's, chances to come back and get another score. That's a strong one.
It was looking good.
Do you consider that as a nose didn't make it, or is that as a complete maneuver right there?
I think you'd count that turn. She just sort of fell off more on the face rather than anywhere else. But she's just done herself out of the opportunity to, seal that one and sign off in style. You get scored for what you've done, not what you could have done.
Yeah.
But there's the subconscious thing as well. If you kick out looking fluent, stylish, then the judges have it in your head that you were totally in control the whole time.
Yeah.
Here goes Shino Matsuda on her backhand. She'll be moving down the point as much as anything with 2 minutes to go to try and get herself a little bit closer to Anon Matsuoka. And, well, this last score is coming in for Anon. It's a 6.6, so it is her high score. It brings her requirement down to an 8.9. So,
still a big number there,
yeah,
Binzi, huh?
I mean, tightens the situation by 0.1.
Yeah. So 1 minute and 40 seconds before we crown the women's division of this QS 3000. It's been a great full week of action here, Binzi. We never lack of action. Big wave, small wave, stormy, closeout. And today, I have to say, this is the best day of the shortboard division. And what a great day here to crown a champion.
Yeah, Shino Matsuda is looking the goods at the moment.
Looks like Shino's trying to push Anon off her guard there. Shino's holding first priority. I think they're pretty close together in the water right now.
.45 seconds to go. It's Shino Matsuda with an 8 and a 7.5. Who has two hands on the trophy. And here she goes. She's up and away in action. This could well be a victory lap, although looking at the horizon, there is one more opportunity. Anon Matsuoka is paddling in out the back right now. Hopefully we can cross straight to the surfer in blue. She's on her backhand. She's flying. She's going to have to put everything on the line right now. That was a strong turn. The wave fattens out, but it's going to run again through the inside. And Anon doing it nicely. The Hooter's going to go. She's going to keep surfing this one all the way through and goes down. And with it, you would have to say her hopes. Both surfers finishing up all but next to each other on the shoreline. And, well, we've got scores to come in for both surfers. It feels like Shino has done enough, and that's not going to be a 9-point ride.
Yeah. It's almost a photo finish there for Anon and Shino.
Well, there it is. Last wave for Anon Matsuoka came in about a 4.65. So Shino Matsuda on screen right now is our first ever La Union International Pro Champion. And she's done it very nicely, taking out Anon Matsuoka. We're going to go to a quick break. I'm going to go down and have a chat with Shino right now. Don't go anywhere. The men's final, Ketut Agus from Indonesia and Tenchi Iwami from Japan, is underway right now. We'll be right back very shortly.
Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle. It's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months, an international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. We've put our focus on the youth. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of NextGen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, NextGen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
For me.
Alright, so we got the final.
There you go, down the beach. Just finished the women's finals. Surfer in red wins Shino Matsuda.
And we've had a wave or two from the surfers in our final. So this is the final heat of the day. I'm Jerry Deegan. I'm with Luke Landrigan, who is the event director. This is the men's final of the La Union first annual International Pro. We like to add that in there because we have no doubt, Luke, you will organise this to carry on for many, many years, maybe until you're the same age as your dad, Brian, who was on the interview earlier.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the plan. That's the dream, to bring WSL back here and all of you guys.
Yeah.
Jerry, I've learned a lot from you, from the years of working with you in WSL in Siargao, and you know, it's good to have everyone here. There's 120 competitors here.
That's pretty impressive.
From Japan, Indonesia, Thailand, Korea, Taiwan. So yeah, like, it's crazy. We've never seen so much good surfers in this spot all at once.
Well, your dad was just incredibly excited about it. You know, it's something he'd never seen here, something he wants to see again. And he was very proud of you. This is a replay of Ketut Agus's first wave. Nice little off the lip there to start the day with, or to start the heat with. And beautiful, beautiful wrap. Another really nice smash of the lip. Just a cutty. What's he going to do on the inside? He's going to hang on. He's going to find something there. I didn't actually see it before. Okay, a bit of a camera switch. That's the same wave. So really nice start to the wave. Big smash out the back, and he's going to finish it. I finished it nicely. And that has come in as a 9.5, Luke. A 9.5 for the very first wave of the heat. I won't say heartbreaking for Tenchi with 26.5 minutes to go, but that is an amazing score for our Indonesian surfer straight off the bat.
Yeah, he didn't really have a downtime in that. He just went maneuver after maneuver, hit by hit.
Oh, he went berserk, didn't he? I mean, you know, he's throwing it all on the line. He's not out there to come second. He's not out there to play safe. And he hasn't been the whole time, you know. He hasn't been the whole time, so it's been really, really good.
There you go, the highest scoring wave.
He's got the 2 highest scoring waves. Wow, that's amazing. And good on him. And he couldn't ask for a better start. Well, a 0.5 better start you could ask for, I guess. But and Tenchi also picked up a really, really solid 7.0 while we were in our ad break earlier. I'm not sure if the guys have got a replay of that, but so that's really, really impressive from those 2 surfers. I think at this stage we were going to head down to Chris Binns and our winner, Shino Matsuda, for a little chat. Down to you guys.
Shino Matsuda, you're our first ever La Union International Pro Champion. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Talk to us about the final. Obviously a huge relief to take the win, and you sort of led from start to finish.
Yeah, wave was so fun, and I'm so happy to win this event.
Are you friends with Anon? Are you guys close? What's it like surfing against a friend?
Surf and friends, so I'm so happy to make final with her, and yeah, I'm so stoked.
When you get to a final, you know that you're going to have to bring out your best performances. You had a 7.5 and an 8. You must be thrilled, not just with the result, but also with how well you were surfing.
Yeah, I felt so good, and it was so fun in the water, and so happy.
Is this your best ever result on the QS?
Yeah, last year I couldn't match contest, and I was injured, so this one is really important, like special for me.
Obviously, you've got lots of friends and family back home you'd like to say hello to and give some thanks to in Japanese. Go for it.
日本から応援してくださった皆さんありがとうございます。すごいいい波で試合できて優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。これからも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Well done. And we're looking at Tenchi in the water right now. What do you know about his surfing, and do you think on a wave like this he's well suited to it?
Yeah, he's really good surfer, and also Ketut is really good surfer. So I'm so excited to watch men's finals.
All right, well, we'll let you get to it. But firstly, no matter how many La Union International Pros are held from now on, you'll be the first ever champion. How does it feel to come to the Philippines? Must be a special place for you.
Yeah, the Philippines is really nice wave and warm water, and the people, everyone's so nice. So I love here.
Well, I think they love you here too. Congratulations on your win. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Shino Matsuda, everyone.
Oh, congratulations to Shino. That's just amazing for her. I'm really, really happy for her. She deserved it. She put in a fantastic show, and she reaped the rewards there, Luke.
Yeah, she was one of the girls to watch since first day. Here we go, Surfer in Blue. Tenchi from Japan.
This is his first wave. This is the 7.0. Super well ridden. Maybe not going to offer too much on the inside, but we can inform you that he did get a 7. Oh yeah, and great wave. That was a great wave. It's just as long as the one Ketut had. Ketut was far more committed and a bit more vertical. This might be Ketut's second wave. He caught a wave paddling back out, so I believe that's his second wave. He got a 5.50.
Tenchi is actually the representative of Asia region in the World Juniors. So Tenchi's still young. He's still a junior surfer.
Yeah, well, he told me he was on the Japanese junior Olympic team as well. So he's got a big future ahead of him, and, you know, super great that he's in this final. First final, he was saying. I think this might be his 3.85. Unless that's the 7 again. No, that was the...
3.85, yeah, it's a 3.85.
Okay, so we're back live again.
Shout out to our friends from Baler. Okoy Rojo is watching this now. He just sent me a photo of him watching in the office. Look at that.
Oh, so cool.
Shout out Pake Okoy.
And Wendell and Gianni are watching from downstairs there. Shout out to those guys. They've been helping sponsor the thing and play well. And, you know, Gianni has been a fantastic sponsor. And Wendell, I can't say the greatest golfer I've ever played with, but you're a lovely, lovely guy.
Shout out to Anthony Luben too, one of our local legends here in La Union.
And I believe we are heading down to the beach for another interview. Oh, okay, so I've just been informed not now. I got a bit excited about that.
So we have surfer in red with a 9.5 and a 5.5. And surfer in blue with a 7.0 and a 3.85. Surfer in blue needs an 8.01 to make it to first. He has priority and he has time. There's a lot of waves on offer. So we're gonna see more waves ridden.
A lot of action down there on the beach. Indonesian flags being flown around. People everywhere. It's really exciting. Everyone wants a picture with someone. Apart from me, of course, no one wants a picture with me. But maybe I'll get a picture with you later, Luke.
It's a beautiful day.
So we're going to head back down to the beach for that interview we discussed a bit earlier. So down to you on the sand.
All right, thanks, guys. We've got a big beach down here. Plenty of Filipino fans over there. But behind us, Team Indonesia are giving it up for their man, Ketut Agus, in the final. The guy he beat first up this morning, Oni Anwar. Talk to us about Team Indonesia's atmosphere right now.
Oh my, like Ketut has to go through me this final, so we're all supporting for our team Indonesia. We're so excited and going though, you know. But I wish there's another Filipino, but the Japanese are going good, and he just posted a 9 point. We're so excited to see what's left because there's still plenty of time. Oh, here you go. He's up and riding.
Nah, quickly in, quickly out. All right, you won the Southeast Asian Games right here a couple of years ago, and now the WSL has brought a QS 3000 here. How good is it right here in La Union for surfing and even a competition?
Yeah, winning this event in 2019 for the Asian Game was fun. I beat Rio in that final, and I wish I could beat Ketut again because those are my younger brothers, and obviously he got me today. You know, being in Asia, this event is always fun, you know, good vibe. Everybody has so much full of energy. It's different to compare, like, you go to other countries, you know, and Asia has a specialty. It's kind of like everybody comes together, you know, regardless, we compete against each other, but we're still like a family, you know, that's what surfing is all about. So we're happy to be here to keep pushing the surfing for Asia, and then hope you will see more great talents coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about Rio, 3 days till he makes his start at the Billabong Pipeline Pro as the first ever Indonesian surfer on the championship tour. How exciting is that for you guys?
Yeah, look, Rio, you better show us how it's done. So look, at all of us are cheering for you. So make sure you know, represent that flag, brother. Let's go.
All right. Well, I think we need to turn our attention back to the water. For Team Indonesia, give it up one more time. Back up to you guys in the box.
Wow, thanks, Benzie.
Thank you, Chris.
What kind of energy down there?
Oni just said it pretty good. Like, it's like a big family in Asia. Even if you're competing in one spot, it feels like home in places where you go to. Oni's been here a few times. Oni's been in Siargao a few times. Here's Surfer in Blue. Rode this wave during that interview. 2 powerful turns. Gives him a 5.85. So Tenshi, that's his second highest scoring wave. Now he needs an 8.01 still to move into first place.
Makes it pretty difficult when your competitor gets a 9.50 straight off the bat. I mean, that's got to give you stacks and stacks of confidence. It's lining up pretty good out there at the moment. And as I turn around, there's a set. I don't know if anyone's on it. Red's just going to duck dive it. Maybe they thought there wasn't enough line on that one. Surfer in red, sorry, Ketut Agus. He's got priority, and he's down there looking at his Indonesian flag, thinking, come on, I'm going to do it for you guys. Yeah. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for Rio, who then can do it for Indonesia as well in a couple of days' time.
True. Thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, the local municipality of San Juan, San Miguel Infrastructure, PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines, Red Bull, and our local sponsors, Hiraya, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort, Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surf Town, Tagpuan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, and Lineup Bistro. Here we go, Surfer in Blue.
Tenshi up
just
and down.
Looking.
You know, without priority, he can just have a look at everything if he likes, and maybe there'll be something that looks okay down the line and he'll choose to go for it. Almost halfway through the final of the San Juan? La Union International here at San Juan.
Yep.
And the province is called?
La Union.
It's the province of La Union. And we are in Luzon, which is the same island that Manila is, and it's the most populous island in the Philippines. And got loads and loads of waves. You know, I don't know how many kilometres of coastline, but an awful lot.
Yeah, from here, from this coast to up to the tip of the island, there's a lot of spots still, a lot of secret spots, a lot of unridden waves. Last month we just did a national event in Cabugao. It's a sick right-hander. It's about 3 hours away from here.
To the north?
To the north, yep. It's in Ilocos Sur province where Vigan is. Vigan is a very nice town too. It's an old Spanish town. Good place to hang out, good place to bring your family and friends.
And good waves, obviously.
And good waves, yeah. So 14 minutes left. Surfer in red with a 9.5 and a 5.5 in priority.
Wind is just starting to ruffle it a little bit. I think we've timed it perfectly today, Luke. I know a lot of those decisions are yours. I think you've hit the nail on the head as far as the surf goes this week. It's nice to finish on the last day. It's nice to finish with good waves, especially. There's a lady on the beach down there. I believe you might know her.
Yeah, that's my partner Danica with Luna and
a new baby inside.
New baby inside.
Little Jerry.
And Marama's down there with Olive with her daughter.
Okay, Red is up and
There we
riding.
go.
That's
Red is
Katut,
up.
of course. Big first slash, bang over the whitewater, almost over the lip. He's going to smash this one again. Oh, that was 3 big hits, and he's happy. That was a bit of an almost soul arch claim there at the end. So we'll see if that can outdo his 5.5. What do you think, Luke?
I think so for sure. That's one of the gnarliest claims. Just look straight in the judges. The judges are going to discuss this and start comparing. They have a replay down there too, which helps a lot.
Okay, and paddling is Tenshi. So Tenshi's going to see if he can answer back. And that's a pretty good start. Real great tail waft. Turn back into the power and straight back out. Okay, so that wave didn't give him what he wanted on the inside, so he chose to get back out there and go get priority. So maybe a pretty good move on his behalf. Being able to read what the wave's going to do and whether it's worth, bouncing to the inside and end up with nothing. So, yeah, that was
Nice
just an
fin
amazing
release.
first move, yeah. Plenty of power there. We'll see what the judges think about that. We're waiting on a couple of scores.
So tonight we're going to have the awardings down here at the beach.
Yeah, I think it starts at 6 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yep, we're going to have the awarding and the after party and flotsam. So there you go. Surfer in blue. Last wave a 6.20.
Oh, and look what they gave Katut. An 8.75. So what's happening is Katut has a total of 18.25 with a 9.5 and an 8.75. So Tenshi is now in combination position, meaning he's going to have to throw away both of his scores to catch up to Katut. Now with 12 minutes to go, not impossible. You'd certainly like to be sitting where Katut is.
For sure. That's a...
Hoping we can get a replay of Katut's last wave. That was three massive hacks, and he got paid. He got paid highly, almost 3 points a hack, I guess that works out.
Both number in the excellent
One.
range.
There was the first one, there was the second one, and he's finishing it off. Bam. Yeah, that was pretty impressive, and he knew it, he knows it, and he's sitting, I would say, kind of comfortably out there. And we've seen people get overtaken from here. We saw, 3 surfers out there forget about JR and give up on him. He'd broken his board. He couldn't get back out there.
Broke his board and 18 minutes left. Just by luck, paddle out and saw a wave turn around. Got a mid-scoring wave, and then next thing you know, he's on a 7.25, I think.
To overtake everyone,
Yeah.
So the fans of Tenshi, who's taken off now, don't give up yet because he's capable of that. Okay, he's seen it run a bit far down the line, and he's back out there. Given the priority to Katut, but I don't think Katut's going to be thinking a great deal about protecting anything at the moment. He's just going to probably try to get a better score the way he surfs. He doesn't protect. He just smashes, and that's what he's going to do. Yeah, that's certainly not going to go into his top 2 for Tenshi. Great experience for Tenshi here, first ever final. He'll take a lot away from this, and guaranteed he'll be back next year.
Here we go. We see a few lines at the back. Surfer in red has priority. I think Surfer in red will just be free surfing by now.
Oh, it's...
Just catch a better wave and then just surf it, yeah?
He's in a fantastic situation. He's not going to stress. He's probably not going to take too many waves unless they look perfect.
Yeah.
Unless Blue has the opportunity to take them. So yeah, Katut is in a commanding position out there. Our Indonesian lad. And the Indonesians are still on the beach. They're going berserk. They're flying the Indonesian flag and the Philippine flag together down there. So there's some real love. I'm sure if they had a big Japanese flag, they'd allow them to fly it right in the middle. It's a bit of a love fest down here. Everyone's really enjoying it. I haven't seen anyone, super disappointed
Yeah,
or blaming
true.
the judges and nothing like that. It's been really, really nice, a really well-run contest, and everyone's been genuine sports people.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, shout out to our technical crew doing all the hard.
Hard yards in a tiny little room. I think there's 5 or 6 of them in a little single bedroom there. So thank you guys. I know you can hear us. Much appreciated. Thanks to our cameraman, our drone man, who's been non-stop looking after us. Tenchi's up and riding again. What can he do? What's going to happen? A bit of a line on this wave, up and over. Get round the white water.
Now he's going to go out.
Yeah, I think he knows, unless he gets a solid set, he's not going to get the score. I mean, he is sitting on a 7 and a 6.2. 13.2, in the previous days would have won a stack of heats.
Yep.
But today it's a little cleaner, a little better. And, of course, the quality of the surfer has boosted up. We've got the cream has risen to the top and, you need the big scores. It's a replay. Yeah, Lee looked down the line and thought there's nothing there for me. And a jet ski out the back there, that would be the lifeguards.
Coast Guards.
The Coast Guard. I haven't seen I've seen the Coast Guards all around, but I hadn't seen the jet ski out at this stage. But they've been a really nice presence down here. Shut the beach down on us the other day, for safety reasons. So you have to respect those people that know the ocean. $7:45 remaining of the La Union International Pro. Been a fantastic week. We've actually surfed every day. We haven't had a day off. A couple of days only had a few heats. Started with a flurry, finishing with a flurry.
We've seen a bit of everything in La Union.
We've seen tiny waves, we've seen stormy waves, we've seen clean, beautiful waves. Yeah, we've seen it all. And it worked out really well. I mean, the smaller, perfectly clean days were just epic for the longboard. So that's what you guys put out there.
Yep.
And we had a Filipino win the men's longboard and a Japanese win the women's longboard. So fairly international. And, to be honest, the majority of the nationalities here are either Philippine, Indonesian or Japanese. Now, if we get an Indonesian win here, then we're looking at each one of those countries taking out a win.
Everyone happy. Everyone got waves. Everyone had a good time. Everyone, welcome to La Union.
Now, in about 6 minutes 33, you can breathe, mate. Your event will be done and dusted.
Not after the final awardings.
No, well, yeah, actually, have you got to get up and speak tonight?
Have to make sure everyone gets their cash prize and their trophies.
Yeah, I know that part of it very, very well.
So yeah, 8 minutes left.
6.9.
Oh, sorry, 6.9. 6 minutes left. Surfer in blue in a very tough spot needs a combination of 18.25. Surfer in red in first spot with a 9.5 and an 8.75. So, yeah, this is La Union International Pro QS 3000 men's and women's,
and we're watching the final. We're watching the final heat on the final day. And at this stage, we have the Indonesian Ketut Agus way out ahead of Tenchi Iwami. It's, again, I say it over, I repeat myself a bit, I'm sorry out there. But it's going to be very difficult now for Iwami. If I had to put $10 on it, I'd certainly put it on Ketut. But anything can happen. But he's looking fairly comfortable. The ocean's gone a little quiet, actually. I think that Tenchi needs to get a set. I don't know that he's going to get a lot of value out of a short, smaller wave. So, they're just going to wait out there. They're so deep, and I don't know whether that is Ketut has pushed Tenchi that deep. But as a matter of fact, that's deeper than I've ever seen, than I've seen anyone surf so far. I was looking at the lineup. I turned my head around, and I'm thinking, where in heaven's name are they? They are incredibly deep. I mean, are they going left? Because I'm struggling to think they're going to get all the way through the point from over there. But maybe it's just a throw of the dice from Tenchi, and Ketut's just chasing him over to make sure if that strange super deep wave comes that he's not going to let him have it. 4 minutes and 14 seconds remaining.
Yeah, basically Surfer in Blue needs 2 waves.
Yeah, and if
above 9.1.
Yeah, and if he doesn't do it pretty soon, he's not going to need 2 waves. He's going to need a miracle. Yeah, they are deep.
Thanks to all the La Union locals, La Union Surf Club, for making sure our beach are clean. All our swimmers down there at the beach are safe. If you guys are in La Union, make sure to get lessons from a proper surf school down here at the beach. La Union Surf Club trains the surf instructors every year, making sure they have their qualifications to make sure all of our tourists are safe.
Well, this heat started with an absolute bang, didn't it? It seems to be ending with a bit of a whimper, and I know Tenchi must be getting pretty desperate at this stage. Only 3 minutes to go. I think everyone out there listening and everyone on the beach feel they know what the result can be now, because in reality, from where they are to for Tenchi to be in a combination position and get 2 waves, both 9s, I think it's going to be a huge struggle. So, you know, we wish him all the best, and he's got to be super proud to have made it to the final as it is, because that's quite an achievement for a guy that's never seen a WSL Final 2. And not only that, it's not a 1,000, it's a 3,000.
Yeah,
so
good points for them.
There's points, there's money, and there's prestige, you know. I mean, his sponsors will be incredibly happy. I guess his family will be super happy. There is a wave heading his way at the moment, and it looks like Ketut's not even interested in blocking him off there. Okay, he's going to do a big something. Yeah, big dive. And out the back, Ketut's not bothering with that one. He's starting to feel incredibly comfortable. I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face. And with 2 minutes remaining, you know, what's your thoughts, Luke?
Yeah, it's going to be super tough for him, almost impossible. Ketut has priority. He needs to score above 9.1. And yeah, there you go. Just 2 surfers talking, are maybe congratulating already.
Yeah, they know what's happening. They're moving back over. Ketut's sticking with him. But again, if you're going to get a 9 here, it has to be with 1 massive air so that you can get back out in time. And I'm not seeing it happening. Here comes a wave. No one's going it. So, yeah, I mean, unless... As a matter of fact, it's probably got to be 2 massive, amazing airs. He needs to start channeling Medina or someone like that. Okay, had a little paddle there. Just over 1 minute remaining, Luke, and I suspect they'll be shaking hands pretty soon, and we'll be congratulating Ketut Agus. So, you know, he's deserved it.
Pretty experienced surfer. He's gotten, I think, an equal 9th in the ISA World Games.
Okay.
2 or 3 years ago in Japan.
I suspect this is his biggest ever win.
Yep, and he went as a reserve in the Olympic team with Rio Waida.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so a last hurrah here for Tenchi. No, he's not even going to go that. He's going to...
There you go. Ketut is going on this.
Oh, yeah, it's a victory lap. Oh, he's not even going to do it. So with 20 seconds left, I'm going to go way out on a limb here, Luke, and say Ketut's got it.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations, Ketut from Indonesia.
He's standing up on his board and he's clapping his competitor, so that's super great sportsmanship.
And congratulations to Tenchi Iwami from Japan. Great surfing from both of these guys.
And there we have it. That's it. The done and dusted. The La Union International Pro is over for this year. Our winner in the men's is Ketut Agus. Congratulations. And our winner in the women is Shino Matsuda. So congratulations to both of you 2 surfers. Great news. Great event. We'll be back next year for sure. And And so, yeah, it's fantastic to be here. I think we are going for a little break before our surfer comes in. No, we're not, I'm told.
There you
Here
go.
he is. Okay, the victory lap. How happy can he be? That's really good.
3,000. He says 3,000.
Oh, good on him. And he's going to have a massive crew here waiting for him on the beach. So there you have it.
Such a soft-spoken guy. Ketut is such a great guy. In and out the water.
And down the bottom telling us that Shino Matsuda was the women's champion. Let's watch this. This is pretty exciting for him. Here he is. He's saying a little prayer. The locals are out there surfing already. He can't believe it. He probably just doesn't want to cry in front of everybody. Good on you, Ketut.
Congratulations, Ketut Agus. Congratulations. Good job. Shout out to all the Kuta surfers watching now.
Okay, we're here. Thanks, Luke. You ran a fantastic show. That
Thank
was
you,
just
G.
Amazing.
Thanks a lot. Hope to see you guys back here next year.
Yeah, so, you know, we're going there. We're going down to the beach. Down to you.
Okay, we're the winner of the La Union International Pro, Ketut Agus.
Thank you guys for all the support.
Talk to us about the final. You must be thrilled.
Oh, I can't believe I win 10,000. This is my first time here and I win it, the event. So really happy to winning this event. But thank you so much for all the support from Indonesia, for all around the country. Really happy to win this event. Thank you so much for the support.
You didn't just win it, you comboed him. You surfed your brains out in the final. How good is it putting on a performance like that to take the win?
Actually, I already have a planning for the final. I prepared everything for the final. And yeah, I made it and I got a first wave 9.5 and my backup was 8. That's really what I need on finals. So I'm really grateful and winning. Thank you, God, for everything.
Yeah, we saw you come back in and give a little prayer. So a lot of respect, and obviously you love this place right here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I really love this place. Super beautiful and the waves really great. I really want to come back here again. And hopefully next year they can put more point. Maybe hopefully they can put 5,000. And yeah, I really want to come back here again.
All right, congratulations on your win. Any last words in Indonesian?
Terima kasih semuanya untuk supportnya. Senang banget bisa menang event ini. Terima kasih untuk supportnya semuanya. Terima kasih.
I think you're about to get carried up the beach. Congratulations again, Ketut Agus! All right, my feet are soaking wet. I'm going to throw it back up to the booth one last time as we see the scenes of Ketut Agus getting cheered up the sand for you guys to wrap it up. Over to you.
So much fun, mate. So much fun. Pretty damn excited, everyone. I think Binzy's the most excited one down there. That was just so good to see him win. Fantastic to see the support. Should we thank a couple of sponsors?
Yeah,
and then
thanks
we'll
to
head
our
way?
major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, the local government of San Juan La Union, San Miguel Infrastructure, all our local sponsors and everyone who's here, competitors, technical crew, media crew. Thank you for coming here. Hopefully we'll host this exact thing again next year.
Absolutely, and thanks WSL and UPSA. And thank you to our local surfers who, you know, have missed 7 days of solid waves. So we really appreciate you guys. So
Yeah, shout out to all the La Union local surfers. Thank you, boys.
Okay, and thanks for watching out there. Much appreciated. And we will be signing off, and hopefully we'll see you in the next event. Maybe Siargao. All the best, guys. Shouldn't have said Siargao. There's about a dozen events in between them and now.
Around the world, they've been surfing for 60 plus years. For us, it's relatively new. First time that we had all come together under this United Philippine Surfing Association. Surfing is an Olympic event. The potential for a Filipino to get very far in surfing is there. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes the Philippines to raise surfing. Competitive surfing is more than just a lifestyle, it's actually a job, and that's the way we need to approach it, and that's the way we did approach it. In the short term, we need to compete. We need to compete in our country, we need to compete in other countries. We need to be exposed to surfing across the Philippines, and that is exactly what we're doing. 2022, we went aggressively into competition mode. We had 4 legs in 3 months. An international event in Siargao. We had our national event in Siargao, Belair, Borongan and Cabugao. Next year we're going to double that with 8 legs and 2 international events to the WSL. Since the announcement of surfing in the Olympics, amazing things have happened in our sport. We've put our focus on the youth, the stars of tomorrow. We have a caravan that goes around the Philippines. We go from province to province and train them and educate them on how to become Philippines' greatest surfers. We want to raise up champions, the glory of victory. We want to mix this all together and showcase the talent we have right here in the Philippines. We want to raise up athletes who will raise up gold for the Philippines. Without the support and love of Next Gen, the next generation of surfers in the Philippines wouldn't be where they are today. Maraming salamat, Next Gen, and we look forward to continually working with you.
Yeah, La Union, it's not just the place too, it's like also the waves, it's such beautiful. The food, it's so good, and yeah, I'm so happy to be here, and the people is so amazing, like they're so caring. Wow, this car is like feels so special. I never ride a car like this. This is my first time, so whew, so happy to ride in this car. So good.
You know, I actually love driving Volkswagen. When you go really fast, you don't feel it that you're going fast.
I don't know, I feel like we're not driving, I feel like we're flying. Because it's not even like bumping. So it's so good.
I like this one, look at this one. This one with turbo ba?
The backseat people can enjoy the car as well. Normally like it's like this front and then the back is always normal, like a roof. That's true. And now this one's like, oh, no, you get to enjoy the car as well.
When you rev it up, you can feel the nice, smooth transaction. That's the main part in the car. You can just push it down.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! He's a dream car, bro.